In the Zen story you are about to hear, we will see that not helping others unless they ask is best for them and for yourself. Stay until the end, because what you discover, thanks to Buddhist wisdom, could change the way you see the world of human relationships. Have you ever wanted to help someone, even though they didn't explicitly ask? How did it go? Have you ever wondered if your good intentions could, in fact, have caused a negative ripple effect that you weren't aware of? In essence, you will see how helping those who do not want to be helped can have negative repercussions on your life and theirs. You will discover how your karma will be affected. But before continuing, if you haven't already, you can subscribe to the Gautama channel, turn on notifications, and share the video. These small gestures will help us produce new content every day for your spiritual growth. In a quiet Buddhist monastery, surrounded by lush gardens and ancient trees, the old and sagacious monk Noro gathered his disciples to discuss a topic close to everyone's hearts. His curiosity was palpable, and all eyes were fixed on him as they sought to understand why their well-intentioned acts of help sometimes backfired. Noro began in a calm voice, likening life to a great river where each person is a small boat navigating its tumultuous course. He pointed out how often they tried to steer other people's boats without waiting to be asked, disrupting the natural flow. To illustrate, Noro shared a story passed down through centuries about a young monk who, eager to help a struggling companion without being asked, inadvertently set off a chain of unexpected events. This intervention, though well-meant, created an intricate labyrinth of challenges for both. Suffering, Noro continued, is a necessary lesson in our spiritual growth. Like a jewel, each individual is shaped by life's pressures and challenges. When we intervene unsolicited, we rob them of the opportunity to learn, grow, and evolve. He recounted the tale of two friends, Shoen and Masu, who had shared joys and sorrows since school days. Shoen, upon hearing of Masu's financial troubles, secretly paid off some debts. While well-intentioned, this unsolicited help led to unexpected and disastrous consequences. Masu, grateful yet deprived of resolving his situation independently, felt a subtle emotional detachment. Shoen, too, discovered private details about Masu that strained their friendship. In essence, Noro emphasized, unsolicited help can create discord and confusion, showing how even good deeds can have unintended repercussions. He explained that every action, good or bad, influences karma, emphasizing the importance of respecting each individual's journey. Noro spoke of Buddha's teachings, which underscored the sacredness of personal learning processes. Suffering, he asserted, is a severe yet precious teacher. Using everyday examples, Noro illustrated how empathy often drives us to offer help prematurely. However, Buddha taught the wisdom of waiting for others to seek assistance, respecting the karmic balance that governs life. He shared anecdotes from monastery life, where monks applied these teachings in daily practice. Many grew wiser and more self-confident because Noro avoided intervening directly in their challenges, allowing them to confront and learn from their own karma. In a quiet Buddhist monastery located in a remote region of Japan lived the elderly and wise monk Hogi, a young woman named Shara, eager to find answers to the anxieties caused by toxic relationships approached the master with respect. Haye, it is said that you know the secret to recognizing bad people and protecting inner peace. Please teach me, the young woman asked with a palpable desire to learn from the monk's wisdom. Hoht, with his typical calm, replied, "Of course, my dear. If you have the patience to listen to me, I will tell you about the signs you need to pay attention to understand who is in front of you. First, however, let me make an important premise. The people we define as bad do not necessarily have to be monsters. They are bad or toxic in the sense that with their behaviors and the energies they emanate, they can undermine our serenity and mental well-being. However, before distancing them from us, we must try to understand the reasons that led them to be as they are. It was often the pain and trials they had to face that made them behave in annoying or harmful ways. So, dear Kiara, before pushing someone away, ask yourself, why does he/she behave like this? Is he/she really a bad person, or is there something that makes them that way? Can I do something to prevent their behavior from continuing to pollute my emotions? Only after you have answered these questions for yourself, decide whether to preserve your mental health by distancing yourself. Hayara reflected on Hogi's words and was moved because she understood the enormous empathy behind them. If a person around us can harm us, we must push them away only after making sure that we cannot do anything, Hogi continued. Now that we've cleared that up, let's start by looking at the first sign you need to watch out for: constant manipulation. Imagine a person who, with devious skill, distorts reality to get what he wants. It could be a colleague who uses deception to advance their career. For example, when faced with a possible promotion, he begins to manipulate you by telling you that some superior speaks badly of you and suggests that you accept a job offer from another company. You may think he's doing it for your own good, but his intent is actually to get you promoted. The young woman listened attentively, fascinated by the monk's wisdom, and thought about a very similar experience she had had a year earlier. The second sign is a lack of genuine empathy, Hogi continued. Think of someone who shows indifference to your feelings or experiences, who only seems interested when it benefits them. This behavior can profoundly undermine the quality of personal relationships because you instinctively feel that that person doesn't really care about your fate. They only show empathy when they have to ask for something in return. Continuing how he described the third sign, Hogi said, the constant creation of conflict. Imagine a person who, despite any harmonious situation, always seeks conflict, fueling arguments and discord. This attitude not only generates stress in relationships but can also contaminate the surrounding environment, making it toxic. The fourth sign is the constant need for control. Imagine a friend or partner trying to influence your every decision, trying to direct your life according to their wishes. Every time you reveal your plan or desire, that person starts taking initiatives to try to distance you from what you want in favor of their goals. This need for control can create a toxic dynamic, undermining your autonomy and authenticity. The young woman reflected on these words while Hogi moved on to the fifth sign. The constant lack of respect for personal limits. Think about someone who systematically ignores your privacy, invading your personal space or not respecting your requests for solitude. This behavior can generate feelings of vulnerability and insecurity because they undermine your personal freedom. Remember, each of us has the right to some space for ourselves. Hogi arrived at the sixth sign. The frequent use of lies or half-truths. Imagine a person, said the master, building an intricate labyrinth of lies or obscuring the truth to get what they want. The woman immediately remembered what was happening with her friend Luca, who, in order to appear more interesting, constantly exaggerated his experiences. He told exaggerated or distorted stories to arouse admiration, creating a distorted perception of himself in the eyes of others. This constant tendency to use lies, added Hogi, represents the sixth sign of ill-intentioned people, or, in any case, false people ready to harm you in some way. Hogi explained the seventh sign. The pattern of vindictive behavior. Think of someone who, at the slightest sign of criticism or rejection, actively tries to get even or punish you. Kara immediately thought of Marta, her work colleague who, faced with her warning, had reacted by spreading false and negative news about her with the intention of putting her in a bad light in front of the other employees. This attitude, concluded the monk, can generate a cycle of negativity and destroy the foundations of human relationships. And here we are at the eighth sign to watch out for, continued Hogi, the constant search for attention. Imagine a friend who incessantly seeks approval through excessive attitudes or by dramatizing every situation. Kara immediately thought of a friend from the group she went out with. Every time they were together, she dramatized her affairs by drawing everyone's attention to herself. The ninth sign to watch out for, said Hogi, is a lack of accountability. Think about those who consistently avoid taking responsibility for their actions, always blaming others. Chiara thought of her brother and at least 3 other people she knew. The brother who, since he was a boy, caused trouble and then blamed it on his younger sister. Hoj took a moment to let the words settle, making Chiara fully understand what she had heard. Then, in a calm voice, he concluded, recognizing these 9 signals requires very acute perception because we often don't want to see that even people we love are, in reality, more or less voluntarily are hurting us. But if we want to preserve our inner peace, it is essential to put our elves in a position to see these signs, so Chiara, practice awareness and be vigilant in your relationships. The young woman thanked the master for his precious teachings and expressed all her gratitude. But Hogi felt that there was still something to say in addition to recognizing the signs. Always remember to trust your intuition. If something doesn't seem right, take time to reflect. Don't be afraid to end toxic relationships. It helps preserve your serenity and peace inner. In conclusion, what does this story teach us? That in the complex dance of human relationships, wisdom lies in awareness. Be aware of the signs, listen to your inner voice, and wisely choose the people who will accompany your spiritual journey. Remember that your inner peace is precious, and you deserve relationships that nurture and preserve it. And before you say goodbye and meet us for the next video, remember to leave a comment with your experience and opinions. Have you ever considered the hidden power that resides in the objects around us? Did you know that every single object you come into contact with emanates and transfers energy? And are you aware that accepting objects from others can have serious repercussions on our physical and mental well-being? If these questions have made you think you must watch this video all the way through, because you will discover what are the 7 things you must not accept from anyone. So make yourself comfortable and listen to this Zen story, thanks to which you can protect your inner peace and your emotional balance. The elderly and wise Monkshu, custodian of ancient secrets and profound spiritual truths, was revered by all for his profound understanding of life and the energy that permeates it one day as his disciples gathered around him in the monastery. Cloer Shosa began to speak about the importance of discerning the energy surrounding objects in our lives. Have you ever thought about the energy that surrounds what we possess? Asked the wise monk, scanning the faces of his disciples for curiosity and anticipation. You should know that every object we accept from others carries with it not only a material history but also an energetic history, a reflection of the experiences and emotions of those who touched it. The disciples listened attentively, eager to learn their master's teachings and to understand how to preserve their own serenity. There are 7 objects that we should absolutely avoid accepting from other people, Shu continued, as they can profoundly affect our spiritual energy and well-being. The first object Sho spoke about were mirrors, which on a symbolic level can be seen as subtle portals to the profound world of our soul. These objects, the monk said in the tone of reverence, are not simply reflections of our physical image, but also mirrors of our inner being. They can reflect our joys, our fears, and our deepest desires, but there is an aspect both curious and disturbing that concerns them, mirrors. In fact, can also retain the energies of the people who have looked at them, thus becoming sources of both positive and negative energy to illustrate the concept. Shu told the story of a young monk who, upon accepting a used mirror from an old hermit, began to experience strange visions and nightmares. That energy accumulated in the old mirror, Shuo said, had carried with it the hermit's memories and emotions, influencing the young monk more than he had ever imagined. The second item Shu mentioned was salt, that simple seasoning we often take for granted. Salt, he explained calmly, has the power to absorb and retain the energies of people who touch it. When we accept salt directly from another person's hands, we may unintentionally also welcome their energies, which may be positive or negative. I remember a young cook who attended the temple many years ago. One day he accepted some salt from a traveler, and from that moment while cooking he began to experience a strange sensation of oppression and bad mood. That energy retained in the salt, Shu said, had affected the cook's mood and well-being, overshadowing the goodness of the food he prepared. The third object Shou talked about were used mattresses. Those guardians of sleep and rest, mattresses, he said solemnly, are not only places where we rest our bodies, but also reservoirs of energy accumulated over time. Accepting a mattress used by other people could also mean welcoming their energies, which could profoundly influence the quality of our sleep and our inner peace. To better understand the concept, Sho told the story of a monk who, upon accepting an old mattress from a traveler, began to experience insomnia and have disturbing dreams. That energy held in the mattress, Shu said, had brought with it the traveler's worries and anxieties, disturbing the monk's sleep and tranquility. The fourth object that Shu mentioned were wallets that belonged to someone else or the custodians of our material possessions. Wallets, Shu said with a sigh, aren't just containers of money. They are also the reservoirs of the financial and emotional energies of the people who have touched them. Therefore, accepting a used wallet from another person could also mean welcoming their energies, and these could influence negatively our financial situation and our emotional state. A few years ago, continued the monk, a merchant approached me who, accepting an old wallet from a friend, began to experience a series of financial misfortunes and constant anxiety. That energy held in the wallet, Shu said, had brought with it the worries and troubles of its previous owner, thus affecting the merchant's prosperity and serenity. the old pots and pans or the kitchen tools that keep the secrets of our meals were the other objects the monk spoke of. Pots and pans, Shu said with a smile, aren't just cooking tools. They are also custodians of the culinary and emotional energies of the people who have used them. Accepting pots or pans used by other people could also mean welcoming their energies, which could influence the taste and quality of the food we prepare. Regarding this theme, Shu told the story of a woman known and appreciated by all as an excellent cook. One day, the woman accepted an old pan from a relative, and from that day on, she began to experience a sudden decline that led her to not cook as well as she used to. That energy help in the pan, Shu said, had carried with it the memories and emotions of its previous owner, thus influencing the flavor and goodness of her dishes. Other objects that. According to Shu, we should never accept from others our used religious or spiritual objects, those amulets and talismans that we often carry with us for protection. These religious or spiritual objects, the elderly monk said with a serious expression, are not only symbols of faith, but also custodians of the spiritual energies of the people who have touched them. Accepting religious or spiritual objects used by other people could also mean welcoming their energies, which could influence our spiritual practice and our relationship with the divine. To clarify the concept, Shu told the story of a devotee who, accepting an old talisman from a friend, began to experience a series of very intense spiritual visions and sensations. That energy held in the talisman, Shu said, had carried with it the experiences and emotions of its previous own, thus strengthening the spiritual bond and protection of the devotee. While the disciples were increasingly fascinated by their mentor's words and reflected on the times they had accepted objects from someone, the monk continued his lesson by talking about jewels and objects of sentimental value, jewelry, and objects in general that have sentimental value. Shu said with a nostalgic tone, keep the most precious memory of our lives. They are not only ornaments, but also custodians of the emotional energies of the people who wore them, and accepting them could also mean welcoming their energies, which could influence our feelings and memories associated with those objects. Many people added. The monk, when they inherit jewels from a mother or another ancestor, begin to experience a series of very intense emotions and memories linked to their childhood. That energy held in the jewels, Shu said, carries with it the love and affection of the loved one who is no longer with us, thus recalling the sweetest moments of his or her life. While the sun hid behind the mountains, and the silence surrounding the monastery provided moments of peace, Shazo looked at the disciples with compassion and continued, remember that our energy is sacred and precious. Be aware of what you accept into your life, as each object carries with it a story and energy that can influence your inner being. The valuable lesson I would like you to take home is that we are responsible for the energies we bring into our lives. Every object, even the most seemingly harmless, can transmit vibrations that influence our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. It is therefore important to be aware of what we accept into our lives and choose wisely what surrounds us. Whether it's a gift from a friend or a personal purchase, we take control of our energies and intentionally create a space of harmony and positivity. Sometimes we are so good and kind that we forget ourselves, allowing others to use us. We believe we must always be kind, and we end up becoming invisible. Have you ever wondered why you tend to be too kind? Or because, on the contrary, there are people who are always kind and ready to help you even when you don't ask them for help. In the Zen story you will hear soon, you will discover that there is a dark side to kindness, and if you want to live peacefully, you have to understand it in order to find the right balance. So stay until the end, because the advice you will receive will help you live your relationship with others more serenely and find your inner peace. But before continuing, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and share the video. In this way, you will help us produce new content every day for your personal and spiritual growth in a monastery. Nestled in the mountains of Japan lived the elderly monk Ero, famous for his extreme wisdom. One day, a girl named Shara approached him, telling of her disappointments. "Master, over time, I have collected many disappointments linked to people who I thought were friends and who instead did not prove that they were. Always been an extremely kind person, but my concern for others has only brought me so much pain. What am I doing wrong?" The master smiled kindly and began to tell an ancient story. A legend passed down by monks for generations. The story was about a village surrounded by a lush forest, a place where kindness and generosity among people were the beating heart of the community. The prosperity of that village was linked to a magnificent cherry tree. "Imagine," Aro said to Chiara, "a majestic tree whose roots go deep into the earth, a symbol of the strength and generosity of the village." Legend has it that the village prospered thanks to the wisdom of the people who learned to share their resources. However, Aro added, over time, some people began to take more than they gave. Some approached the cherry tree picking the fruits without contributing to the care of the tree, or without sharing them with the other villagers, so, little by little, the generosity of the village began to weaken, and with it the entire community. The young Chiara listened attentively, while her eyes reflected the desire to understand the nuances of life. Aro with her serene gaze continued to share the history of the village, bringing to light details and teachings that have been passed down through the centuries. "The moral of this story," said the monk, "is that generosity must be balanced. We must give with an open heart, but with wisdom and balance. If we give without discernment, we risk exhausting our resources and weakening our ability to be truly useful to others." Here was happy to listen to the master's words, and a new awareness about the concept of kindness arose in her. We might think that kindness is always good since it helps maintain our well-being. Aro continued, "However, it is not when it crosses boundaries and leads to acting kindly in all circumstances. In this case, it is toxic kindness, a form of serenity where we forget ourselves to be attentive to the needs of others. Think a parent who gives everything of himself for the well-being of his children to the point of putting himself in the background. Aro's story was enriched with new details he described. For example, how some people in their desire to accumulate had neglected their duty to care for the tree that had given them so much. He explained how the connection between giving and taking was a delicate balance, a harmonious flow that required attention and respect. Shara, immersed in the story, began to reflect on her own life and the relationships she had experienced over the years. The monk, sensing his desire to learn, continued to share his wisdom. He talked about how expecting too much from others could lead to disappointment, and how setting boundaries was essential to maintaining one's emotional well-being. "Remember," Aro said, "I'm not saying that doing something for others is wrong. It is, however, focusing only on others. There are situations in which we want to please others because they ask for our help, or because we believe, sometimes mistakenly, that they need us and we offer to make them feel good. time passed peacefully, Aro and Chiara delve into the nuances of generosity and wisdom the monks spoke of how generosity, when it came from a balanced heart, could transform relationships and bring joy to both those who give and those who receive, and felt that the monk's wisdom was helping her to understand many things. The young woman learned that generosity should flow like a harmonious current fueled by deep awareness and sincere love, and that should never be forced. Aro concluded her narration with loving advice. Chiara, try to be like the cherry tree in the village. Offer your generosity, but keep your balance. Find joy in the act of giving itself, without expecting too much in return. Remember that extreme kindness can be harmful sometimes. In fact, we don't leave room for others to achieve what they want because we anticipate them. Furthermore, we focus too much on what others need, and we forget what we need in this way. We cancel ourselves and we begin to become invisible due to our own actions by always being attentive to the needs of others. Our own needs take a back seat, so we trample on ourselves, we take away our value, and others take advantage of it. Chiara thanked the monk with a heart full of gratitude. He felt that that story and the advice that came from it would mark a new chapter in his life. But what does this story teach us? What is his moral? That generosity is a powerful gift, but it must be cultivated with care and awareness if we want it to bring benefits both for us and for those who receive our help. Balance in giving and receiving is the key to a fulfilling and meaningful life. If we are too kind, if we are willing to do whatever is asked of us just to be considered good people, we end up no longer knowing how to say no and being exploited in the long run. This could have repercussions on personal motivation, self-esteem, and our mental balance. So, what to do? Stop being good people, no. Because there are various ways to be kind in a healthier way. You can set limits, making others understand how far they can go. Say goodbye to guilt, learning to say no when you can't or don't want to go further. Draw up a list of priorities so as to continue helping others, but without putting yourself aside. Remember, be kind, but not overly so. This could harm yourself and even those you want to help. What do you think? Write it in the comments, and let's talk about it together. Is helping others a noble gesture or a useless sacrifice? Are you among those who always worry about others? And are you among those who put aside their own needs to help those in need? If so, have you ever wondered whether your altruism, however noble, may actually hide pitfalls? What if, paradoxically, your help, instead of bringing relief, could actually harm both yourself and the person you are helping? If you stick around to the end of this SE story, you'll discover 10 surprising ways you can hurt yourself by helping others, because there is a dark side to helping people. And it's important for you to know it, and we will see it thanks to this Zen story steeped in Buddhist wisdom in an era in which individualism seems to reign supreme. There are still those who believe in the power of good and the strength of compassion. But how can we discern authentic help from a useless sacrifice? How to avoid falling into the traps of excessive protection, intrusiveness, or lack of respect? Get ready for an introspective journey that will lead you to reconsider the very concept of help through the wisdom of an elderly Zen master and the stories of his disciples. You will discover how a gesture of altruism can turn into a boomerang if not accompanied by awareness and discernment in an ancient Buddhist monastery located among the mountains of Japan. Master Teo sat surrounded by his pilgrims and disciples today. I will talk to you about an often overlooked aspect of the spiritual path. The dark side of helping Teo began in a calm voice. Helping others is a noble and precious action. But if not practiced with awareness, it can hide unsuspected dangers for our mental well-being and our spiritual growth. The disciples listened attentively, attracted by the words of their mentor. They had always believed that helping others was an act of pure goodness without shadows or contradictions like a rushing river. Our compassion can overwhelm ourselves and those we intend to help, undermining our inner peace, continued Master Teo. If we completely immerse ourselves in the suffering of others without maintaining the right distance, we risk being overwhelmed by darkness and losing our inner light. The disciples nodded, reflecting on their past experiences. They had helped friends, became frustrated, and lost. To help authentically, we must cultivate our own inner peace and emotional balance, explained Master. Only from a serene source can pure and beneficial help flow. If we ourselves are troubled and unstable, we cannot bring true relief to others. The disciples began to understand that true compassion was not a blind sacrifice, but a conscious act that required inner strength and wisdom. We must learn to discern between what is truly useful and what risks harming us, continued the monk. Sometimes our desire to help can be motivated by selfish needs, such as the need to feel indispensable or to receive approval. In these cases, our help will not be genuine and may even cause harm. The disciples looked within themselves, wondering if their actions had sometimes been guided by motivations of this kind. To help purely, we must be rooted in the present, free from expectations and attachments, Master Teo stated. We must offer our help with an open heart, without expecting anything in return, and accept that sometimes our help may not be appreciated or even rejected. True compassion is not tied to the outcome, but to the sincere intention to alleviate the suffering of others. Remember, the Master continued, that the spiritual path is a journey of personal growth. Helping others is an important aspect of this journey, but it must never dim our inner light. Let us learn to help with wisdom and compassion, supporting others without losing ourselves. Teo's words resonated in the hearts of the disciples, illuminating their spiritual path. Now, I'm going to teach you 10 ways you can hurt yourself when you try to help someone, the monk said in a calm voice. Knowing them will allow you not to suffer and not to make others suffer. Imposing one's will is like a river trying to divert its course, said the monk. One day, a young monk named Kenshin came across a village inhabited by poor and oppressed people. Moved by compassion, he decided to help them improve their living conditions, and with great zeal, he began to impose on them his ideas about how they should live, work, and worship. However, as time passed, Kenshin realized that his help was not welcome. The people of the village saw him as an arrogant intruder who did not understand their culture and traditions. Kenshin felt frustrated and disappointed, unable to understand why his sacrifice was not appreciated. Master Teo explained to his disciples that Kenshin's mistake was to impose his will on others without respecting their freedom and autonomy. True help does not consist in shaping others according to our ideas, but in supporting them on their path of personal growth, he said. How can we help others without imposing our will on them? Asked a disciple. We must learn to listen carefully, understand their needs, and offer our support in a respectful and non-intrusive way, Master Teo replied. Ignoring your needs is another mistake you shouldn't make, he continued. One day, a young nun named Sakura dedicated herself body and soul to caring for a sick elderly man. She spent days and nights by his side, neglecting her sleep, nutrition, and health. However, as time passed, Sakura became seriously ill herself. She no longer had the strength to care for the elderly man and was forced to retreat. She felt guilty and frustrated, convinced that her sacrifice had been in vain. Sakura's mistake had been to ignore her own needs to help others. True help cannot arise from blind sacrifice, but from conscious compassion that also includes self-care. How can we help others without exhausting our resources? Tao asked his disciples. We must learn to take care of ourselves, both physically and emotionally, in order to offer lasting and authentic support, replied the monk. Taking responsibility for others is too great a burden, said the monk, introducing another way of helping others that brings pain and frustration. One day, a monk named Taro came across a friend who had lost his job and family. Moved by compassion, Taro decided to take care of him, offering him a place to live and food to eat. However, as time passed, Taro noticed that his friend showed no desire to improve his situation. She relied on him completely without looking for a new job or trying to reunite with her family. Taro felt frustrated and resentful, as if his burden had become unbearable, and he realized that his help was not doing his friend any good, preventing him from taking responsibility for his life. Master Teo explained to his disciples that Taro's mistake was to take on the responsibility of others, depriving his friend of the opportunity to grow and face his own challenges. Real help consists in encouraging autonomy and responsibility, not in replacing others. How can we help others without carrying their burden? Asked a disciple. We must learn to create a supportive environment that fosters growth and autonomy, encouraging people to take responsibility for their own choices and actions, replied the monk. Invading privacy is another way of harming oneself. It's like a flower that withers because the sun is too strong, continued the monk. One day, a nun named Hanako became very worried about a friend of hers who seemed depressed and isolated. Trying to help her, Hanako began asking her persistent questions about her private life, pressuring her to share her secrets and fears. However, as time passed, the friend felt more and more oppressed and suffocated. So he shut himself down, refusing to share his feelings and distancing himself from Hanako. Hanako felt frustrated and confused, unable to understand why her attempt to help had such a negative effect. Hanako's mistake, Teo explained, was to invade her friend's privacy, not respecting her need for space and confidentiality. Real help is creating a safe and welcoming environment where people feel free to share what they want without pressure or expectations. So, how can we help others without invading their privacy? Asked a disciple. We must learn to respect their boundaries and give them the time and space needed to process their emotions and deal with their difficulties, replied the monk. Another mistake not to make when we try to help others is to lose our identity, the monk continued. One day, a monk named Kenji met a very talented artist with an introverted and insecure character. Kenji, admiring his art, decided to help him become known and successful. She encouraged him to enter competitions, organize exhibitions, and promote his work. However, as time passed, Kenji realized that her support unintentionally dimmed the artist's inner light. Driven by the desire to please Kenji, the artist began to distort his artistic style, conforming to public expectations and market trends. The artist's paintings lost their originality and depth, becoming mere copies of what was required by the market. Kenji began to feel guilty for unintentionally contributing to this decline, and for unintentionally pushing the artist to betray his true artistic essence. "How can we help others without making them lose their identity?" asked a disciple. "We need to encourage them to express their true essence. We need to give them the space and support to explore their creativity and express themselves authentically," Teo replied. "Disrespect is another way of hurting the people we want to help and ourselves," the monk continued. One day, a woman named Yukiko came across a group of children playing on the street. Noticing their rude and disrespectful behavior, Yukiko decided to intervene. He scolded them severely, trying to teach them the rules of good behavior. However, as time passed, Yukiko noticed that the children were not receptive to her teachings. In fact, his severity distanced them even further, making them feel judged and misunderstood. Yukiko realized that her approach was not effective. True teaching cannot arise from coercion and reproach, but from respect and understanding. With a new attitude, he began to listen to the children carefully, trying to understand their reasons and emotions. Instead of judging them, he offered to help them find creative solutions to their problems, encouraging them to express themselves in respectful and constructive ways. Over time, the children began to change their attitudes. They felt listened to and valued by Yukiko, and this pushed them to behave more responsibly and respectfully. Yuko had learned a valuable lesson. True help does not consist in imposing one's ideas on others, but in creating an environment of respect and understanding where people can grow and learn independently. Another thing you must avoid doing is overloading the people you want to help with information, Teo said, introducing another important aspect. One day, a monk named Hiro met a friend who was feeling overwhelmed by worries and stress. Moved by compassion, Hiro began bombarding him with advice and suggestions, trying to help him solve all his problems at once. However, as time passed, Hiro's friend felt more and more confused and overwhelmed. The amount of information and advice was excessive, and he failed to discern what was truly useful from what was just background noise. Hiro realized that his help was not effective because true support does not consist in bombarding others with information, but in helping them find the inner resources to face life's challenges. So, how can we help others without overloading them with information? Teo asked his disciples. We must learn to listen to their needs, understand their situation, and offer them our support in a targeted and non-oppressive way. Overprotection is also something that harms both ourselves and those we want to help, the monk continued. One day, a nun named May became very worried about her younger sister, who seemed shy and insecure. Moved by compassion, May decided to protect her from all dangers and difficulties, trying to solve every problem for her. However, as time passed, May's little sister became more and more frustrated and dependent on her sister. She did not have the opportunity to develop her skills and autonomy, and she felt unable to face life's challenges on her own. May realized that her help was not effective because True support does not consist in protecting others from every obstacle, but in helping them develop the strength and resilience to face life's challenges independently. With kindness and patience, May began to encourage her little sister to make her own decisions, face her fears, and learn from her mistakes. She offered her support and encouragement, but didn't stop her from having her own experiences, making her own mistakes, and growing as a person. May had learned a valuable lesson. True help isn't about doing things for others, but about helping them discover their inner strength and realize their full potential. So, how can we help others without overprotecting them? Asked a disciple. We must learn to trust them, encourage them to make their own decisions, and face life's challenges with courage and determination. Lack of detachment is another way to hurt yourself, Teo said. One day, a nun living in the monastery dedicated herself body and soul to caring for a sick friend. She spent days and nights at his side, neglecting her sleep, nutrition, and health until she herself became ill and could no longer be of use. The friend, realizing her state of suffering, asked her to take care of herself. He told her that her help was invaluable, but that it could not be effective if she was unable to recharge her energy. Master, how can we help others without losing sight of ourselves? Asked a disciple. We must learn to set healthy boundaries, take care of our physical and mental well-being, and recharge our energy so we can offer lasting and authentic support. But what does this story teach us? As Master Teo explained to his disciples, helping others is a noble and compassionate act, but it must never turn into a sacrifice that harms ourselves. True support is finding a balance between giving and receiving, between compassion and wisdom. By helping others with awareness and love, we can help create a more harmonious and compassionate world for all. Are you among those who have a large number of friends, or, on the contrary, among those who have none? Or do you have a few but good ones? As they say, friendship is a serious thing, and today this term is used too easily. It's enough to have acquaintances to define them as friends. You realized in this video, thanks to his Zen story that talks about personal growth, we will see what it means to not have friends and whether it is this we should worry or not. So stay until the end, because the moral of this story will make you understand many things, making you understand how to really read the term friendship. A girl named Elena, a kind and pure-hearted person, often felt sad and lonely. She looked around and saw the other inhabitants of this town with their groups of friends, laughing and sharing happy moments together. This vision caused her a feeling of emptiness and lack, since she had no people with whom to share her life. One day, while traveling through Japan, she decided to seek solace and advice from the monk Kobo, a wise hermit who lived in a small monastery on the outskirts of a town. The monk was known for his wisdom and compassion, but above all for his solitary life. Elena understood that this monk would be the right person to ask for an opinion about her loneliness. "Monk Kobo," Elena said quietly, "I feel lonely, and it seems that the lack of friends is a problem. Everyone around me seems happy with their friends, and I wonder why I can't have the same joy." The monk Kobo looked at her with compassionate eyes and invited her to sit down. "Elena, friendship is truly a precious gift, but your happiness shouldn't come from how many friends you have. I would like to share with you the reasons why not having many friends or having any at all is not something to worry about, but can even be an advantage." The young woman, still immersed in her melancholic mood, asked Kobo to better explain the concept of having few or even no friends. Kobo, with his wisdom born from decades of studies and reflections, began to reveal the secrets of an authentic friendship. Dear Elena, the first thing I want to tell you is that relationships and human bonds are something very important. This means that in life, we should not measure them in terms of quantity, but rather quality. Would you rather have a large number of people with whom you can share trivial things, or, on the contrary, a very small number of people with whom to share very intense emotions and moods? The girl, faced with these rhetorical questions, began to reflect and understand. Many of the people she saw around her were full of friends, but what was the quality of those relationships? She asked herself intimately. Kobo, happy to read in the young woman's eyes that she was beginning to see things differently, continued listing the reasons why having few friends or none at all should not be seen as a problem. Having few friends, he said, guarantees a certain degree of freedom and authenticity. In this way, it is easier to be yourself and live without restrictions or external influences. Imagine that you love a particular activity which may seem strange or uninteresting to others. If you have few or no friends, you have the freedom to pursue that passion without being judged. Remember, if you want to live a fulfilling life, you don't have to conform to what others think is cool or normal. After all, who decides what normality really is? Elena thought about one of the things she loved most, observing the starry sky on clear nights. This interest of hers was not understood by her classmates, who made fun of her and saw her as strange. Kobo went on to explain that quantity is never synonymous with quality. Having fewer friends, he continued, allows you to focus on building deeper, more meaningful relationships. Imagine having just one friend with whom you share the joys and sorrows of life. This connection could be so deep that the person understands all your emotional nuances. This is a priceless treasure. Elena reflected on this idea, remembering an episode in which a girl she knew supported her in a difficult moment, understanding her without needing many words. She began to understand that in life, instead of wanting to have dozens of friends around you who are not really friends, it is much better to focus on finding that person. And this pushed them to behave more responsibly and respectfully. Yuko had learned a valuable lesson. True help does not consist in imposing one's ideas on others, but in creating an environment of respect and understanding where people can grow and learn independently. Another thing you must avoid doing is overloading the people you want to help with information, Teo said, introducing another important aspect. One day, a monk named Hiro met a friend who was feeling overwhelmed by worries and stress. Moved by compassion, Hiro began bombarding him with advice and suggestions, trying to help him solve all his problems at once. However, as time passed, Hiro's friend felt more and more confused and overwhelmed. The amount of information and advice was excessive, and he failed to discern what was truly useful from what was just background noise. Hiro realized that his help was not effective because true support does not consist in bombarding others with information, but in helping them find the inner resources to face life's challenges. So, how can we help others without overloading them with information? Teo asked his disciples. We must learn to listen to their needs, understand their situation, and offer them our support in a targeted and non-oppressive way. Overprotection is also something that harms both ourselves and those we want to help, the monk continued. One day, a nun named May became very worried about her younger sister who seemed shy and insecure. Moved by compassion, May decided to protect her from all dangers and difficulties, trying to solve every problem for her. However, as time passed, May's little sister became more and more frustrated and dependent on her sister. She did not have the opportunity to develop her skills and autonomy, and she felt unable to face life's challenges on her own. May realized that her help was not effective because true support does not consist in protecting others from every obstacle, but in helping them develop the strength and resilience to face life's challenges independently. With kindness and patience, May began to encourage her little sister to make her own decisions, face her fears, and learn from her mistakes. She offered her support and encouragement, but didn't stop her from having her own experiences, making her own mistakes, and growing as a person. May had learned a valuable lesson. True help isn't about doing things for others, but about helping them discover their inner strength and realize their full potential. "So, how can we help others without overprotecting them?" asked a disciple. "We must learn to trust them, encourage them to make their own decisions, and face life's challenges with courage and determination." "Lack of detachment is another way to hurt yourself," Teo said. One day, a nun living in the monastery dedicated herself body and soul to caring for a sick friend. She spent days and nights at his side, neglecting her sleep, nutrition, and health until she herself became ill and could no longer be of use. The friend, realizing her state of suffering, asked her to take care of herself. He told her that her help was invaluable, but that it could not be effective if she was unable to recharge her energy. "Master, how can we help others without losing sight of ourselves?" asked a disciple. "We must learn to set healthy boundaries, take care of our physical and mental well-being, and recharge our energy so we can offer lasting and authentic support." But what does this story teach us? As Master Teo explained to his disciples, helping others is a noble and compassionate act, but it must never turn into a sacrifice that harms ourselves. True support is finding a balance between giving and receiving, between compassion and wisdom. By helping others with awareness and love, we can help create a more harmonious and compassionate world for all. Are you among those who have a large number of friends, or, on the contrary, among those who have none? Or do you have a few but good ones? As they say, friendship is a serious thing, and today this term is used too easily. It's enough to have acquaintances to define them as friends. You realized in this video, thanks to his Zen story that talks about personal growth, we will see what it means to not have friends and whether it is this we should worry or not. So stay until the end, because the moral of this story will make you understand many things, making you understand how to really read the term friendship. A girl named Elena, a kind and pure-hearted person, often felt sad and lonely. She looked around and saw the other inhabitants of this town with their groups of friends, laughing and sharing happy moments together. This vision caused her a feeling of emptiness and lack, since she had no people with whom to share her life. One day, while traveling through Japan, she decided to seek solace and advice from the monk Kobo, a wise hermit who lived in a small monastery on the outskirts of a town. The monk was known for his wisdom and compassion, but above all for his solitary life. Elena understood that this monk would be the right person to ask for an opinion about her loneliness. "Monk Kobo," Elena said quietly, "I feel lonely, and it seems that the lack of friends is a problem. Everyone around me seems happy with their friends, and I wonder why I can't have the same joy." The monk Kobo looked at her with compassionate eyes and invited her to sit down. "Elena, friendship is truly a precious gift, but your happiness shouldn't come from how many friends you have. I would like to share with you the reasons why not having many friends or having any at all is not something to worry about, but can even be an advantage." The young woman, still immersed in her melancholic mood, asked Kobo to better explain the concept of having few or even no friends. Kobo, with his wisdom born from decades of studies and reflections, began to reveal the secrets of an authentic friendship. "Dear Elena, the first thing I want to tell you is that relationships and human bonds are something very important. This means that in life, we should not measure them in terms of quantity, but rather quality. Would you rather have a large number of people with whom you can share trivial things, or, on the contrary, a very small number of people with whom to share very intense emotions and moods?" The girl, faced with these rhetorical questions, began to reflect and understand. Many of the people she saw around her were full of friends, but what was the quality of those relationships? She asked herself intimately. Kobo, happy to read in the young woman's eyes that she was beginning to see things differently, continued listing the reasons why having few friends or none at all should not be seen as a problem. "Having few friends," he said, "guarantees a certain degree of freedom and authenticity. In this way, it is easier to be yourself and live without restrictions or external influences. Imagine that you love a particular activity which may seem strange or uninteresting to others. If you have few or no friends, you have the freedom to pursue that passion without being judged. Remember, if you want to live a fulfilling life, you don't have to conform to what others think is cool or normal. After all, who decides what normality really is?" Elena thought about one of the things she loved most: observing the starry sky on clear nights. This interest of hers was not understood by her classmates, who made fun of her and saw her as strange. Kobo went on to explain that quantity is never synonymous with quality. "Having fewer friends," he continued, "allows you to focus on building deeper, more meaningful relationships. Imagine having just one friend with whom you share the joys and sorrows of life. This connection could be so deep that the person understands all your emotional nuances. This is a priceless treasure." Elena reflected on this idea, remembering an episode in which a girl she knew supported her in a difficult moment, understanding her without needing many words. She began to understand that in life, instead of wanting to have dozens of friends around you who are not really friends, it is much better to focus on finding that person. "Who reads and sees life like you," the monk continued after giving Elena time to reflect, continued with his explanations and spoke of another reason why he preferred quality over quantity in human relationships. "Human relationships," he explained, "require a lot of emotional energy. Having few friends allows you to focus this energy on the people who really matter." Kobo enhanced the idea using a practical example. Think about how many conflicts or tensions usually occur in large groups of friends. Maintaining smaller relationships allows you to preserve your positive energy for those who truly support you. If you have to argue with someone, for example, to resolve a conflict, it is much better that it is a person who really matters in your life or not. Elena found that group dynamics were often stressful, while more intimate interactions brought her joy and comfort. Kobo went on to highlight how loneliness can be an opportunity to explore oneself and grow personally. In the tranquility of your solitude, you can discover hidden passions, latent interests, or unexplored talents. You are not limited by the expectations of others, and this allows you to grow in surprising ways. So, dear Alina, my invitation is to see loneliness in another way, as you have done until now. Having few but good friends allows us to more easily find moments to be alone with ourselves, and this significantly helps our spiritual and personal growth. Elena thought about how much time she could dedicate to her personal interests when she wasn't trying at all costs to be with groups of people, and how dedicating herself to herself and solitude distanced her from that search for other people's approval that did her no good. In those moments, she discovered aspects of herself that she didn't even know, and it was beautiful. Finally, Kobo emphasized that the absence of social limitations allows for greater flexibility in each of our lives. Imagine receiving a job opportunity in a faraway place with no strings attached. You are free to embrace new adventures without having to think about how they will affect your social circle. Elena put herself in the place of those who, with less close ties, had the possibility of taking advantage of opportunities without restrictions. She met people who, thanks to this extreme autonomy, had flown far away to realize their dreams and expectations. Kobo concluded, when you have few friends but these are genuine, you can move to the other side of the world, but you will never lose them. They will remain by your side beyond space and time. After listening attentively, the young woman understood that she had developed a new awareness about the concept of friendship. Not having many friends does not mean being alone, but being able to concentrate on one's own interiority and the search for connections that really mattered to her. Master Kobo hugged her gently and added, "Always remember that your happiness should not depend on the number of friends you have, but on the quality of the connections you cultivate with the few you have." I have known people who say they have no friends, only to discover that in their life there was only one person, just one, who counted as 100 friends. And remember something else. People who have few friends are the most authentic and profound people I have ever met. They are people who do not settle for mediocrity. Usually, those who tend not to get along with everyone and want to have few people around them have an extraordinary inner world and truly rare human qualities. In conclusion, what is the moral of this story? That loneliness, seen from a new perspective, can be a valuable ally in the search for happiness, spiritual growth, and personal fulfillment, and therefore should not be feared. And that to live happily, it is not necessary to have a multitude of friends. You just need to have the right ones, the ones that add real value to your life. Because if you tend to be a loner, it is because you have a higher than average sensitivity. Have you ever wondered how badly spoken words can hurt, and how much destructive force can be hidden in sharp language? And again, have you ever thought about how silence can be a resource for living better and getting what we want? Thanks to this Zen story you are about to listen to, you will discover that the power of silence, according to Buddhist wisdom, allows us not only to live in peace, but also to get what we want. Because words can be light feathers that caress or heavy stones that leave indelible marks. And in this dance between saying and keeping silent, we should ask ourselves whether silence can be the key to mitigating the destructive power of words. So stay until the end, because in addition to exploring the language of silence, in the last part of the video, we will see the 14 reasons why learning to be silent can give us a better life. But before continuing, if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the channel and activate notifications so you will stay updated on new publications. In an ancient Japanese monastery lived the elderly monk Yosai, famous for his extreme wisdom and for having made silence a reason for living. During a lesson, the monk began to talk to his disciples about the importance of silence and taking inspiration from the ancient words of Buddha. Like a secret garden that guards our existence, Yosai began, words are seeds that can give life to flowers of joy or sting like poisonous thorns. Remember that the tongue we use is like a sharp blade capable of cutting deeply. Then, smiling at those who listened attentively, he explained that according to Buddhist philosophy, misused words can be dangerous weapons. Even if they do not inflict physical wounds, words, Yosai pointed out, have the power to hurt emotionally, to create invisible scars on the soul. It is crucial to understand their potential, to understand how they can build but also destroy. When we speak words with kindness and wisdom at the right time, he continued, we can open doors to success. Conversely, if we speak rudely or at inappropriate times, we can wreak havoc on the fabric of our lives. Listen to this story, said Yosai. In a city vibrant with life, there was a famous showman known for his eloquence. Every square, every theater was his stage, and his speaking was like a spell that captured everyone's attention. The showman, however, was tormented by his inability to find inner peace. So, one day, when he heard about a hermit who lived in an isolated mountain, he decided to visit him to see if he could help him. Respectfully, the showman asked the sage to help him find inner peace. By explaining his frustration, the wise man, elderly and sagacious, proposed an experiment: to remain silent for 15 days. The showman accepted the sage's invitation, abstaining from the many words that had characterized his existence, and, albeit with difficulty, he immersed himself in silence with determination. Over the next few days, abstaining from his usual flow of words, he began to sense a change. The inner frenzy that had obsessed him eased, and with time passed, he discovered a serenity he had never experienced before. At the end of the period of silence, the showman returned to the sage with a transformed look, with bright eyes. He recognized the peace he had found in the silence. The sage, looking into his eyes, said, "Silence has the power to calm the storm within you. By using fewer words, you have discovered an inner richness that no number of performances could ever match." The monk Yosai, having finished the story, highlighted the central message. Silence is a hidden treasure that can resolve inner restlessness. Words can be precious, but silence sometimes is the elixir that heals invisible wounds of the soul. While the disciples, fascinated by the story, commented among themselves on what they had just heard, Yosai said to them, "Friends, now I will tell you about the 14 reasons why silence is so precious." The first reason Yosai underlined is the ability of silence to promote effective listening. My experience has taught me that silence allows us not only to hear the words of others, but to grasp the implicit meaning behind expressions and gestures. Like the light wind that whispers among the leaves, silence allows us to perceive the most delicate nuance of human communications. And this avoids misunderstandings, making interactions healthier. The second reason why to embrace silence, according to the monk, concerns self-awareness. In a world full of noise and distractions, he added, carving out moments of silence to reflect on your life is crucial. Think of silence as a serene pool in which the mind can clearly contemplate its existence, as clear water reflects the sky without distortion. And what do you think about silence, and what relationship do you have with people who talk a lot? Write it in the comments and let's compare. Also, if you are enjoying the video, please like and share it. This way, you will help us produce new content every day for your spiritual growth. The third reason, according to Yosai, is linked to the practice of patience. Just as the gardener waits patiently for flowers to bloom, so silence teaches us to appreciate the calm that comes from patience, the monk stated. In moments of frustration, silence becomes fertile ground in which to cultivate patience. Sure, here's the continuation of the text with punctuation added. Allowing challenges to bloom like flowers after a regenerating rain. Silence promotes reflection and deep understanding, Yos continued, like the concentric circle that is created on water when a stone falls. Silence allows us to investigate our thoughts and emotions in depth through the practice of silent reflection. An inner space is created where the mind can explore without superficial distractions. This allows us to develop more ideas, find solutions, and know what to say intelligently. The fifth reason why silence is a resource, Yos emphasized, is its link to creativity and innovation. In silence, the mind is like an unexplored garden that reveals its deepest secrets. Similarly to nature, which in its silence hides creative processes that lead to the birth of new forms of life. The mind, immersed in silence, can generate innovative ideas and unexpected connections. The sixth reason, according to Yosai, is the better understanding of non-verbal communication. Just as the wind carries the scent of flowers, silence allows us to perceive the non-verbal messages of others, explained the monk. In practicing silence, we learn to decipher body language and facial expressions, thus enriching human interactions. The things we can understand about others when we remain silent are innumerable. The seventh reason that the Master spoke of is related to mental discipline. Silence is a teacher who teaches the virtue of patience and control, the monk stated. Just as the wind adapts to the characteristics of the landscape without ever getting lost but insinuating itself between the mountains and continuing its journey. Those who practice silence develop the ability to respond thoughtfully to others and to the challenges of life. Yos went on to talk about the eighth reason. In silence, we are immersed in the present moment like a leaf floating on the river without resisting the current, the monk stated. This immersion allows us to live authentically, appreciating each experience without judgment or distraction. The ninth reason, according to Yosai, is the promotion of empathy through silence, the monk said. Silence allows us to connect deeply with others, the monk said. Through silence, our ability to understand other people's emotions develops, nurturing stronger and more lasting bonds. Another reason to cultivate silence, said the monk, has to do with mental and emotional well-being. In silence, in fact, we find an interior calm that is like a safe refuge from the storm of life. Far from the constant noise and distractions to which we are subjected in today's society, silence offers an oasis of peace in which to rediscover oneself and find answers to the most complex questions. Yosai, smiling at his disciples, continued with the 11th reason he had included in his list. Silence makes us more aware of the words we speak, he said. The practice of silence refines the quality of communication, encouraging clearer and more effective dialogues. In practice, it allows us to think carefully about the words we decide to use. When we practice silence, Yos continued, we create space for gratitude, like a gardener grateful for the rain that embraces his field. Silence allows us to appreciate the gifts of life. The practice of silence makes us aware of the blessings that surround us, cultivating an attitude of gratitude. Yosai also spoke about how silence promotes the creation and maintenance of healthy and deep relationships. In silence, we connect without the need for superfluous words, the monk stated. In this way, we create spaces of authentic connection and establish meaningful and lasting relationships based on mutual understanding and silent sharing. The most important thing about silence, Yosei added, is that it serves as a portal to inner wisdom, like a secret door into the heart of the soul. Silence invites us to explore our inner world without external interference or appearance, and in this quiet space, we can access profound insights illuminating the path to understanding the mysteries of life and our spiritual path. The moral of this story lies in recognizing the value of silence in critical moments. Let us remember that silence, understood as a precious gift, offers us the possibility of truly listening and understanding the transformative power of reflection. Therefore, let us learn to weigh words wisely and to combine them with sweetness. In this balance, we will find a key to building more harmonious relationships and to cultivating the inner peace that comes from the language of silence. Have you ever had the impression that the people around you are just there to use you? Discovering that someone you interact with every day is not around you out of affection, but only out of convenience, hurts a lot. However, it is important to find out so that you can defend yourself and behave accordingly. And in the Zen story you're about to hear, you'll learn about 10 teachings to help you find out if they're using you. So make yourself comfortable and stay until the end, because we assure you that when you have listened to these 10 teachings and the final moral of the story, you will know exactly how to defend your inner peace from such people. But before continuing, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and share the video. Thanks to these small gestures, you will help us produce new valuable content every day for your spiritual growth. In a quiet monastery located in the mountains of Japan, the elderly and wise monk Chomi decided to give a lesson on the signs that indicate the selfish intentions of those who approach us. His disciples, increasingly hungry for knowledge, gathered around him to draw new insights for personal growth from Buddhist wisdom. Wisdom lies in the ability to read the teachings that the world and the people around us present to us, said the monk. The first lesson is the smile. A sincere smile is like a ray of sunshine that warms the heart. But when the smile is forced, and the eyes of the smiler do not participate in the joy, then it is a sign of a hidden intention. Chomi pointed to the monastery garden where the flowers bloomed in all their beauty. Remember that just as a flower opens to the light, so a sincere person opens to the truth. But if you notice a false smile, be aware that there is deception behind it. A young disciple asked, "But how can we recognize a fake smile? How can we be sure that it is fake?" Chomi responded wisely. Look at the eyes. The eyes are the mirror of the soul. If they do not participate in the smile, if they remain cold and distant, then there is a void between the words and the heart. Imagine meeting an old friend who, although smiling, seems a little distant. Notice that his smile lacks the usual brightness in his eyes. Then you try to engage him in a meaningful conversation, but his expression remains static and the smile disappears almost immediately after it appears. Remember that an empty smile may be accompanied by stiff facial movements, as if the person is exhibiting an emotion rather than experiencing it. Therefore, if a smile is not very bright and does not last long, certainly. Here's the continuation of the text with punctuation added. The facial movements are rigid, and the eyes do not seem to follow the smile itself. It means that that person is acting. Walking in the gardens together with his disciples, the monk pointed to a small bird hovering in the sky. The second sentinel is the lightness of the soul, he said. A sincere person is like a free bird in the sky without weights or chains holding him back. But those who have selfish intentions, those who have ulterior motives, are like a caged bird, only trying to take advantage. As the disciples contemplated the bird dancing in the air, Chomi added, people who have ulterior motives, therefore a soul that is anything but light, you identify because their behavior and words are forced. The third teaching, through which to understand if a person wants to use us, is awareness, continued the Master. If you perceive that someone wants to trap you, using you for his own gain, be aware of your state. Only with awareness will you be able to open the cage and free your soul. Continuing his walk along the monastery gardens, Chomi pointed to the river water flowing relentlessly. The fourth signal is fluidity, he said. Sincere relationships flow like river water unhindered. But if you notice obstacle, resistance, or manipulation, it is a sign that someone is trying to control the flow of your life. Imagine you are talking to an acquaintance and you notice that each of your questions receives short and in-depth answers. Any attempt to take the conversation to a deeper level is rejected or ignored. Additionally, the person constantly seems distracted, looking away or checking their phone during the conversation, or, again, he shows nervousness, impatience, as if he wanted to be elsewhere. One disciple asked, "And if we find ourselves being manipulated, what can we do to preserve our emotional well-being?" Chomi, with his deep gaze, responded with the fifth signal, courage. Have the courage to resist manipulation, like a rock that challenges the currents of the river. Stand firm in your truth. Each of us is a unique person, and you must protect this uniqueness. So, when someone tries to manipulate you, remember to anchor yourself to your deepest authenticity. The monk, satisfied to see the strong interest in his words, pointed to the starry sky that opened above them. The sixth signal is constancy, authentic presence, he added. Those who have sincere intentions are like the stars in the sky, always present even in the darkest nights. But he who is only interested in his own gain is like a shooting star, which shines only for an instant before disappearing. A young disciple asked, "But how can we be sure of someone's steadfastness? Sometimes a person might drift away momentarily, but that doesn't make him false." Chomi, with his usual wisdom, replied, To understand if a person is a constant presence in your life, you must use the seventh teaching that I have prepared for you. Observation. Observe people's behavior over time, and remember that repeated actions are a reflection of a person's true character. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone. An authentically present person will be completely immersed in your narrative, maintaining eye contact, responding with appropriate facial expressions, and demonstrating active listening. On the other hand, a person who lacks authentic presence may appear distracted, avoid eye contact, and respond mechanically in monosyllables, showing a superficial connection. As they walked beneath the monastery's centuries-old trees, Chomi pointed to the deep roots that intertwined with the earth and said, "The eighth sign is depth. Authentic relationships have deep roots like trees that draw from the earth all the nutrients they need to grow healthy. But those who are only interested in the surface, those who do not want to build a relationship of true affection with you, are like grass that withers in the first wind." A disciple asked, "What if we find that someone does not have deep roots? What if we see that someone behaves towards us like the grass he spoke of?" Chomi responded by introducing the ninth teaching, wisdom. Understand the true depth of your relationships and act wisely. If someone shows that they don't have or don't want to have deep roots, let them go without regrets. The monk pointed to a lighthouse far away on the coast and spoke about the 10th teaching, guidance. A sincere person is like a lighthouse that lights the way. But if you find that someone is only guiding you towards the rocks, then it's time to change course. But what is the moral of this story, and what does it teach us? Before watching it, if you like the video, don't forget to support the channel with a super thanks. In this way, we'll be able to produce new valuable content for you. And now we come to the moral of the story. Every season has its secrets, and so it is in the life of each of us, said the monk. We have explored together the signs that indicate who is close to us only to benefit ourselves. Remember, life is like a garden. It flourishes with sincere relationships, but it can also harbor weeds that try to stifle the beauty. We have learned to recognize these weeds, the signs that reveal hidden intentions. Now that you know these secrets, you must maintain your wisdom. Don't reject anyone who approaches you, but be aware. Be like the wise gardener who cultivates carefully, eliminating weeds without ever ceasing to nourish what is authentic. A young disciple raised his hand and asked, "But how can we truly distinguish those who are sincere from those who are false?" Chomi, smiling, replied, "The answer is within you. Listen to your heart with serenity. Sincerity sounds like a harmonious melody, while deception is a discordant note. Don't be afraid to walk away from those who don't bring peace and mental well-being to your inner garden." How many times have you talked too much about yourself with someone? And how many times has this left you feeling empty? And again, how many times have you discovered that the things you told ruined your plans or were used to hurt you? Nowadays, there is a lot of talk about how to preserve privacy, but in the end, it is we ourselves who annihilate our private sphere, telling details of our lives that should remain locked in a safe like precious stones. In this video, thanks to this end story you are about to hear, you will learn 10 things that you should not tell anyone if you want to preserve, not so much your privacy, but your inner peace. So stay until the end, because the information you will have will allow you, if you want it, to save yourself from toxic people and negative situations that can influence your destiny. In a Buddhist monastery located in a remote mountainous region of Japan, the wise monk Koshiro gathered a group of disciples to teach them the importance of not talking too much about themselves to others. How much attention do we pay to protecting our private sphere? Koshiro asked rhetorically, whose penetrating and apparently stern gaze searched the eyes of his listeners. Do we strive to protect the beauty of our interiority, or do we often break down the walls that surround and protect our secret garden? Today, I will tell you 10 things that, according to Buddhist wisdom and common sense, you should never tell anyone, the monk said. But first, let me make an important premise. Many people are unable to contain the unstoppable flow of words that flow through them. Too often, out of a need to vent or find someone who will show empathy, in others they give in, providing unsolicited information. And in this way, they reveal details about important and delicate topics in their lives, relying on a trust that only very few deserve. Remember that sharing too much of yourself with others often leads to envy, jealousy, and frustration, because not everyone is willing to celebrate the success of others, nor to sincerely rejoice in their happiness in the goals they have achieved. In certain circumstances, confessing something extremely personal to a person who is not particularly intimate can leave a feeling of emptiness, of exposure, almost of discomfort. Likewise, telling too much about yourself can lead to numerous and sometimes difficult criticisms. Reflecting on these dynamics invites us to carefully consider the words we choose to share. Each communication, each word emitted from our mouth transmits judgments and opinions that reveal the deepest aspects of our personality. Let us always remember to develop some self-criticism so that we reflect carefully on the speed with which our tongue moves in relation to our thoughts. Perhaps if we were more aware of the power of our words in shaping our identity, we would be more cautious about letting our tongue run wild without proper discernment. After this intense introduction, the disciples who came to listen to Koshiro remained silent, shocked by the wisdom they had just heard. And when Master began to list the 10 things they should not talk about with anyone, they began to reflect on all the times they had talked too much about themselves. Never tell your plans and goals, Koshiro urged, introducing the first point. Don't do this because talking ahead of time about what we want to achieve can weaken the strength of the seeds we have planted, making them vulnerable to outside influences. To better understand the concept, the monk told the story of a promising businessman who, by prematurely telling the details of his projects, led some of his competitors to copy him, frustrating his efforts. What happens when we tell our personal facts to others? Koshiro asked, inviting the disciples to reflect on the second point he would speak about. We run the risk of breaking the inner balance, that delicate harmony formed by ideas, images, sensations, and projects in constant change. Do not talk about your private life, the monk warned. The words you speak about the most intimate details of your existence can create envy, jealousy, gossip, and external judgments that will end up weakening your energy. The third thing you should not talk about with anyone is the charity we do, Koshiro decisively stressed, explaining how humility and giving for the common good can be lost in pride if revealed too soon. I know very good people who, having revealed their charitable gestures without preserving the purity of their altruism, ended up being misunderstood or criticized. Another thing you absolutely should not talk to anyone about, Kashiro continued, is money issues. Remember that your financial situation can be overwhelmed by the greed or envy of others. I remember a friend who, after revealing his financial successes, had to deal with the negative attitudes of many people, not to mention someone's attempts to ruin what he had built. Never bragging about your acts of heroism was another point Kashiro focused on, highlighting how personal glory can obscure the true meaning of an altruistic act. A few years ago, a monk at the monastery saved the life of a young pilgrim, Kashiro said. The media, upon learning of the event, attempted to interview him, but he avoided doing so and preserved his modesty, embodying the true spirit of heroism. Do not talk about your spiritual path and your religious ideas, the monk continued, explaining how spirituality can be misunderstood or ridiculed if exposed recklessly. If you want your soul to flourish in inner peace, to be part of your days, he added, make sure this sphere of your life remains yours alone. The seventh thing you should not talk about with anyone, according to the master, is family problems, Kashiro said, emphasizing that domestic matters are fragile and need respect. If you talk about the most intimate matters of your family, it is almost certain that you will end up regretting it because you will receive unwanted judgments and you will put into the mouths of inappropriate people details that do not concern only you. Never talk about others except in their presence, the monk admonished, adding another item to his list of things not to say. Talking about someone who is not present means disrespecting that person, exposing them to public ridicule. Also, remember, anyone who talks about someone who is not present will do the same to you. And would you like someone to tell your secrets to people who don't deserve your trust? Another thing you should never talk about with others, according to the old monk, are your political ideas, my dears, Kashiro said. Unless you are involved in politics, do not trust your political beliefs to anyone. In fact, differences of opinion can undermine peace within the community in which we live, especially when we talk about politics. I know people who, by clashing over political issues, have ruined decades-long friendships. While the disciples continued to listen to the lesson with great attention, the wise teacher continued, never talk about your problems or weaknesses, since informing others of your vulnerability is equivalent to forming an army ready to attack you at the first opportunity. I've known friends who, after talking to the wrong people about their weaknesses, found themselves stabbed in the back at the first misunderstanding. You know that phrase we often hear in movies? Kashiro asked. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Here, he added, avoid revealing your secrets and your weaknesses, because someone sooner or later could use them to do you a lot of harm. In the silence of the monastery, illuminated by the soft light of candles, the disciples reflected deeply on the precious lessons of the wise monk Kashiro. But what does this journey teach us and transmit to us through the awareness of talking too much about oneself? That communication and the use we make of it is extremely important in our lives. Our language, in fact, can shape our internal and external reality. And we must always remember that every word we speak is like a seed thrown on another soil. If we talk too much about ourselves, we run the risk of seeing our inner garden invaded by external influences, losing the delicate beauty of our unique essence. From this story, we also learn that silence is not empty but rather a fertile space where deep thoughts and feelings can germinate, a place where we can protect the things and people we care about, as well as ourselves. The secret, therefore, is to learn to guard the treasure of our being without dissolving it too soon in words. Silence is not just a lack of sounds, but a refuge where words take shape with wisdom, where meaning is cultivated before being shared. The more that we can draw from this teaching is that the value of confidentiality and of speaking reflectively lies in the possibility of cultivating sincere and deep relationships. Not sharing every detail of our lives allows us to protect trust and sensitivity in human interactions. Remember that your life is a secret garden, and choosing which flowers to show the world is an act of deep consciousness. Let us then learn the art of confidentiality, to know the power of our words, and to use silence as a treasure. Let your inner garden bloom delicately, because in that silence you will find the strength and wisdom that only privacy can offer. Thank you.
Have you ever found yourself overwhelmed by your thoughts as if they have a mind of their own? The Buddha once wisely noted, "Rule your mind, or it will rule you." This profound statement captures the essence of our journey today as we explore how to stop your thoughts from controlling you in our lives. Our minds can often seem like unruly rulers dictating our emotions and actions with an incessant stream of thoughts. But what if you could find the key to govern your mind's tumultuous realm? Today we delve into 13 Buddhist wisdom tips that offer not just insight but practical methods to achieve mental tranquility and regain control over your thoughts. As we navigate through these ancient yet timeless strategies, you will learn to observe your thoughts without attachment, engage deeply with the present, and cultivate a serene mind. Each tip is a step towards not only understanding your thoughts, but also directing them in ways that enhance your inner peace and mental clarity. Imagine a life where your thoughts no longer sway your peace, but instead contribute to a balanced and harmonious existence. By the end of this video, you will have the tools to not just coexist with your thoughts, but to thrive amidst them, fostering a state where they aid rather than disrupt up your well-being. Join me in this journey of self-discovery and empowerment, where we unlock the secrets to not being ruled by our thoughts, but instead ruling them with wisdom and grace. Remember, mastering your mind is not just about reducing the noise, it's about awakening to a more mindful and peaceful version of yourself. This is how to stop your thoughts from controlling you. Let's get started on this path together. The nature of thoughts in Buddhism. The nature of thoughts is not just a peripheral concern. It's central to understanding the mind itself. Zen teachings often illustrate the mind as a vast sky and thoughts as the clouds that drift across it, temporary, transient, and without permanent substance. This analogy helps practitioners recognize that thoughts, much like clouds, come and go of their own accord and do not define the limitless expanse of the mind from this perspective. Buddhism encourages a stance of observation rather than attachment. By observing your thoughts without getting entangled in them, you begin to see their fleeting nature. This practice, known as mindfulness, is a cornerstone of Buddhist teaching. Mindfulness allows you to remain present and aware, fostering a sense of inner peace and clarity. When we fixate on our thoughts, reacting to them as if they were solid and unchanging truths, we give them power over our emotions and behaviors. Zen practice, however, teaches us to view thoughts merely as phenomena that arise and pass away. As the revered Zen master Shunryu Suzuki wrote, "Leave your front door and your back door open. Allow your thoughts to come and go, just don't serve them." This approach is rooted in the concept of non-attachment. non-attachment doesn't mean being indifferent or unresponsive. Instead, it refers to the practice of not clinging to thoughts, emotions, or sensations as they arise by cultivating non-attachment. We learn not to get entangled in the content of our thoughts, which often leads us away from the present moment and into the realms of anxiety, regret, or fantasy. Understanding this, Buddhism offers a path to freedom through mindfulness and meditation. These practices help us develop the ability to observe our thoughts without getting caught up in their stories and dramas. Through meditation, we learn to recognize the space between thoughts and to rest in that space. As we practice, this space grows wider and our identification with thoughts diminishes. The mind becomes more like the sky, vast, clear, and open, capable of holding clouds without being marred by them. This teaching is elegantly summed up in another quote from a Zen master who advised, "Think of what you see and hear without thinking. By training ourselves to experience life directly without the overlay of mental commentary, we experience true liberation from the incessant chatter of the mind." Thus, the Zen Buddhist view of thoughts isn't about suppressing or eliminating them, but understanding their nature as impermanent and insubstantial. This insight liberates us from the tyranny of an uncontrolled mind and opens the way to wisdom and enlightenment. In learning these principles, we equip ourselves with the tools to live more fully in the moment, free from the relentless pull of our thoughts. Tip number 1, mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness meditation is a foundational practice in Buddhism that helps cultivate awareness and non-attachment by sitting quietly and focusing on your breath. You can begin to observe your thoughts as they arise and pass away without getting involved in them. This practice trains your mind to stay present and reduces the power thoughts have over you. As you meditate, you might notice your mind wandering. When this happens, gently bring your focus back to your breath. Over time, you will develop a greater capacity to remain centered even amidst the flow of thoughts. This not only enhances your mental clarity, but also fosters a deeper sense of peace and well-being. Mindfulness. Meditation is a core practice in Buddhism, deeply rooted in its rich tradition of cultivating inner peace and awareness. This practice involves maintaining a moment-by-moment awareness of our thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, and the surrounding environment through a gentle, nurturing lens. Typically, the technique requires participants to anchor their attention to a particular object of focus, often the breath as it naturally flows in and out of the body. The essence of mindfulness lies in observing without judgment as thoughts arise. During meditation, the practitioner is encouraged to acknowledge them without attaching or reacting to them emotionally. This simple act of noticing and letting thoughts pass is fundamental in developing a detached perspective. By doing so, one learns to view thoughts as separate from the self-transient entities that do not define or control one's essence or state of being. Thich Nhat Hanh, a revered Buddhist monk, beautifully encapsulates this idea when he says, "Mindfulness is the energy that helps us recognize the conditions of happiness that are already present in our lives." This quote underscores that mindfulness meditation isn't about removing thoughts, but rather about recognizing them as part of the ebb and flow of our mental landscape. It teaches us to appreciate the present moment, free from the clutter of past regrets or future anxieties. Practicing mindfulness meditation regularly can profoundly impact how we relate to our thoughts. It cultivates a space between awareness and thought where our true self resides. Untouched by the constant stream of mental noise, this space allows for a clearer understanding of how thoughts arise and fall, providing insight into the nature of our minds. Such insights are crucial for anyone seeking to reduce the overwhelming influence of negative thinking patterns. Moreover, mindfulness Meditation enhances our ability to concentrate and stay present as we get better at observing our thoughts. We become less distracted by them. This heightened focus can lead to increased productivity, better problem-solving abilities, and enhanced creativity. It also improves emotional resilience, equipping practitioners to handle stress and adversity with greater calm and acceptance. In essence, mindfulness meditation is not just a practice but a way of living. It integrates the calm and clarity experience during meditation into everyday activities, making each action more deliberate and meaningful. By fostering non-attachment to thoughts, it offers a liberating perspective. We are not our thoughts. We are the awareness that observes them. This realization is a powerful step towards inner peace and self-mastery, pivotal in the pursuit of a balanced and mindful life. Tip number 2. Focused attention in our exploration of how to prevent thoughts from controlling us. We come to the practice of focused attention, meditation, a fundamental technique in Buddhism. This form of meditation sharpens the mind by directing and sustaining attention on a single point of focus. Common focal points include the breath, a specific word or mantra, a visual object, or even the sensations of walking. The objective is to cultivate a deep state of concentration where all other thoughts are pushed to the periphery. Techniques for focused attention. One effective technique is to choose a simple and soothing focus, like the breath. Here you sit in a quiet space and concentrate solely on the rhythm of your breathing, observing each inhale and exhale without trying to alter them. Each time your mind wanders, which it inevitably will, gently guide it back to your breath. This act of returning to your breath strengthens the mind's ability to focus. Another technique involves using a mantra, a word or phrase repeated silently. The repetition becomes the center of your attention, and as with the breathing method, you continually bring your focus back to the mantra. Whenever you notice your mind drifting, visual concentration can also be highly effective. This might involve focusing on a candle flame or a simple image and maintaining steady, uninterrupted attention on the object. The practice of focused attention meditation has profound benefits, especially regarding the control and reduction of intrusive thoughts. By training the mind to focus on a single point, you minimize its tendency to jump from one thought to another, reducing the overall flow of unwanted or disruptive thoughts. This mental discipline enhances your ability to concentrate in everyday life, making you less prone to distractions and more present in your activities. Furthermore, as you gain control over your attention, you'll likely notice a decrease in anxiety levels. Intrusive thoughts often bring stress and emotional turbulence. Thus, limiting these thoughts helps maintain emotional equilibrium. A focused mind is also better at coping with stress because it stays rooted in the present moment, not swayed by speculative worries or regrets about the past. In addition to these psychological benefits, regular practice of focused attention can lead to deeper levels of overall mental clarity and peace. The ability to concentrate deeply can enhance cognitive functions such as memory and problem-solving skills, and even foster a greater sense of spiritual awareness. In summary, focused attention meditation is not merely an exercise in concentration, but a transformative practice that can refine the quality of both your mental and emotional landscapes. As you master this technique, you'll find yourself not only less troubled by intrusive thoughts, but also more adept at navigating the complexities of your internal world. Tip number 3. Engaging in Zazen. The third tip in our exploration of managing thoughts revolves around Zazen, a cornerstone meditation practice in Buddhism, particularly within the Zen tradition. Zazen, or seated meditation, goes beyond simple mindfulness. It is a profound discipline of being present and fully experiencing each moment without being swayed by passing thoughts. Zazen translates to sitting meditation and is viewed as a direct expression of Zen's essence. This practice involves sitting in a stable, comfortable position, typically the lotus or half lotus position with a straight spine and relaxed yet attentive posture. The focus is on the breath, often counting each inhalation and exhalation to maintain concentration. During Zazen, thoughts will naturally arise. The practice encourages you to observe these thoughts without attachment, letting them pass by like clouds drifting across the sky. This non-attachment is key as it helps you develop a deeper sense of presence and awareness, free from the distractions of transient thoughts. Regular practice of Zaz then can lead to significant benefits, including increased emotional stability, enhanced concentration, and a greater sense of inner peace. It also fosters a deeper understanding of the self and the nature of reality, which is central to Zen teachings. By engaging in Zazen, you cultivate a state of mind that is calm, focused, and resilient, capable of navigating life's challenges with greater ease and clarity. This practice not only helps in managing thoughts, but also in achieving a more balanced and harmonious state of being. Unlike other forms of meditation that might seek a particular state of mind, Zazen is primarily about observing whatever arises, thoughts, feelings, sensations without attachment or judgment. This approach helps practitioners understand the transient nature of thoughts and recognize the fundamental emptiness of self. The simplicity of just sitting and observing the mind might sound easy, but it is an intense practice of discipline and awareness. The importance of Zazen in Zen cannot be overstated. It is through this practice that Zen practitioners aim to experience Keno, or seeing one's true nature, a key insight in Zen Buddhism that reveals the non-duality of life. Regular Zazen is said to peel away the layers of delusion that cloud our self, understanding, and perception of the universe. On a more practical level, Zazen offers numerous benefits such as enhanced focus, reduced stress, and increased emotional resilience. Starting a Zazen practice can be a transformative endeavor. Here are some practical tips to get started. 1. Find a quiet space. Choose a tranquil, clutter-free area where you can sit without interruptions. 2. Adopt the position. Use a cushion or chair and sit with your legs crossed if possible. Maintain a straight yet relaxed posture. Rest your hands on your thighs or in the cosmic mudra, left hand on top of the right, palms up with the tips of the thumbs, gently touching 3. Gaze and breath. Softly gaze at a point about a meter in front of you on the floor to minimize visual distractions. Focus on your breath, allowing it to flow naturally without trying to control it. Tip number 4. Embracing the simplicity and discipline of Zazen. Engaging in Zazen helps practitioners delve deeper into the nature of their thoughts and existence. It emphasizes the practice of just sitting shikantaza, which is a form of Zen where there is no specific focus other than being completely present. Zazen cultivates a profound level of self-awareness and presence, guiding practitioners toward understanding the interconnectedness of all things. This practice not only provides mental clarity, but also fosters a deep sense of inner peace and contentment. To further enhance your Zazen practice, set a regular schedule. Consistency is key. Try to practice Zazen at the same time each day to build a routine. Start with short sessions. Begin with 5 to 10 minutes and gradually increase the duration. As you become more comfortable with the practice, be patient. Progress in Zazen takes time. It's normal to experience restlessness or frustration initially with regular practice. These feelings will diminish. By committing to Zazen, you embark on a journey of self-discovery and spiritual growth, peeling away the layers of illusion to reveal your true nature. This practice is not just about managing thoughts, but about transforming your entire approach to life, cultivating a state of being that is balanced, aware, and deeply connected to the present moment. Let your breathing be natural and focus either on the movement of your abdomen or the air at your nostrils when thoughts surface. Simply note them and let them pass without engagement, returning your attention to your breath or posture. Handling thoughts when thoughts arise during Zazen. The key is to acknowledge them without becoming involved. Simply observe them and then let them go, gently bringing your attention back to your breath or posture. This practice of non-attachment helps in maintaining focus and cultivating a calm mind. Begin with short sessions. Start with brief sessions of about 5 to 10 minutes and gradually extend the duration. As your comfort increases, consistency is key aim for daily practice to deepen the discipline and enhance its benefits rather than sporadic longer sessions. As Shunryu Suzuki, a renowned Zen master, puts it, the most important thing is to remember that all things are one thing, and one thing is all things. Zazen teaches this interconnectedness and helps us see beyond the ebb and flow of thoughts, providing a gateway to a deeper understanding of life and our place within it. Engaging in Zazen not only helps in managing thoughts, but enriches the practitioner's life with profound spiritual insights and a lasting sense of inner peace. Tip number 4, understanding impermanence. The fourth tip focuses on the concept of impermanence, a foundational principle in Buddhism that deeply influences how we understand and relate to our thoughts. Impermanence, or anicca in Pari, refers to the idea that all conditioned phenomena are transient, inconstant, and in a continuous state of flux. Recognizing impermanence in the context of managing our thoughts. Recognizing the impermanence of mental phenomena is crucial. Our thoughts are fleeting by nature. They arise, exist for a moment, and then fade away. This continuous flow can often seem overwhelming, especially when we face persistent negative thoughts or anxiety. However, understanding that these thoughts are impermanent can help us detach from them and reduce their impact on our emotions. Well-being, embracing the transience of thoughts. By acknowledging the transient nature of thoughts, we can cultivate a more balanced perspective when negative or anxious thoughts arise. Remind yourself that they are temporary and will pass. This mindset can prevent you from becoming overly entangled in them, allowing you to maintain a sense of calm and clarity. Practical application of impermanence to apply this principle. Practically 1. Observe the arising and passing of thoughts during meditation. Make it a practice to note the coming and going of thoughts. Notice how they appear, linger briefly, and then disappear. 2. Use impermanence as a mantra when caught in a cycle of negative thinking, silently. Remind yourself, this too shall pass. This simple phrase can help ground you in the present moment and reduce the power of negative thoughts. 3. Reflect on impermanence. Daily, take a few moments each day to reflect on the impermanence of all things, not just your thoughts. This broader perspective can enhance your overall understanding and acceptance of life's transient nature. Understanding and embracing impermanence provides a powerful tool for managing thoughts and emotions. It fosters a deeper sense of peace and resilience, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with greater ease. However, the awareness of impermanence helps us realize that no thought is permanent, just as stormy weather doesn't last forever. No mental storm is eternal. This understanding can profoundly change our relationship with our thoughts. Instead of identifying with them or perceiving them as fixed parts of ourselves, we learn to see them as temporary and ever-changing, embracing impermanence. For example, you might have a thought that triggers anxiety or sadness. By reminding yourself of the impermanence of this thought, you can observe it without becoming entangled in its narrative, knowing that it will soon pass. Moreover, the principle of impermanence teaches us not to hold on to thoughts. Clinging to thoughts, whether they are positive or negative, can lead to suffering because it goes against the natural law of change and transition. Letting go of thoughts, accepting that thoughts come and go, helps in reducing their intensity and impact on our emotional state. In practice, you can cultivate an awareness of impermanence in your daily meditation. by noting the arising and passing of thoughts without attachment. Each time a thought surfaces, acknowledge it and let it go with the understanding that it is not permanent. This practice not only lessens the grip of persistent thoughts, but also enhances your overall mental flexibility and peace. The Buddha's wisdom on impermanence. The Buddha himself emphasized the liberation that comes from understanding impermanence, stating, "Develop a mind that is vast as the sky, where experiences both pleasant and unpleasant can appear and disappear without conflict, fear, or grasping." Embracing this perspective enables us to live more fully in the present moment, free from the burdens of past regrets and future anxieties, and reduces the overall turmoil caused by our thinking processes. Tip number 5, walking meditation. Walking meditation is a powerful complement to seated meditation practice, offering a dynamic way to cultivate mindfulness and presence in motion. In walking meditation, each step becomes an opportunity to anchor your awareness in the present moment, bringing attention to the sensations of movement and the surrounding environment. To practice walking meditation, 1. Find a quiet path. Choose a peaceful location where you can walk without distractions or interruptions. 2. Set your intention before you begin. Set an intention to stay present and aware during the practice. 3. Start walking. Begin walking at a comfortable pace, paying attention to the sensations in your feet and legs as they move. You can synchronize your breath with your steps if it feels natural, or stay present as you walk. Remain fully engaged in the experience, noticing the sights, sounds, and sensations around you. If your mind starts to wander, gently guide your attention back to the physical sensations of walking. 5. End mindfully. When you reach the end of your walking path, take a moment to pause and reflect on your experience. Notice any shifts in your mental state or awareness that may have occurred during the practice. Walking meditation offers a refreshing way to integrate mindfulness into your daily life, allowing you to cultivate presence and awareness while moving through the world. Walking meditation is a simple yet profound technique that aligns movement with awareness. It turns an ordinary activity like walking into a practice of deep contemplation and presence. This form of meditation is particularly effective in the context of Buddhism, where mindfulness is extended to all activities, emphasizing that any action can be a form of meditation if done with full awareness. To practice walking meditation, find a quiet path where you can walk back and forth comfortably without obstacles. Begin by standing still, taking a moment to be aware of your body and the environment. When you start walking, focus your attention on the movement of your legs and feet. Feel each step as you lift your foot, move it forward, and place it down. The key is to walk as naturally as possible, synchronizing your breathing with your steps if you find it helpful. As you walk, maintain a slower pace than usual to allow ample time to observe each movement and sensation. Feel the contact of your feet with the ground, the shift of your weight, and the textures and temperatures touching your skin. Each step becomes an opportunity to be fully present, engaging with the here and now. One of the most significant benefits of walking meditation is its ability to help practitioners observe the flow of thoughts without getting attached to them. As you walk, thoughts will naturally arise. The practice involves noticing these thoughts as they come, acknowledging their presence, and then gently returning your focus to the physical sensations of walking. This process allows you to cultivate a sense of detachment from your thoughts, fostering mental clarity and inner peace. Walking meditation trains the mind to stay present and not get swept away by the stream of consciousness. It offers a unique blend of physical and mental benefits. Physically, it promotes relaxation, improves circle, and enhances overall well-being. Mentally, it helps develop concentration, mindfulness, and a greater awareness of one's thoughts and emotions by engaging Both the body and mind walking meditation can be a grounding practice especially useful for those dealing with anxiety or restlessness. In essence, walking meditation enriches the practice of mindfulness by incorporating the body's movements and grounding the mind into the physical world. This connection creates a robust framework for dealing with the impermanence of thoughts and emotions, making it a valuable tool in the journey towards inner peace and mental clarity. Tip number 6. Cone Practice Tip 6 introduces the practice of cone. Study a distinctive and profound element of Zen Buddhism. A cone is essentially a paradoxical anecdote or riddle that challenges conventional thinking and is used as a tool for meditation. Its purpose is not to elicit a simple answer, but to cultivate deep insight and provoke a leap beyond ordinary consciousness toward enlightenment. Understanding koans. So what is a koan? Koans are often composed of dialogues between Zen masters and their disciples, historical anecdotes or paradoxical statements. They are deliberately illogical or contradictory, designed to break down rational thought. The famous koan, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" is an example. Such questions defy logical answers and are intended to exhaust the intellectual mind, pushing it to the limits of reasoning. Engaging with a cone involves deep contemplation, often requiring a practitioner to immerse themselves fully in the paradox presented. Unlike conventional problem solving, the aim is not to find a solution through logic, but to transcend logic altogether. Practitioners may sit with a cone for extended periods, allowing it to penetrate their consciousness and reveal deeper insights about the nature of reality, embracing the paradox. Cone practice encourages practitioners to embrace parks and uncertainty, challenging their preconceived notions and expanding their understanding of existence. Through this process, practitioners develop a more intuitive and experiential understanding of Zen teachings, leading to profound spiritual growth and awakening. In summary, Cone practice is a transformative journey that invites practitioners to explore the depths of their consciousness and confront the fundamental mysteries of existence. It serves as a powerful catalyst for spiritual awakening, offering a direct path to enlightenment beyond conceptual understanding. During meditation sessions, practitioners focus on the koan repeatedly. The process is not about finding an answer in the usual sense, but about transcending fixed patterns of thinking. As practitioners wrestle with a cone, they must let go of reliance on logic and step into a more intuitive mode of understanding. This shift is crucial because our typical thought patterns are linear and based on past knowledge and experiences. Koans disrupt these patterns, forcing the mind to abandon its standard frameworks and jump into a new way of seeing. This can be a deeply unsettling yet ultimately enlightening experience. The moment of breaking through a koan is often described as an opening of the mind, where a new level of understanding and sudden insight into the nature of existence is achieved. The practice of engaging with koan can significantly divert the mind from its usual ruminative patterns by challenging the mind to solve unsolvable puzzles. Koans help free it from the traps of overthinking and habitual reasoning. This freedom is not just about quieting the mind, but opening it to a broader, more expansive form of awareness that is crucial for spiritual growth in Zen Buddhism. Furthermore, koan practice develops a unique resilience. The frustration and eventual breakthrough associated with koans train the mind to endure uncertainty and to thrive in the face of the unknown. This resilience translates into everyday life, enhancing one's ability to deal with complex problems and stressful situations with a fresh perspective. In summary, koan practice is not just about intellectual exercise. It's a transformative spiritual practice that challenges and expands the very way we perceive reality. Through this practice, practitioners develop a deeper, more intuitive understanding of life, moving beyond the superficial layers of thought to a more profound level of insight. Tip S explores the Zen ceremony, a traditional practice that embodies mindfulness and meditation through the simple and deliberate act of preparing and consuming tea. This ceremony, known as chanoyu or chado in Japanese, transcends the mere act of drinking tea. It is a spiritual ritual that emphasizes purity, harmony, respect, and tranquility basics of a traditional Zen tea ceremony. The tea ceremony is an orchestrated ritual where every movement and step is performed with precision and mindfulness. The preparation begins with the cleansing of the utensils in a prescribed manner, which signifies the purification of the heart and mind of both the host and the guests. The tea used is typically a powdered green tea called matcha, known for its vibrant color and health benefits. Participants sit on tatami mats in a tea room designed to enhance a connection with nature and simplicity. The room is often adorned with seasonal flowers and a hanging scroll setting a tone of aesthetic and philosophical reflection, meditative aspects of the tea ceremony. Every aspect of the tea ceremony is intentional, from the placement of the utensils to the way the tea is served and received. This deliberateness encourages participants to be fully present in the moment. The ceremony itself involves the methodical preparation of the tea by the host, including the warming of the bowls, the scooping of the tea, and the precise addition of water, followed by the subsequent whisking of the tea, cultivating mindfulness and harmony. The tea ceremony serves as a powerful mindfulness practice, inviting participants to engage all their senses and cultivate a sense of inner peace and harmony. As individuals partake in each step of the ceremony with focused attention and reverence, they become attuned to the subtleties of the present moment through the ritual of tea preparation and consumption. Participants are encouraged to let go of distractions and worries, immersing themselves fully in the experience. Conclusion. In conclusion, the tea ceremony is more than just a cultural tradition. It is a profound meditation practice that fosters mindfulness, appreciation for nature, and a deeper connection with oneself and others by embracing the principles of purity, harmony, respect, and tranquility. Participants can cultivate a heightened awareness of the present moment and experience a sense of inner peace and fulfillment, engaging all senses. The sound of boiling water, the sight of the steam, the smell and taste of the tea, and the feel of the bowl in one's hands. The slow and thoughtful actions required in the tea ceremony help to focus the mind and calm the thoughts. As participants concentrate on the movements and steps, there is little room for wandering thoughts, allowing a deep state of meditation to be achieved. The repetitive nature of the action serves as a focal point, similar to the repetition of a mantra or the focus on breathing in other forms of meditation. Additionally, the tea ceremony embodies the concept of ichigo ichi, a Japanese phrase meaning one time, one meeting, which reflects the idea that each tea meeting is unique and will never be replicated in exactly the same way again. This concept encourages mindfulness and appreciation of the present moment, fostering a deeper connection with the experience and the others present. In summary, the Zen ceremony is more than a cultural tradition. It is a form of meditation that enhances mindfulness and presence. The meticulous and graceful practices involve not only calm the mind and focus thoughts, but also cultivate a deep appreciation for the beauty of the transient nature of life, aligning with the broader teachings of Buddhism on mindfulness and the essence of the moment. Tip number 8. Compassion meditation. Meditation tip 8 delves into compassion. Meditation, a transformative practice within Buddhism that focuses on cultivating feelings of loving kindness and compassion towards oneself and others, known in Sanskrit as metta bhavana, which means the cultivation of loving kindness. This practice is central to developing a warm, accepting, and empathetic heart. Compassion meditation Begins by finding a comfort and quiet place to sit and gently closing the eyes. The practitioner starts by focusing on their breath to calm the mind and create a receptive state. They then begin to generate feelings of kindness and compassion, first towards themselves and then progressively towards others. This practice often involves silently repeating phrases like, "May I be happy," "May I be safe," "May I live with ease," followed by directing these sentiments towards someone they love, someone neutral, someone difficult, and finally to all beings without distinction. The meditation deepens as the practitioner visualizes each person and cultivates a sincere wish for their happiness and relief from suffering. This mental action is not just wishful thinking, but a deliberate cultivation of an open and loving heart, which can profoundly transform how we relate to ourselves and the world. One of the key benefits of compassion meditation is its ability to shift focus away from self-centered thoughts and concerns towards a more altruistic viewpoint in our daily lives. Self-focused thinking can easily dominate, leading to cycles of negative thoughts and emotions that reinforce feelings of isolation and dissatisfaction. By regularly practicing compassion meditation, one can learn to extend feelings of kindness and empathy outward, which naturally reduces the intensity and frequency of negative self-centered thoughts. This shift has significant implications for mental health and well-being. When the mind engages in compassionate thoughts, it changes how we perceive others and situations, promoting a greater sense of connection and shared humanity. This can lead to reduced levels of stress, anxiety, and depression, as research suggests that increased compassion is associated with greater emotional positivity. Meditation encourages a broader perspective on life and fosters a deeper sense of empathy and understanding towards others. A more inclusive view of well-being fosters resilience and a more balanced perspective on life's challenges. The practice helps individuals not only in managing negative thoughts, but also in enhancing positive emotions, leading to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. In essence, compassion meditation is a powerful tool for mental transformation. It trains the mind to focus on positive altruistic qualities, thereby enhancing personal and communal well-being. By cultivating a compassionate heart, we not only improve our own lives but also contribute to a kinder, more empathetic world. Tip number 9. Detachment exercises. Tip 9 focuses on detachment exercises, practical techniques in Buddhism designed to help individuals practice detachment from thoughts and emotions, thereby reducing their influence over our feelings and actions. These exercises cultivate a mental landscape where thoughts are observed without attachment, fostering a calm and centered state of mind. Simple detachment exercises, one effective and commonly used. Detachment exercise involves visualizing thoughts as leaves floating down a stream. Here's how to practice this technique. 1. Find a quiet space. Sit in a quiet and comfortable place where you won't be disturbed. 2. Visualize a stream. Close your eyes and imagine a gentle flowing stream in a serene environment. 3. Picture each thought as a leaf. Visualize each thought that arises as a leaf dropping onto the water. 4. Observe the leaves as thoughts enter your consciousness. Observe them as leaves floating away. Downstream. 5. Avoid engagement. Instead of engaging with them, simply notice the thoughts as they land on the stream and float away. 6. Return to the stream whenever you find yourself being carried away by a thought or emotion. Gently bring your attention back to the image of the stream and continue observing. Practicing detachment from thoughts and emotions offers several profound benefits. Firstly, it helps in reducing their impact on our feelings and actions. By viewing thoughts as transient events like leaves floating away, we learn not to engage with every thought emotionally. This detachment leads to a decrease in the habitual reactivity we often exhibit towards thoughts and feelings such as anger or anxiety. Moreover, detachment exercises enhance mental clarity and emotional stability without the constant interference of fluctuating thoughts and emotions. The mind finds a more peaceful and stable state. This clarity and stability are especially beneficial in stressful situations where emotional reactivity can cloud judgment and lead to impulsive decisions. Additionally, learning to detach fosters a deeper understanding of the mind and its patterns. It provides insight into how thoughts and emotions arise and fade, which is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. This understanding can transform one's approach to life, encouraging a more mindful and serene engagement with the world. Detachment exercises like visualizing thoughts as leaves on a stream not only cultivate a more peaceful mind, but also contribute to a more insightful and wise approach to living. These practices encourage us to respond to life's challenges with grace and equanimity, reducing unnecessary stress and enhancing overall well-being. Tip number 10, nature as a focus for meditation, explores the enriching practice of using nature as a focus for meditation. The natural world offers a profound backdrop for mindfulness practices, providing dynamic and grounding focal points such as trees, water, and mountains. These elements draw the mind outward and help stabilize it, enhancing the meditative experience and deepening one's connection to the present moment. When using nature as a meditation focus, one might choose a specific natural element that resonates personally. For example, sitting near a tree and observing its various aspects, the texture of its bark, the color and shape of its leaves. The way they rustle in the breeze can help anchor the mind and foster a sense of grounding. Similarly, watching the flow of a river or the gentle waves of a lake can be mesmerizing. The visual movement, combined with the soothing sounds of water, can calm the mind and sharpen focus. Alternatively, gazing at a mountain, appreciating its vastness and stability, can evoke a sense of peace and durability, facilitating a deeper, more stable state of meditation. Integrating nature into meditation practices doesn't just diversify the experience, it significantly enhances the benefits of meditation. Nature's inherent beauty and tranquility provide an ideal setting that can ease the mind into a meditative state more readily than many indoor environments. This setting helps ground one's thoughts and heighten present moment awareness. For instance, the intricate details and natural activity in the environment, such as leaves fluttering or birds chirping, serve to capture and hold your attention, promoting a deeper state of focus. This engagement with the immediate environment enhances sensory awareness and pulls consciousness firmly into the now. Furthermore, meditating in natural settings can offer additional psychological benefits. It has been shown to improve mood, reduce stress, and increase overall well-being. The expansive vistas and the raw beauty of nature can also help put personal concerns into perspective, reminding practitioners of the world's vastness and the transient nature of most worries. In summary, using nature as a focal point for meditation enriches the practice by tapping into our innate affinity for the natural world. This connection not only fosters a deeper appreciation of life as it unfolds, but also cultivates mental clarity and emotional balance. The profound presence developed through such practices can carry over into everyday life, enhancing one's ability to remain present and engaged in every moment. Tip number 11. Embracing silence emphasizes the profound value of silence in Zen practice, illustrating how cultivating periods of silence can help quiet the mind and deepen spiritual awareness. In Zen, silence extends beyond the mere absence of sound. It is a powerful tool for introspection and discovering inner peace. Silence is highly revered in Zen as it fosters deep reflection and mental clarity. When external noises subside, the internal chatter that often dominates our thoughts becomes more noticeable. Practicing silence allows an individual to listen not to the world, but to the nuances of their own mind and heart. This introspective listening can unveil insights that are typically drowned out by the constant noise of everyday life. Moreover, silence reflects our true nature, untouched by the transient external world where one can experience a profound sense of peace and unity with the universe aligning with core Zen aspirations. Integrating periods of silence into daily routines can be both refreshing and transformative. Here are practical ways to incorporate silence. 1 silent meals. Opt for 1 meal a day to be eaten in silence, devoid of distractions such as TV music or smartphones. Focus solely on the act of eating, noticing the flavors, textures, and sensations, and embrace the quietness as an opportunity to be present with oneself. 2 silent walks. Establish a routine of walking alone in silence. Whether it's through a park or just around your neighborhood, use this time to disconnect from digital interruptions and reconnect with your surroundings, paying attention to the details of the natural world around you. 3 dedicated silent time. Carve out a specific time each day for silence, ideally early in the morning or late at night when distractions are minimal. Use this time for sitting quietly, meditating, or simply being in the moment. 4 silent driving. If driving is part of your routine, try doing it in silence occasionally by turning off the radio and your phone. Focus on the act of driving and observe your thoughts without the clutter of additional noise. 5 silent zones at home. Designate certain areas of your home as silent zones where electronic devices and loud activities are prohibited, fostering an environment conducive to silence and reflection. By embracing these silent practices, you can begin to appreciate the calmness and clarity that silence brings. Silence not only reduces stress, but enhances mental health by heightening awareness and allowing a deeper connection with one's inner self. These silent moments become not only a refuge, but also a space for growth and self-discovery, profoundly impacting overall well-being and mental clarity. Tip number 12. Journaling to understand thought patterns. The deliberate act of recording one's thoughts, feelings, and experiences on paper serves as a powerful method for self-reflection and awareness. Journaling to observe and record thoughts is more than just keeping a diary. It's an introspective practice that allows individuals to document their inner thoughts and emotional states. This process of writing down thoughts helps in making them tangible. And often less intimidating, it provides a unique opportunity to step back and observe these thoughts from a distance, enabling one to identify recurring patterns, themes, and triggers. For example, one might notice through journaling that certain events or interactions consistently provoke anxiety or joy. This recognition is the first step toward understanding one's mental and emotional cycles. One of the primary ADV advantages of journaling is its capacity to enhance self-awareness by regularly writing down thoughts and emotions. Individuals can track changes and patterns over time. This awareness can lead to better management of emotional responses and thought processes. Recognizing the triggers that lead to negative thoughts or stress can empower a person to prepare for and handle similar situations more effectively in the future. Moreover, journaling provides a safe outlet for expressing feelings, which can be particularly therapeutic. The act of writing can slow down the mind and allow for a deeper exploration of one's thoughts, which often leads to greater clarity and perspective. This clarity can significantly reduce the intensity and impact of negative thoughts and feelings by providing a sense of release and relief. Additionally, journaling can improve decision-making and problem-solving skills. As one writes about different situations and their outcomes, it becomes easier to identify what actions led to positive or negative consequences. This reflection can guide future decision-making, making the individual more adept at navigating complex emotional landscapes. In conclusion, journaling is a highly effective tool for gaining insight into one's mental and emotional workings. It not only helps in identifying and understanding repetitive thought patterns and triggers, but also enhances the ability to process these thoughts more effectively. The practice of journaling encourages a deeper engagement with one's thoughts and emotions, reducing their disruptive impact and fostering a more mindful and reflective approach to life tip number 13, practice of gratitude. The transformative practice of gratitude, particularly through maintaining a gratitude journal or engaging in daily gratitude. Reflections is not just about feeling thankful. It's a structured approach to shifting one's focus from the negative to the positive aspects of life, enhancing overall well-being. Gratitude journaling involves regularly recording moments, things, or people for which one is grateful. This could be as simple as writing down 3 things you were grateful for at the end of each day. The act of reflecting on positive aspects of one's day can significantly shift perspective, spotlighting the abundance rather than the lack in one's life. Daily gratitude. Reflections work similarly, where one takes a moment each day to think about and appreciate the good, whether it's something small like a sunny day or something larger like the support of a loved one. One of the profound benefits of a regular gratitude practice is its ability to rewire the neural pathways in the brain. Research in neuroscience has shown that gratitude can foster the strengthening of neural pathways that stimulate feelings of contentment and reduce anxiety. This happens through the increased production of dopamine and serotonin neurotransmitters that enhance our mood and make us feel good. Regularly engaging in gratitude. Exercises can help reinforce these neural changes, making positivity and resilience more of a default setting. Furthermore, focusing on gratitude shifts attention away from negative emotions and stresses which can dominate our thoughts and lead to cycles of negativity and anxiety. By consciously recognizing and appreciating the positive individuals can decrease the prevalence and intensity of negative thoughts, which often contribute to anxiety and depression. This shift not only helps in alleviating immediate stress, but also contributes to a sustained long-term increase in overall happiness. Gratitude also promotes a greater sense of calm by enhancing emotional regulation. Being grateful leads to lower levels of stress hormones like cortisol and generally reduces the autonomic stress response. In conclusion, the practice of gratitude through journaling or daily reflections is a powerful strategy for enhancing mental health. It shifts the focus from what is lacking to what is abundant, helping to build a positive outlook that permeates all aspects of life regularly. Practicing gratitude not only changes how we perceive our world, but also fundamentally alters our brain's predisposition towards happiness and peace. This practice is a simple yet profound way to cultivate a more joyful and resilient life. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for embarking on this journey with me. Let's harness the wisdom we've acquired and channel it into meaningful endeavors.
Have you ever considered the idea that itching could have a spiritual significance? Have you ever pondered if it could be more than just a physical annoyance? What if we told you that itching can convey a profound spiritual meaning, a message that your body, mind, and spirit are trying to communicate to you? This is a secret message that you would do well to listen to, so that you can live at peace with yourself and with the world around you. In the heart of Japan, in an ancient monastery, a wise monk named Tetsu has dedicated his life to studying mysteries like this. In this fascinating Zen story, we will take you on a journey to discover ancient wisdom and a new perspective on itching. You will discover how itching can be a sign of imbalance, an invitation to healing, and an opportunity for spiritual growth. By the end of the text, you will understand how to distinguish between a simple physical annoyance and a spiritual message. Before continuing, remember to subscribe to the channel and activate notifications to be informed when new content for your spiritual growth is published. The morning sun filtered through the leaves of the maples of the Zen monastery of Komyoji, illuminating the wrinkled but serene face of the venerable monk Tetsuo. His disciples sat in a semicircle around him, eagerly awaiting his words. Tetsu was known for his enigmatic parables and profound teachings, capable of touching the heart and awakening the mind. That day, however, the topic seemed unusually banal and earthly: itching. "My dear disciples," the monk began with an enigmatic smile, "today I want to talk to you about a phenomenon that all of us have experienced but which few have truly understood: itching." A murmur of surprise spread among the disciples. "The itching? What could it have to do with spirituality, Master?" asked shy Sakura, a young raven-haired disciple. "Isn't the itching just a physical annoyance, a symptom of some allergy or irritation?" Tetsuo nodded. "In many cases, Sakura, you are right. But itching can be much more than just a physical ailment. It can be a messenger, a signal that our body, mind, and spirit send to us to get our attention." "A messenger?" Taro, an older disciple with a thick white beard, asked curiously. "And what is this messenger telling us?" "This," Tetsu replied, "is the question we must ask ourselves every time we feel the itch. What is our body telling us? What is our mind telling us? What is our spirit telling us?" Tetsu scratched his chin thoughtfully, as if searching for the right words. "Often," he said, "we think of itching as a simple physical discomfort caused by an insect bite, an allergy, or dry skin. And in many cases, this is true. But there is another level of meaning, a spiritual meaning, that we often ignore." The disciples listened with growing attention, enraptured by their mentor's words. "Itching," Tetsuo continued, "can be a sign of imbalance, of disharmony. It can indicate that something is wrong in our life, that there is an area that requires our attention and healing. It can be an invitation to look inside ourselves, to explore our emotions, our thoughts, and our actions." Tetsuo paused, letting his words sink into the minds of his disciples. "I remember," he said, "a time when a persistent itch tormented me. I couldn't concentrate on meditation nor find peace in my thoughts. Initially, I thought it was just an allergic reaction to the pollen, but the itching persisted even after taking the medicine." "What did you do, Master?" Sakura asked with concern and curiosity. "I began to meditate on the itch itself," replied the master. "I observed the sensations, I explored the emotions that came from it, and slowly, I began to understand that the itching was a reflection of a deep anxiety that I had repressed, an anxiety related to an important decision I had to make." "And then?" Taro asked. "What did you do to turn this discovery into something positive?" "Once I recognized and addressed that anxiety, the itching went away," Tetsu replied. "I realized that my body was sending me a signal, an invitation to take care of my mind and spirit." As his eyes shone with wisdom and his smile spread peace, he added, "The itch, my dears, is a call to action. It is an invitation to take care of ourselves physically, mentally, and spiritually." The disciples were fascinated. Tetsu's words had opened their eyes to a new way of seeing itching, a way that went far beyond simple physical discomfort. Thanks to the master's explanations, they realized that throughout their lives, they had often felt itching without a specific physical reason. How can we distinguish between a physical itch and a spiritual one? Master Sakura asked. "It's not always easy, Sakura," the monk replied, "but there are some clues we can look for. A spiritual itch tends to be persistent, unresponsive to physical treatments, and accompanied by other sensations or emotions, such as anxiety, frustration, or restlessness." Tetsuo continued, "Furthermore, a spiritual itch can manifest itself in specific areas of the body, each of which has symbolic meanings."
Imagine a life where nothing can shake your peace and you're unaffected by insults, challenges, or the chaos. You know how powerful that would be today. We're diving into 10 transformative Buddhist principles that can help you achieve this unshakable state of mind. As Buddha once said, peace comes from within. Do not seek it. Let's discover how to cultivate this inner sanctuary together. Principle 1. Insult and offense. In Buddhism, we are taught that insults and offenses only have power if we allow them to. It's like someone throwing a rock into a pond. The water ripples briefly but then returns to stillness. Similarly, when someone says something hurtful, it may unsettle us temporarily. But we have the choice to let it go and find our inner calm again. Buddha said, holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. This means that by holding on to anger and resentment, we only end up hurting ourselves, not the person who insulted us. Their words often reflect their own issues rather than anything about us. Understanding that others' words are a reflection of their own state allows us to view them with compassion, rather than letting their negativity affect us. This way, we stay unaffected and preserve our inner peace, much like the pond returning to stillness after the ripples subside. Principle 2, transform everyone into a teacher. In Buddhism, we're encouraged to see every person we meet as a teacher. This means that everyone, whether they bring us joy or challenges, has something valuable to teach us. As Buddha taught, when watching after yourself, you watch after others, when watching after others, you watch after yourself. By adopting this mindset, we can turn negative experiences into opportunities for growth. For example, if someone is unkind to us, we can learn patience and compassion. Seeing others as our teachers helps us stay open-minded and less affected by negativity, making every interaction a chance to learn and grow, keeping us centered and resilient. Principle 3, transform envy into emulation. Rather than feeling jealous, Buddhism promotes transforming jealousy into inspiration. When we observe someone achieving success or possessing qualities we admire, we can opt to be motivated rather than envious. As Buddha once said, do not covet the good fortune of others, but instead, adopt their admirable qualities for yourself out of respect. This means that instead of feeling inadequate, we can view others' accomplishments as a reason to better ourselves. By appreciating and gaining knowledge from others, we can develop and become better without feeling diminished. Converting envy into inspiration helps us maintain a positive outlook and concentrate on our personal development, unaffected by comparisons and negativity. Principle 4, be strict with yourself but tolerant of others. Buddhism encourages us to set high standards for ourselves while also being accepting of the imperfections of others. This means that we should aim for personal excellence without being overly critical or judgmental of others. As Buddha emphasized, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. By holding ourselves to high standards, we concentrate on our own progress and advancement. We develop a stronger sense of self-discipline and nurture greater self-respect. Simultaneously, demonstrating tolerance towards others aids in fostering empathy and understanding, acknowledging that everyone is on their own individual path. This well-balanced approach not only promotes personal growth but also enriches our connections with others. By practicing self-discipline and tolerance, we can maintain a composed and peaceful demeanor, unaffected by the actions or errors of others. In this way, we construct a harmonious life filled with personal development and compassionate relationships. Principle 5, no one can hurt you, certainly. Here is the reworded text. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize that no one has the power to inflict true harm upon you without your permission. This means that although the actions of others can be painful, our response to them is under our control. As Buddha stated, no one can save us but ourselves. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must tread the path. When we nurture a strong sense of self and inner tranquility, we become resistant to external injuries. Visualize a tree standing resolute in the face of a powerful wind. It may sway, but it does not snap. Similarly, by fostering internal fortitude, we can endure life's trials without being profoundly impacted. This principle urges us to take charge of our own well-being. Instead of assigning blame to others for our suffering, we concentrate on developing our inner strength. Practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and self-examination aid us in fortifying our inner essence, rendering us less vulnerable to external negativity. Recognizing that no one can harm us without our consent strengthens us. It grants us the freedom to select our response to life's challenges. By maintaining our inner peace and refusing to let the actions of others disturb us, we lead a more serene and empowered existence. Principle 6, the power of acceptance. Acceptance is a powerful tool in Buddhism. It involves embracing things as they are, without resistance or judgment. As Buddha taught, accept what is, let go of what was, and have faith in what will be. When we accept situations and people as they are, we free ourselves from the pain of trying to change things beyond our control. This doesn't mean we become passive, it means we recognize the reality of the present moment and respond to it with clarity and wisdom. Acceptance allows us to conserve our energy for positive actions rather than wasting it on resistance. Imagine you're in a boat on a river. Fighting against the current will exhaust you, but by accepting the flow, you can navigate more effectively. Similarly, by accepting life's ups and downs, we flow more smoothly through challenges. Practicing acceptance also fosters compassion and understanding. When we accept others, flaws and all, we build stronger, more empathetic relationships. This creates a supportive environment where everyone feels valued and understood. Acceptance doesn't mean we stop striving for improvement, it means we do so from a place of peace and understanding. By embracing the present moment and letting go of resistance, we reduce our suffering and maintain a state of calm and contentment, no matter the circumstances. Principle 7, Living according to nature. Living in harmony with nature and its rhythms helps us stay grounded. As Buddha said, just as a candle cannot burn without fire, men cannot live without a spiritual life. This principle encourages us to align our lives with the natural world and its cycles. When we live according to nature, we recognize the interconnectedness of all life. This awareness helps us appreciate the beauty and balance of the world around us. For example, the changing seasons teach us about the cycles of growth, decay, and renewal, reminding us that change is a natural part of life. By adopting natural rhythms, such as rising with the sun and resting when it sets, we can enhance our physical and mental well-being. This alignment with nature's cycles helps us feel more balanced and less stressed. It also promotes a healthier lifestyle, encouraging activities like spending time outdoors, eating whole foods, and practicing mindfulness. Living according to nature also means respecting and protecting the environment. This mindfulness fosters a sense of responsibility and stewardship for the planet, ensuring that we contribute to the well-being of all living beings. When we embrace the simplicity and wisdom of nature, we find that many of our modern worries and stresses fade away. By focusing on the essential and letting go of unnecessary complexities, we create a more peaceful and fulfilling life. This way, we remain unaffected by the artificial stresses of modern life, finding solace and strength in the natural world. Incorporating the wisdom of nature into our daily lives helps us stay connected to our true selves and the world around us, promoting a deeper sense of harmony and resilience. Principle 8, Focus on ethical living. Ethical living is central to Buddhism. Buddha taught, the mind is everything. What you think you become. This profound teaching emphasizes the power of our thoughts and their direct impact on our lives. In Buddhism, ethical living involves adhering to principles such as honesty, compassion, and respect for all living beings. Ethical living starts with the understanding that our actions, words, and thoughts have consequences. This is encapsulated in the law of karma, which teaches that our deeds create ripples that return to us in some form. By focusing on right actions and moral behavior, we build a foundation of integrity that shields us from the negative influences of the world. This means being truthful in our words, kind in our actions, and fair in our dealings with others. When we live ethically, we create positive karma, which leads to a more peaceful and harmonious life. For instance, by practicing honesty, we build trust and reliability, which fosters positive relationships and a sense of community. When we speak truthfully, we create an atmosphere of trust and transparency, which helps to build stronger and more meaningful connections with those around us. Kindness and compassion towards others not only help those around us but also cultivate a sense of joy and fulfillment within ourselves. Simple acts of kindness, such as helping a neighbor or showing empathy to a friend in need, can have profound effects on our well-being and happiness. Respecting all living beings, including animals and nature, reinforces our connection to the world and promotes harmonious coexistence. Moreover, ethical living helps us develop a clear conscience, reducing feelings of guilt and regret that can disturb our inner peace. It encourages us to think before we act, ensuring that our actions align with our values and do not cause harm to others. In this way, we cultivate a sense of responsibility and mindfulness in our daily interactions. When we refrain from actions that cause harm, such as lying, stealing, or engaging in violence, we prevent the negative repercussions that follow such behaviors and maintain our mental and emotional well-being. This self-awareness and reflection help us navigate life's challenges with a calm and composed mind, free from the turmoil that unethical actions can bring. Ethical living also involves self-discipline and self-control. It requires us to avoid behaviors that can lead to suffering, such as lying, stealing, or harming others. By practicing self-restraint and making conscious choices, we strengthen our moral character and resilience. For example, abstaining from gossip not only prevents harm to others but also keeps our minds free from negativity. Gossiping can create unnecessary conflict and spread false information, leading to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. Similarly, by choosing to forgive rather than hold grudges, we release ourselves from the burden of anger and resentment, fostering a more peaceful state of mind. Forgiveness allows us to move forward without being weighed down by past grievances, opening the door to healing and reconciliation. Focusing on ethical living according to Buddhist principles helps us create a life of integrity, peace, and harmony. It protects us from negative influences and allows us to contribute positively to the world around us. As we continue to practice these principles, we grow in wisdom and compassion, becoming a source of inspiration and support for others. Our ethical behavior sets an example for those around us, encouraging a community and society that values and upholds moral principles. By living ethically, we not only enhance our own lives but also contribute to a better world for everyone. By integrating ethical living into our daily lives, we develop a strong moral compass that guides us in making the right decisions even in challenging situations. This inner strength and clarity help us navigate life's complexities with confidence and grace. Furthermore, ethical living helps us cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment, as we know that our actions are contributing to the greater good. This sense of purpose is a powerful motivator that can sustain us through difficult times and inspire us to keep striving for excellence. Ethical living is not just about adhering to a set of rules or guidelines, it is about embodying the values that define who we are and how we interact with the world. It is about living with integrity, compassion, and respect and creating a positive impact on the lives of those around us. By focusing on ethical living, we can build a life that is not only meaningful and fulfilling but also resilient and unshaken by external influences. Principle 9. Practice gratitude. Practicing gratitude is a transformative principle that can significantly alter our perspective on life. Instead of focusing on what we lack or what is going wrong, gratitude shifts our attention to what we already have and what's going well. This simple change in focus can have a profound impact on our mental and emotional well-being. Buddha emphasized the importance of gratitude with the words, "Let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot today, at least we learned a little." This quote reminds us that there is always something to be thankful for, no matter how small it might seem. It encourages us to find the positive aspects in every situation, even on days that seem challenging or unproductive. When we practice gratitude regularly, we start to notice and appreciate the small blessings that we often take for granted. This could be as simple as a beautiful sunrise, the taste of our favorite food, the support of a loved one, or the comfort of a warm home. By acknowledging these moments of joy and expressing thanks for them, we cultivate a positive outlook on life. Gratitude also acts as a shield against negativity and stress. When we focus on the good things in our lives, we are less likely to dwell on the negatives. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or pretending they don't exist, but rather balancing them with an awareness of the positives. Over time, this practice helps us develop a resilient mindset where we can handle life's ups and downs with greater ease. Expressing gratitude can strengthen our relationships. When we show appreciation to others, it fosters a sense of connection and mutual respect. Whether it's thanking a friend for their support, appreciating a colleague for their hard work, or acknowledging the kindness of a stranger. These small acts of gratitude can deepen our bonds with others and create a more positive social environment. incorporating gratitude into our daily routine can be simple and effective. Some people find it helpful to keep a gratitude journal where they write down a few things they are thankful for each day. This practice can be a powerful reminder of the good in our lives and can help shift our focus from what's missing to what's present. Others might practice gratitude through meditation or prayer, taking a few moments each day to reflect on their blessings and express their thanks. Another way to cultivate gratitude is through mindful observation. By paying close attention to our surroundings and the people in our lives, we can find many opportunities to be grateful. This might involve noticing the beauty of nature, the warmth of the sun, the sound of birds chirping, or the laughter of a loved one. Mindful observation helps us stay present and appreciate the richness of our experiences. Gratitude can also be expressed through acts of kindness. When we do something nice for someone else, it not only benefits them but also reinforces our own sense of gratitude. Acts of kindness can be as simple as holding the door open for someone, offering a compliment, or helping a neighbor with their groceries. These actions create a ripple effect, spreading positivity and gratitude in our communities. In times of difficulty or stress, practicing gratitude can be especially beneficial. It reminds us that even in challenging times, there are still things to be thankful for. This perspective can provide comfort and hope, helping us navigate tough situations with greater resilience. By focusing on what we have rather than what we lack, we can maintain a sense of peace and contentment even when life is difficult. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating the blessings in our lives, we build a positive outlook that shields us from negativity and stress. Gratitude is a powerful tool that can transform our perspective, improve our relationships, and enhance our overall well-being. As we integrate gratitude into our daily lives, we cultivate a mindset of abundance and positivity, allowing us to remain unaffected by the challenges and negativity that may come our way. Principle 10. Trust the process and let go of control. Trusting the process and letting go of the need to control everything is a core Buddhist principle. Buddha taught that the root of suffering is attachment. This means that our desire to cling to certain outcomes, people, or things often leads to our own suffering. When we become attached to specific results or rigid expectations, we set ourselves up for disappointment and stress. By surrendering to the flow of life, we allow things to unfold naturally without forcing them. This doesn't mean we stop making efforts or pursuing goals, rather, we do our best and then release our tight grip on how things must turn out. Trusting the process means having faith that things will work out as they are meant to, even if it's not exactly as we envisioned. Imagine you are in a river. If you try to swim against the current, you exhaust yourself and make little progress. But if you go with the flow, you move smoothly and effortlessly. Similarly, in life, when we stop resisting and start accepting, we find a sense of peace and calm. This practice of letting go can be applied in various areas of life. Whether it's in relationships, career aspirations, or personal challenges, by trusting the process, we understand that every experience, even the setbacks, contributes to our growth and learning. We become more adaptable and open to new opportunities that we might not have considered before. Sometimes, what seems like a failure or a detour is actually a stepping stone to something greater. By letting go of rigid career plans, for example, we can discover paths that are more fulfilling and aligned with our true passions. Personal challenges, such as health issues or unexpected life changes, can also test our ability to let go of control. Instead of resisting these changes, we can choose to accept them and look for ways to adapt. This doesn't mean giving up, it means finding a new path that aligns with the current reality. Dealing with a chronic illness, for instance, might mean adjusting your lifestyle and finding new ways to enjoy life. By accepting and adapting, you can find peace and even new joys in your changed circumstances. Trusting the process is also about being present. When we focus too much on the future, we miss out on the present moment. By letting go of our need to control the future, we can fully engage with the here and now, finding joy and contentment in the present. Living in the moment allows us to appreciate the small pleasures of life, like a beautiful sunset, a child's laughter, or a quiet moment of reflection. This principle encourages us to cultivate patience and trust. It's about understanding that life has its own timing and rhythm. By letting go of our attachments and expectations, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace, making us resilient and less affected by external circumstances. Patience helps us endure the waiting periods in life without anxiety. Trusting the process means believing that there is a reason and timing for everything that happens. Remember, letting go is not a one-time event but a continuous practice. It requires mindfulness and self-awareness. Whenever you find yourself trying to control outcomes or becoming overly attached to certain desires, take a step back, breathe, and remind yourself of the principle of non-attachment. Embrace the uncertainty and trust that the process will guide you to where you need to be. Each time you practice letting go, you strengthen your ability to remain calm and centered, no matter what life throws at you. According to Buddha, the only things you lose are the ones you cling to. By practicing non-attachment and having faith in the process, we discover inner peace, no matter the chaos around us. Non-attachment doesn't imply apathy, but rather engaging with life fully while releasing the need to control everything. This allows us to live with a sense of freedom and joy, understanding that our circumstances don't define us, but rather how we respond to them. Trusting the process means having faith in the journey and believing that everything unfolds as it should. It encourages us to let go of fears and worries about the future and trust in our ability to handle whatever comes our way. Embracing this principle helps us cultivate an unwavering inner peace despite external events. By applying these 10 Buddhist principles in our daily lives, we can nurture a state of mind that remains unaffected by external circumstances. Always remember, true peace comes from within. Thanks for watching, and remember to like, subscribe, and share this video with others seeking tranquility.
Have you ever wondered how a simple spice like cloves can transform your life and attract abundance today? We'll explore this fascinating topic through the lens of Buddhist teachings, revealing how placing 3 cloves in specific spots can invite wealth and prosperity into your life. Welcome to Gautama, your go-to channel for exploring the profound teachings of Buddhism and how they can enrich our daily lives. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss our latest insights in Buddhism. Every element of our existence is interconnected, and the energy we cultivate within ourselves can greatly influence our external world. By understanding and harnessing this energy, we can create a life filled with abundance and positivity. Today, we're going to delve into a ritual involving 3 cloves and how this simple practice can help you attract wealth and protect your home. Stay tuned as we uncover the powerful symbolism of cloves rooted in ancient traditions and learn practical steps to integrate these rituals into your daily life for greater prosperity and mindfulness in Buddhism. Everything is interconnected and possesses its own unique energy. This energy, much like a magnet, attracts similar frequencies. Imagine tuning into a radio station. When you're on the right frequency, you attract the music you want to hear. Similarly, aligning yourself with the right energy can help you attract abundance and prosperity into your life. This concept closely aligns with the law of attraction, which suggests that by harmonizing your thoughts and emotions with the energy of abundance, you naturally draw more of it into your life. But what does this mean? In practical terms, our inner state, our thoughts and emotions, acts like a magnet, drawing in corresponding energies from the universe. However, negative emotions such as fear, doubt and jealousy can disturb this harmony. These feelings create barriers, obstructing the flow of positive energy. Therefore, nurturing a mindset of positivity and gratitude is essential. By doing so, you align yourself with the higher frequencies of abundance and open the door to wealth and prosperity. Incorporating mindfulness into your daily routine can help maintain this positive energy. Simple practices such as mindful breathing, gratitude journaling and positive affirmations can significantly shift your energy. Remember the goal is to maintain a high frequency that resonates with abundance, inviting wealth and prosperity into your life. Naturally, with our newfound understanding of the energy of abundance, let us delve into a simple yet powerful ritual that can draw wealth and prosperity into your life. Picture this: a humble clove, a small reddish-brown spice, revered not only for its culinary uses, but also for its protective and spiritual properties. For centuries, across diverse cultures, cloves have been cherished as a talisman for protection and a magnet for good fortune. Now imagine using this ancient wisdom in your own life, invoking the clove's age-old magic to attract the prosperity you seek. In the context of Buddhist teachings, cloves symbolize purification and the warding off of negative energies. Historically, cloves were highly valued not only for their flavor, but also for their medicinal and spiritual benefits. They were often used in rituals to cleanse spaces and protect against harm. By incorporating cloves moves into your daily practices, you can harness their powerful energy to invite abundance into your life. In the upcoming sections, I'll guide you through 3 simple yet effective rituals involving cloves. These practices are designed to protect your home, enhance your financial well-being, and create a positive, abundant environment. By integrating these rituals into your routine, you can align yourself with the energy of abundance and attract wealth and prosperity effortlessly. The 3 rituals. Ritual 1. Planting cloves for protection and prosperity. For the first ritual, you'll need 3 cloves and a plant known as mother-in-law's tongue, also called a snake plant. This plant is known for its hearty nature and air-purifying qualities, making it perfect for this ritual. 1. Gather your materials. Start by gathering your 3 cloves in a snake plant in a pot with soil. 2. Plant. The cloves. Take the 3 cloves and plant them into the soil of the snake plant. Ensure they are well covered. 3. Significance of 3. The number 3 is significant in many spiritual traditions, including Buddhism, symbolizing creation, harmony, and balance. Nikola Tesla famously highlighted the power of 3, 6, and N, referring to them as the key to understanding the universe. For placement, place the plant at the entrance of your home or office. The entrance is a critical point for energy flow. In your space, by placing the plant here, you invite protection and prosperity into your life. This simple act channels positive energy and abundance into your space, creating a protective barrier that wards off negative influences and attracts wealth. Ritual. 2 cloves in your safe next. Let's enhance the energy around your finances with another simple ritual. So this ritual is about using your financial storage with protective and prosperous energy. 1. Gather your cloves for this ritual. You'll need 3 cloves. 2. Place the 3 cloves in the area where you store your money, whether it's a safe, a jar, a drawer, or a box. 3. Symbolism. Cloves are known to offer protection and enhance the energy of wealth. By placing them where you keep your savings, you create a potent energy field that supports financial growth. 4. Affirmation. As you place each clove, you can say an affirmation such as, I am abundant, my wealth is protected, and prosperity flows into my life. This ritual reinforces the energy of abundance in your financial life, protecting your wealth and attracting more. Prosperity. Ritual 3. Creating an abundance charm. For the 3rd ritual, we'll create a portable charm that you can carry with you. This charm will serve as a constant reminder of the abundance you're attracting into your life. 1. Get a small red cloth bag. The color red is ideal because it symbolizes energy, power, and prosperity. Avoid using black as it can symbolize mourning and attract negative energy. 2. Add a coin or banknote. Place a coin or a banknote inside the bag. Ensure it is real currency, something you can actually spend to keep the energy grounded in reality. 3. Add 3 cloves. Place 3 cloves into the bag as you add. Each clove say, I am abundance. 4. Close the bag tightly. Close the bag tightly and carry it with you in your purse, wallet, or pocket. This little bag becomes a charm that continually attracts wealth, protection, and prosperity into your life. Whenever you open your purse or wallet and see the bag, it'll remind you of the positive energy you're channeling and the financial opportunities you're inviting into your life. Ritual for water. Ritual for health, wealth, and love. Finally, let's enhance our practice with a water ritual that not only attracts wealth, but also promotes health and love. 1. Prepare the water. Take a clear glass and fill it with clean water. 2. Add 3 cloves. Drop 3 cloves into the water. As you drop each clove, say I am money, first clove. I am love, second clove. I am health. Third clove, 3 placement. Place this glass at the entrance of your home or office. You can also put one in both places to maximize the positive energy. This ritual covers what I call the master areas of life, health, wealth, and love. By placing the charged water at key entrances, you create a protective barrier and draw in sources of abundance for you and everyone else in your space. This simple trick helps maintain a balanced and prosperous environment, encouraging positive energies to flow freely. The mindfulness connection in Buddhism. Mindfulness is the key to cultivating a life of abundance. By being fully present in each moment, we can align our thoughts and emotions with positive energy. This practice not only helps us stay grounded, but also enhances our ability to attract prosperity. Mindfulness practices such as mindful breathing, walking meditation, and gratitude journaling can significantly shift our energy. When we focus on the present moment, we reduce stress and clear our minds of negativity. This state of calm and clarity allows us to connect with the frequency of abundance. Daily mindfulness helps maintain a positive mindset, making it easier to attract wealth and prosperity. Remember, a mindful approach to life opens the door to endless possibilities and abundance. Water ritual for health, wealth, and love. Finally, let's enhance our practice with a water ritual that not only attracts wealth but also promotes health and love. 1. Prepare the water. Take a clear glass and fill it with clean water. 2. Add 3 cloves. Drop 3 cloves into the water. As you drop each clove, say, I am money. First clove, I am love. Second clove, I am health. Third clove. 3 placement. Place this glass at the entrance of your home or office. You can also put one in both places to maximize the positive energy. This ritual covers what I call the master areas of life, health, wealth, and love. By placing the charged water at key entrances, you create a protective barrier and draw in source of abundance for you and everyone else in your space. This simple trick helps maintain a balanced and prosperous environment, encouraging positive energies to flow freely. Integrating Buddhist teachings in Buddhism, the path to abundance is not just about material wealth, but also spiritual enrichment. The teachings of Buddhism offer profound insights into living a life of balance, harmony, and contentment. One of the key teachings of Buddhism is the importance of generosity, known as dana. By cultivating a spirit of generosity and sharing our wealth with others, we create positive karma and contribute to the well-being of all beings. Generosity is not only about giving material possessions, but also sharing our time, knowledge, and compassion. Another fundamental concept in Buddhism is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude is the antidote to feelings of lack and scarcity. By appreciating the blessing in our lives, we cultivate a mindset of abundance and attract more positive experiences. Even in challenging times, there is always something to be grateful for. Buddhism also emphasizes the importance of living mindfully. Mindfulness is about being fully present in each moment without judgment or attachment. When we practice mindfulness, we become aware of our thoughts, emotions, and actions, allowing us to make conscious choices that lead to greater well-being and prosperity. By integrating these teachings into our daily lives, we can create a foundation for lasting abundance and fulfillment. Whether through acts of generosity, expressions of gratitude, or mindful living, we align ourselves with the natural flow of the universe and invite blessings to manifest in our lives. As we conclude our exploration of these powerful rituals inspired by Buddhist teachings, let's take a moment to reflect on the profound wisdom we've uncovered. These rituals offer more than just a way to attract material wealth. They provide a pathway to deeper spiritual fulfillment and contentment. By aligning ourselves with the energy of abundance and prosperity, we not only enhance our own lives, but also contribute positively to the world around us. Remember, it's not just about the rituals themselves, but the intention and energy we bring to them, whether it's planting cloves for protection and prosperity, infusing our finances with positive energy, or carrying an abundance charm with us wherever we go. Each practice is a reminder of our innate connection to the abundance of the universe. Thank you for joining me on this journey of mindful exploration. May these teachings serve as a guiding light on your path to abundance and prosperity. If you found this video helpful, Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Gautama for more insights into living a mindful and abundant life. Thank you.
The Buddha Contents. Chapter 1. The Buddhist Attitude of Mind, the Four Noble Truths. Chapter. The First Noble Truth, Dukkha. Chapter 3. The Second Noble Truth, Samudaya, the arising of dukkha. Chapter 4. The Third Noble Truth, Nirodha, the cessation of dukkha. Chapter. The Fourth Noble Truth, Magga, the path. Chapter 6. The Doctrine of No Soul, Anatta. Chapter 7. Meditation of Mental Culture, Bhavana. Instruction for Life. What the Buddha taught. The Buddha, whose personal name was Siddhartha and family name Gautama, lived in North India in the 6th century BC. His father, Suddhodana, was the ruler of the kingdom of the Sakyas in modern Nepal. His mother was Queen Maya. According to the custom of the time, he was married quite young, at the age of 16, to a beautiful and devoted young princess named Yasodhara. The young prince lived in his palace with every luxury at his command. But all of a sudden, confronted with the reality of life and the suffering of mankind, he decided to find the solution, the way out of this universal suffering. At the age of 29, soon after the birth of his only child Rahula, he left his kingdom and became an ascetic in search of his solution. For 6 years the ascetic Gautama wandered about the valley of Ganges, meeting famous religious teachers, studying and following their systems and methods, and submitting himself to rigorous ascetic practices. They did not satisfy him, so he abandoned all traditional religions and their methods and went his own way. It was thus that one evening, seated under a tree, since then known as the Bodhi or Bo tree, the tree of wisdom, on the bank of the river Naranjara at Buddha-Aya, near Gaya in modern Bihar. At the age of 35, Gautama attained enlightenment, after which he was known as the Buddha, the Enlightened One. After his enlightenment, Gautama the Buddha delivered his first sermon to a group of 5 ascetics, his old colleagues, in the deer park at Isipatana, modern Sarnath, near Benares. From that day for 45 years he taught all classes of men and women, kings and peasants, Brahmins and outcasts, bankers and beggars, holy men and robbers, without making the slightest distinction between them. He recognized no differences of caste or social groupings, and the way he preached was open to all men and women who were ready to understand and follow it. At the age of 80, the Buddha passed away at Kusinara, in modern Uttar Pradesh in India. Today Buddhism is found in Ceylon, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Tibet, China, Japan, Mongolia, Korea, Laos, Formosa, in some parts of India, Pakistan and Nepal, and also in Soviet Union. The Buddhist population of the world is over 500 million. Chapter 1. The Buddhist Attitude of Mind. Among the founders of religions, the Buddha, if we are permitted to call him the founder of a religion in the popular sense of the term, was the only teacher who did not claim to be other than a human being, pure and simple. Other teachers were either God or his incarnations in different forms, or inspired by him. The Buddha was not only a human being, he claimed no inspiration from any god or external power either. He attributed all his realization, attainments, and achievements to human endeavor and human intelligence. A man and only a man can become Buddha. Every man has within himself the potentiality of becoming a Buddha, if he so wills it and endeavors. We can call the Buddha a man par excellence. He was so perfect in his humanness that he came to be regarded later in popular religion almost as superhuman. Man's position, according to Buddhism, is supreme. Man is his own master, and there is no higher being or power that sits in judgment over his destiny. One is one's own refuge. Who else could be the refuge? Said the Buddha. He admonished his disciples to be a refuge to themselves, and never to seek refuge in or help from anybody else. He taught, encouraged, and stimulated each person to develop himself and to work out his own emancipation. For man has the power to liberate himself from all bondage through his own personal effort and intelligence. The Buddha says, "You should do your work, for the Tathagatas one. Only teach the way." If the Buddha is to be called a savior at all, it is only in the sense that he discovered and showed the path to liberation, nirvana. But we must tread the path ourselves. It is on this principle of individual responsibility that the Buddha allows freedom to his disciples. In the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the Buddha says that he never thought of controlling the Sangha, order of monks, nor did he wanted the Sangha to depend on him. He said that there was no esoteric doctrine in his teaching, nothing hidden in the closed fist of the teacher, or to put it in other words, there never was anything up his sleeve. The freedom of thought allowed by the Buddha is unheard of elsewhere in the history of religions. This freedom is necessary because, according to the Buddha, man's emancipation depends on his own realization of truth, and not on the benevolent grace of a god or any external power as a reward for his obedient good behavior. The Buddha once visited a small town called Kesaputta in the kingdom of Kusala. The inhabitants of this town were known by the common name Kalama. When they heard that the Buddha was in their town, the Kalamas paid him a visit and told him, "Sir, there are some recluses and Brahmapas who visit Kesaputta. They explain and illumine only their own doctrines, and despise, condemn, and spurn others' doctrines. Then come other recluses and Brahmapas, and they too in their turn explain and illumine only their own doctrines and only despise, condemn, and spurn others' doctrines. But for us, sir, we have always doubt and perplexity as to who among these venerable recluses and Brahmapas spoke the truth, and who spoke falsehood." Then the Buddha gave them this advice, unique in the history of religions. "Yes, Kalamas, it is proper that you have doubt, that you have perplexity, for a doubt has arisen in a matter which is doubtful. Now, look you Kalamas, do not be led by reports or tradition or hearsay. Be not led by the authority of religious texts, nor by the delight in speculative opinions, nor by seeming possibilities, nor by the idea, 'This is our teacher.' But, O Kalamas, when you know for yourselves that certain things are unwholesome, akusala, and wrong and bad, then give them up. And when you know for yourselves that certain things are wholesome, kusala, and good, then accept them and follow them." The Buddha went even further. He told the bhikkhus that a disciple should examine even the Tathagata, Buddha himself, so that he, the disciple, might be fully convinced of the true value of the teacher whom he followed. According to the Buddha's teaching, doubt, visakkhisibha, is one of the 5 hindrances, nivarana, to the clear understanding of truth and to spiritual progress, or for that matter to any progress. Doubt, however, is not a sin, because there are no articles of faith in Buddhism. In fact, there is no sin in Buddhism as sin is understood in some religions. The root of all evil is ignorance, avijja, and false views, miksibha ditbai. It is an undeniable fact that as long as there is doubt, perplexity, wavering, no progress is possible. It is also equally undeniable that there must be doubt as long as one does not understand or see clearly. But in order to progress further, it is absolutely necessary to get rid of doubt. To get rid of doubt, one has to see clearly. There is no point in saying that one should not doubt or one should believe. Just to say "I believe" does not mean that you understand and see. When a student works on a mathematical problem, he comes to a stage beyond which he does not know how to proceed, and where he is in doubt and perplexity. As long as he has this doubt, he cannot proceed. If he wants to proceed, he must resolve this doubt. And there are ways of resolving that doubt. Just to say "I believe" or "I do not doubt" will certainly not solve the problem. To force oneself to believe and to accept a thing without understanding is political and not spiritual or intellectual. The Buddha was always eager to dispel doubt. Even just a few minutes before his death, he requested his disciples several times to ask him if they had any doubts about his teaching, and not to feel sorry later that they could not clear those doubts. But the disciples were silent. What he said then was touching. If it is through respect for the teacher that you do not ask anything, let even one of you inform his friend. I.e., let one tell his friend so that the latter may ask the question on the other's behalf. Not only the freedom of thought but also the tolerance allowed by the Buddha is astonishing to the student of the history of religions. Once in Nalanda, a prominent and wealthy householder named Upali, a well-known lay disciple of Niganthanataputta Jaina Mahavira, was expressly sent by Mahavira himself to meet the Buddha and defeat him in argument on certain points in the theory of karma, because the Buddha's view on the subject were different from those of Mahavira. Quite contrary to expectations, Upali, at the end of the discussion, was convinced that the views of the Buddha were right and those of his master were wrong. So he begged the Buddha to accept him as one of his lay disciples, Upasaka. But the Buddha asked him to reconsider it, and not to be in a hurry, for considering carefully is good for well-known men like you. When Upali expressed his desire again, the Buddha requested him to continue to respect and support his old religious teachers as he used to. In the 3rd century BC, the great Buddhist Emperor Asoka of India, following this noble example of tolerance and understanding, honored and supported all other religions in his vast empire. In one of his edicts carved on the rock, the original of which one may read even today, the emperor declared, "One should not honor only one's own religion and condemn the religions of others, but one should honor others' religions for this or that reason. So doing, one helps one's own religion to grow and renders service to the religions of others too. In acting otherwise, one digs the grave of one's own religion and also does harm to other religions. Whosoever honors his own religion and condemns other religions, does so indeed through devotion to his own religion, thinking I will glorify my own religion. But on the contrary, in so doing he injures his own religion more gravely. So concord is good, let all listen, and be willing to listen to the doctrines professed by others." We should add here that this spirit of sympathetic understanding has been from the beginning one of the most cherished ideals of Buddhist culture and civilization. That is why there is not a single example of persecution, or the shedding of a drop of blood in converting people to Buddhism, or in its propagation during its long history of 2,500 years. It spread peacefully all over the continent of Asia, having more than 500 million adherents today. Violence in any form, under any pretext whatsoever, is absolutely against the teaching of the Buddha. The question is often asked, is Buddhism a religion or a philosophy? It does not matter what you call it. Buddhism remains what it is, whatever label you may put on it. The label is immaterial. Even the label Buddhism, which we give to the teaching of the Buddha, is of little importance. The name one gives it is inessential. What's in a name? That which we call a rose. 6. By other name would smell as sweet. In the same way, truth need no label. It is neither Buddhist, Christian, Hindu, nor Muslim. It is not the monopoly of anybody. Sectarian labels are a hindrance to the independent understanding of truth, and they produce harmful prejudices in men's mind. This is true not only in intellectual and spiritual matters, but also in human relations. When, for instance, we meet a man, we do not look on him as a human being, but we put a label on him, such as English, French, German, American, or Jew, and regard him with all the prejudices associated with that label in our mind. Yet he may be completely free from those attributes which we have put on him. People are so fond of discriminative labels, that they even go to the length of putting them on human qualities and emotions common to all. So they talk of different brands of charity, as for example of Buddhist charity or Christian charity, and look down upon other brands of charity. But charity cannot be sectarian. It is neither Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, nor Muslim. The love of a mother for her child is neither Buddhist nor Christian. It is mother love. Human qualities and emotions like love, charity, compassion, tolerance, patience, friendship, desire, hatred, ill will, ignorance, conceit, etc., need no sectarian labels. They belong to no particular religions. To the seeker after truth, it is immaterial from where an idea comes. The source and development of an idea is a matter for the academic. In fact, in order to understand truth, it is not necessary even to know whether the teaching comes from the Buddha or from anyone else. What is essential is seeing the thing, understanding it. There is an important story in the Majjhima Nikaya, Sutta No. 140, which illustrate this. The Buddha once spent a night in a potter's shed. In the same shed there was a young recluse who had arrived there earlier. They did not know each other. the Buddha observed the recluse, and thought to himself, "Pleasant are the ways of this young man. It would be good if I should ask about him." So the Buddha asked him, "O bhikkhu, in whose name have you left home? Or who is your master? Or whose doctrine do you like?" "O friend," answered the young man, "there is the recluse Gautama, a Sakyan scion, who left the Saka family to become a recluse. There is high repute abroad of him that he is an arahant, a fully enlightened one. He is my master, and I like his doctrine." Where does the Blessed One, the arahant, the fully enlightened one, live at the present time? In the countries to the north, friend, there is a city called Savatthi. It is there that that Blessed One, the arahant, the fully enlightened one, is now living. Have you ever seen him, the Blessed One? Would you recognize him if you saw him? I have never seen the Blessed One. Nor should I recognize him if I saw him. The Buddha realized it was in his name that this unknown young man had left home and become a recluse. But without divulging his own identity, he said, "Oh, bhikkhu, I will teach you the doctrine. Listen and pay attention. I will speak." "Very well, friend," said the young man in assent. Then the Buddha delivered to this young man a most remarkable discourse explaining truth, the gist of which is given later. It was only at the end of the discourse that this young recluse, whose name was Pukusati, realized that the person who spoke to him was the Buddha himself. So he got up, went before the Buddha, bowed down at feet of the master, and apologized him for calling him friend unknowingly. He then begged the Buddha to ordain him and admit him into the order of Sangha. The Buddha asked him whether he had the alms bowl and the robes ready. A bhikkhu must have 3 robes and alms bowl for begging food. When Pukusati replied in the negative, the Buddha said that the Tathagatas would not ordain a person unless the alms bowl and robes are ready. So Pukusati went out in search of an alms bowl and robes, but was unfortunately savaged by a cow and died. Later, when this sad news reached the Buddha, he announced that Pukusati was a wise man, who had already seen the truth and attained a penultimate stage in the realization of nirvana, and that he was born in a realm where he would become an arahant and finally passed away, never to return this world again. From this story, it is quite clear that when Pukusati listened to the Buddha and understood his teaching, he did not know who was speaking to him, or whose teaching it was. He saw truth. If the medicine is good, the disease will be cured. It is not necessary to know who prepared it, or where it came from. Almost all religions are built on faith, rather blind faith it would seem. But in Buddhism, emphasis is laid on seeing, knowing, understanding, and not on faith or belief. In Buddhist texts, there is a word sada, kt sraddha, which is usually translated as faith or belief. But sada is not faith as such, but rather confidence born out of conviction. In popular Buddhism and also in ordinary usage in the texts, the word sada, it must be admitted, has an element of faith in the sense that it signifies devotion to the Buddha, the Dhamma, teaching, and the Sangha, the order. According to Asanga, the great Buddhist philosopher of the 4th century AC, Sraddha has 3 aspects. Full and firm conviction that a thing is, 2. Serene joy at good qualities, and 3. Aspiration or wish to achieve an object in view. However you put it, faith or belief as understood by most religions has little to do with Buddhism. The question of belief arises when there is no seeing in every sense of the word. The moment you see, the question of belief disappears. If I tell you that I have a gem hidden in the folded palm of my hand, the question of belief arises because you do not see it yourself. But if I unclench my fist and show you the gem, then you see it for yourself, and the question of belief does not arise. So the phrase in ancient Buddhist texts reads, realizing, as one sees a gem in the palm. A disciple of the Buddha named Musila tells another monk, "Friend Savita, without devotion, faith or belief, without liking or inclination, without hearsay or tradition, without considering apparent reasons, without delight in the speculations of opinions, I know and see that the cessation of becoming is nirvana." And the Buddha says, "O bhikkhus, I say that the destruction of defilement and impurities is meant for a person who knows and who sees, and not for a person who does not know and does not see. It is always a question of knowing and seeing, and not that of believing. The teaching of the Buddha is qualified as ehipasika, inviting you to come and see, but not to come and believe. The expressions used everywhere in Buddhist texts referring to persons who realize truth are, the dustless and stainless eye of truth, Dhammakaku, has arisen. He has seen truth, has attained truth, has known truth, has penetrated into truth, has crossed over doubt, is without wavering. Thus with right wisdom he sees it as it is, yatha bhutam. With reference to his own enlightenment, the Buddha said, the I was born, knowledge was born, wisdom was born, science was born, light was born. It is always seeing through knowledge or wisdom, nanadasana, and not believing through faith. This was more and more appreciated at a time when Brahmanic orthodoxy insisted on believing and accepting their tradition and authority as the only truth without question. Once a group of learned and well-known Brahmins went to see the Buddha and had a long discussion with him. One of the group, a Brahmin youth of 16 years age, named Kapathika, considered by them all to be an exceptionally brilliant mind, put a question to the Buddha. Venerable Gautama, there are the ancient holy scriptures of the Brahmins handed down along the line by unbroken oral tradition of texts. With regard to them, Brahmins come to the absolute conclusion, this alone is truth and everything else is false. Now, what does the Venerable Gautama say about this? The Buddha inquired. Among Brahmins, is there any one single Brahmin who claims that he personally knows and sees that this alone is truth, and everything else is false? The young man was frank and said no. Then is there any one single teacher, or a teacher of teachers of Brahmins back to the 7th generation, or even any one of those original authors of those scriptures, who claims that he knows and he sees, this alone is truth and everything else is false? No. Then it is like a line of blind men, each holding on to the preceding one. The first one does not see, the middle one also does not see, the last one also does not see. Thus it seems to me that the state of the Brahmins is like that of a line of blind men. Then the Buddha gave advice of extreme importance to the group of Brahmins. It is not proper for a wise man who maintains, protects truth to come to the conclusion, this alone is truth, and everything else is false. Asked by the young Brahmin to explain the idea of maintaining or protecting truth, the Buddha said, a man has a faith. If he says, this is my faith, so far he maintains truth. But by that he cannot proceed to the absolute conclusion, this alone is truth, and everything else is false. In other words, a man may believe what he likes, and he may say, I believe this. So far he respects truth, but because of his belief or faith, he should not say that what he believes is alone the truth, and everything else is false. The Buddha says, to be attached to one thing, to a certain view, and to look down upon other things, views, as inferior. This the wise men call a fetter. Once the Buddha explained the doctrine of cause and effect to his disciples, and they said that they saw it and understood it clearly. Then the Buddha said, O bhikkhus, even this view, which is so pure and so clear, if you cling to it, if you fondle it, if you treasure it, if you are attached to it, then you do not understand that the teaching is similar to a raft, which is for crossing over, and not for getting hold of. Elsewhere, the Buddha explains this famous simile in which his teaching is compared to a raft for crossing over, and not for getting hold of and carrying on one's back. O bhikkhus, a man is on a journey. He comes to a vast stretch of water. On this side the shore is dangerous, but on the other it is safe and without danger. No boat goes to the other shore which is safe and without danger, nor is there any bridge for crossing over. He says to himself, this sea of water is vast, and the shore on this side is full of danger. But on the other shore, it is safe and without danger. No boat goes to the other side, nor is there a bridge for crossing over. It would be good, therefore, if I would gather grass, wood, branches, and leaves to make a raft, and with the help of the raft cross over safely to the other side, exerting myself with my hands and feet. Then that man, O bhikkhus, gathers on one side and said, Sir, when I was all alone meditating, this thought occurred to me. There are these problems unexplained, put aside and rejected by the 1. Is the universe eternal? Or 2. Is it not eternal? Is 3. Is the universe finite? Or 4. Is it infinite? Is 5. Is soul the same as body? Or 6. Is soul one thing and body another thing? 7. Does the Tathagata exist after death? Or 8. Does he not exist after death? Or 9. Does he both, at the same time, exist after death? Or 10. Does he both, at the same time, not exist and not exist? These problems the Blessed One does not explain to me. This attitude does not please me. I do not appreciate it. I will go to the Blessed One, ask him about this matter. If the Blessed One explains them to me, then I will continue to follow the holy life under him. If he does not explain them, I will leave the order and go away. If the Blessed One knows that the universe is eternal, let him explain it to me so. If the Blessed One knows that the universe is not eternal, let him say so. If the Blessed One does not know whether the universe is eternal or not, etc., then for a person who does not know, it is straightforward to say, I do not know, I do not see. The Buddha's reply to Malunkyaputta should do good to many millions in the world today, who are wasting valuable time on such metaphysical questions and unnecessarily disturbing their peace of mind. Did I ever tell you, Malunkyaputta, come Malunkyaputta, lead the holy life under me, I will explain these questions to you? No, sir. Then, Malunkyaputta, even you, did you tell me, sir, I will lead the holy life under the Blessed One, and the Blessed One will explain these questions to me? No, sir. Even now, Malunkyaputta, I do not tell you. Come and lead the holy life under me. I will explain these questions to you. And you do not tell me either. Sir, I will lead the holy life under the Blessed One, and he will explain these questions to me. Under these circumstances, you foolish one, who refuses whom? Malunkyaputta, if anyone says, I will not lead the holy life under the Blessed One until he explains these questions, he may die with these questions unanswered by the Tathagata. Suppose Malunkyaputta, a man is wounded by the poisoned arrow, and his friends and relatives bring him to a surgeon. Suppose the man should then say, I will not let this arrow be taken out until I know who shot me, whether he is Kshatriya, of the low caste, what his name and family may be, whether he is tall, short, or of medium stature, whether his complexion is black, brown, or golden, from which village, town, or city he comes. I will not let this arrow be taken out until I know the kind of bow with which I was shot, the kind of bowstring used, the type of arrow, what sort of feather was used on the arrow, and with what kind of material the point of the arrow was made. Malunkyaputta, that man would die without knowing any of these things. Even so, Malunkyaputta, if anyone says, I will not follow the holy life under the Blessed One, until he answers these questions such as whether the universe is eternal or not, etc., he would die with these questions unanswered by the Tathagata. Then the Buddha explains to Malunkyaputta that the holy life does not depend on these views. Whatever opinion one may have about these problems, there is birth, old age, decay, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, distress, the cessation of which, that is nirvana, I declare in this very life. Therefore, Malunkyaputta, bear in mind what I have explained, as explained, and what I have not explained as unexplained. What are the things that I have not explained? Whether the universe is eternal or not, etc., those 10 opinions, I have not explained. Why, Malunkyaputta, have not explained them? Because it is not useful, it is not fundamentally connected with the spiritual holy life, is not conducive to aversion, detachment, cessation, tranquility, deep penetration, full realization, nirvana. That is why I have not told you about them. Then, what, Malunkyaputta, have I explained? I have explained dukkha, the arising of dukkha, the cessation of dukkha, and the way leading to the cessation of dukkha. Why, Malunkyaputta, have I explained them? Because it is useful, is fundamentally connected with the spiritual holy life, is conducive to aversion, detachment, cessation, tranquility, deep penetration, full realization, nirvana. Therefore I have explained them. Let us now examine the 4 noble truths which the Buddha told Malunkyaputta he had explained. The 4 noble truths. Chapter 2. The First Noble Truth, Dukkha. The heart of Buddha's teaching lies in the Four Noble Truths, Katari Arya Sakani, expounded in his very first sermon to his old colleagues, the Five Ascetics, at Isipatana, modern Sarnath, near Benares. In this sermon, as we have it in the original texts, these four truths are given briefly, but there are innumerable places in the early Buddhist scriptures where they are explained again and again, with greater detail and in different ways. If we study the Four Noble Truths with the help of these references and explanations, we get a fairly good and accurate account of the essential teachings of the Buddha according to the original texts. The Four Noble Truths are 1. Dukkha 2. Samudaya, the arising or origin of Dukkha 3. Nirodha, the cessation of Dukkha 4. Megha, the way leading to the cessation of Dukkha. The first noble truth, Dukkha Aryasaka, is generally translated by almost all scholars as the noble truth of suffering, and it is interpreted to mean that life according to Buddhism is nothing but suffering and pain. Both translation and interpretation are highly unsatisfactory and misleading. It is because of this limited, free, easy translation and its superficial interpretation that many people have been misled into regarding Buddhism as pessimistic. First of all, Buddhism is neither pessimistic nor optimistic. If anything at all, it is realistic, for it takes a realistic view of life and of the world. It looks at things objectively, yathabhutam. It does not falsely lull you into living in a fool's paradise, nor does not frighten and agonize you with all kinds of imaginary fears and sins. It tells you exactly and objectively what you are and what the world around you is, and shows you the way to perfect freedom, peace, tranquility, and happiness. One physician may gravely exaggerate an illness and give up hope altogether. Another may ignorantly declare that there is no illness and that no treatment is necessary, thus deceiving the patient with false consolation. You may call the first one pessimistic and the second optimistic. Both are equally dangerous. But a third physician diagnoses the symptoms correctly, understands the cause and the nature of the illness, sees clearly that it can be cured, and courageously administers a course of treatment, thus saving his patient. The Buddha is like the last physician. He is the wise and scientific doctor for the ills of the world, Bisaka or Baisajaguru. It is true that the Pali word dukkha or Sanskrit dukkha in ordinary usage means suffering, pain, sorrow or misery, as opposed to the word sukha meaning happiness, comfort, or ease. But the term dukkha as the first noble truth, which represents the Buddha's view of life and the world, has a deeper philosophical meaning and connotes enormously wider senses. It is admitted that the term dukkha in the first noble truth contains, quite obviously, the ordinary meaning of suffering, but in addition it also includes deeper ideas such as imperfection, impermanence, emptiness, insubstantiality. It is difficult, therefore, to find one word to embrace the whole conception of the term dukkha as the first noble truth, and so it is better to leave it untranslated than to give an inadequate and wrong idea of it by conveniently translating it as suffering or pain. The Buddha does not deny happiness in life when he says there is suffering. On the contrary, he admits different forms of happiness, both material and spiritual, for laymen and monks. In the Anguttara Nikaya, one of the 5 original collections in Pali containing the Buddha's discourses, there is a list of happinesses, sukhani, such as the happiness of family and the happiness of the life of recluse, the happiness of sense pleasures and the happiness of renunciation, the happiness of attachment and the happiness of detachment, physical happiness and mental happiness, etc. But all these are included in dukkha. Even the very pure spiritual states of dhyana, recueillement or trance, attained by the practice of higher meditation, free from even a shadow of suffering in the accepted sense of the word, states which may be described as unmixed happiness, as well as the state of dhyana, which is free from sensations both pleasant, sukha, and unpleasant, dukkha, and is only pure equanimity and awareness. Even these very high spiritual states are included in dukkha. In one of the suttas of the Majjhima Nikaya, again one of the 5 original collections, after praising the spiritual happiness of these dhyanas, the Buddha says that they are impermanent dukkha and subject to change, anicca dukkha viparnamadhamma. Notice that the word dukkha is explicitly used. It is dukkha, not because there is suffering in ordinary sense of the word, but because whatever is impermanent is dukkha, yad anikkam tam dukkham. The Buddha was realistic and objective. He says, with regard to life and the enjoyment of sense pleasures, that one should clearly understand 3 things. Attraction or enjoyment, asada. 2. Evil consequence or danger or unsatisfactoriness, adinava. And 3. Freedom or liberation, nisarana. When you see a pleasant, charming and beautiful person, you like him or her, you are attracted, you enjoy seeing that person again and again, you derive pleasure and satisfaction from that person. This is enjoyment, asada. It is fact of experience. But this enjoyment is not permanent, just as that person and his or her attractions are not permanent either. When the situation changes, when you cannot see that person, when you are deprived of this enjoyment, you become sad, you may become unreasonable and unbalanced, you may even behave foolishly. This is evil, unsatisfactory and dangerous side of the picture, adinava. This too is a fact of experience. Now if you have no attachment to the person, if you are completely detached, that is freedom, liberation, nisarana. These 3 things are true with regard to all enjoyment in life. From this it is evident that it is no question of pessimism or optimism, but that we must take account of the pleasure of life as well as of its pains and sorrows, and also of freedom from them, in order to understand life completely and objectively. Only then is true liberation is possible. Regarding this question the Buddha says, O bhikkhus, if any recluses or brahmanas do not understand objectively in this way, that the enjoyment of sense pleasures is enjoyment, that their unsatisfactoriness is unsatisfactoriness, that liberation from them is liberation, then it is not possible that they themselves will certainly understand the desire for sense pleasures completely, or that they will be able to instruct another person to that end, or that person following their instruction will completely understand the desire for sense of pleasures. But, O bhikkhus, if any recluses or brahmanas understand objectively in this way that the enjoyment of sense pleasures is enjoyment, that their unsatisfactoriness is unsatisfactoriness, that liberation from them is liberation, that it is possible that they themselves will certainly understand the desire for sense pleasures completely, and that they will be able to instruct another person to that end, and that the person following their instruction will completely understand the desire of sense pleasures. The conception of dukkha may be viewed from 3 aspects. 1. Dukkha as ordinary suffering, dukkha hukha. 2. Dukkha as produced by change, viparinama dukkha. And 3. Dukkha as conditioned states, samkhara dukkha. All kinds of suffering in life like births, old age, sickness, death, association with unpleasant persons and conditions, separation from beloved ones and pleasant conditions, not getting what one desires, grief, lamentation, distress, all such forms of physical and mental suffering, which are universally accepted as suffering or pain, are included in dukkha as ordinary suffering. Dukkha dukkha. A mind manas is considered a sense faculty or organ indriya, like the eye or the ear. The third is the aggregate of perceptions, sanakanda. Like sensations, perceptions also are of 6 kinds, in relation to 6 internal faculties and the corresponding 6 external objects. Like sensations, they are produced through the contact of our 6 faculties with the external world. It is the perception that recognize objects whether physical or mental. The fourth is the aggregate of mental formations, samkarakanda. In this group are included all volitional activities, both good and bad. Karma, or kama, comes under this group. The Buddha's own definition of karma should be remembered here. O bhikkhus, it is volition, cetana, that I call karma. Having willed, one acts through body, speech, and mind. Volition is mental construction, mental activity. Its function is to direct the mind in the sphere of good, bad, or neutral activities. Just like sensations and perceptions, volition is of 6 kinds, connected with the 6 internal faculties and the corresponding 6 objects, both physical and mental, in the external world. Sensations and perceptions are not volitional actions. They do not produce karmic effects. It is the only volitional actions, such as attention, will, determination, confidence, concentration, wisdom, energy, desire, repugnance or hate, ignorance, conceit, idea of self, etc., that can produce karmic effects. There are 52 such mental activities which constitute the aggregate of mental formation. The 5th is the aggregate of consciousness, Vijnana. Consciousness is a reaction or response which has one of the 6 faculties, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind, as its basis, and one of the 6 corresponding external phenomena, visible form, sound, odor, taste, tangible things and mind objects, i.e., an idea or thought, as its object. For instance, visual consciousness has the eye as its basis and a visible form as its object. Mental consciousness has the mind as its basis and a mental object, i.e., an idea or thought as its object. So consciousness is connected with other faculties, thus, like sensation, perception and volition, consciousness also is of 6 kinds. In relation to 6 internal faculties and corresponding 6 external objects. It should be clearly understood that consciousness does not recognize an object. It is only a sort of awareness of the presence of an object. When the eye comes in contact with a color, for instance blue, visual consciousness arises which simply is awareness of the presence of a color. But it does not recognize that it is blue. There is no recognition at this stage. It is perception, the 3rd aggregate discussed above, that recognizes that it is blue. The term visual consciousness is a philosophical expression denoting the same idea as is conveyed by the ordinary word seeing. Seeing does not mean recognizing. So are the other forms of consciousness. It must be repeated here that according to Buddhist philosophy there is no permanent, unchanging spirit which can be considered self, or soul, or ego as opposed to matter. And that consciousness should not be taken as spirit in opposition to matter. This point has to be particularly emphasized, because a wrong notion that consciousness is a sort of self or soul that continues as a permanent substance through life has persisted from the earliest time to present day. One of the Buddha's own disciples, Sati by name, held that the master taught, it is the same consciousness that transmigrates and wanders about. The Buddha asked him what he meant by consciousness. Sati's reply is classical. It is that which expresses, which feels, which experiences the results of good and bad deeds here and there. To whomever, you stupid one, remonstrated the master, have you heard me expounding the doctrine in this manner? Haven't I in many ways explained consciousness as arising out of conditions, that there is no arising of consciousness without conditions? Then the Buddha went on to explain consciousness in detail. Consciousness is named according to whatever condition through which it arises. On account of the eye and visible forms arises a consciousness, and it is called visual consciousness. On account of ear and sounds arises a consciousness, and it is called auditory consciousness. On account of nose and odor arises a consciousness, and it is called olfactory consciousness. On account of tongue and tastes arises a consciousness, and it is called gustatory consciousness. On account of body and tangible objects arises a consciousness, and it is called tactile consciousness. On account of the mind and mind objects, ideas and thoughts, arises a consciousness, and it is called mental consciousness. Then the Buddha explained it further by an illustration. A fire is named according to the material on account of which it burns. A fire may burn on account of wood, and it is called wood fire. It may burn on account of straw, and then it is called straw fire. So consciousness is named according to the condition through which it arises. Dwelling on this point, Buddhaghosa, the great commentator, explains, a fire that burns on account of wood burns only when there is a supply, but dies down in the very place when the supply is no longer there, because then the condition has changed. But the fire does not cross over to splinters, etc., and become a splinter fire and so on. Even so, the consciousness that arises on account of the eye and visible forms arises in that gate of sense organ, i.e., in the eye, only when there is the condition of the eye. Visible forms, light and attention, but ceases then and there when the condition has changed, but the consciousness does not cross over to the ear, etc., and become auditory consciousness and so on. The Buddha declared in unequivocal terms that consciousness depends on matter, sensation, perception, and mental formations, and that it cannot exist independently from them. He says, consciousness may exist having matter as it means, matter as its object, matter as its support, and seeking delight it may grow, increase and develop, or consciousness may exist having sensation as it means, or perception as it means, or mental formation as it means, mental formation as its object, mental formation as its support, and seeking delight it may grow, increase and develop. Were a man to say, I shall show the coming, the going, the passing away, the arising, the growth, the increase or the development of consciousness apart from matter, sensation, perception and mental formations, he would be speaking of something that does not exist. Very briefly, these are the 5 aggregates. What we call a being or an individual, or I, is only a convenient name or a label given to the combination of these 5 groups. They are all impermanent, all constantly changing. Whatever is impermanent is dukkha. This is the true meaning of the Buddha's words. In brief, the 5 aggregates of attachment are dukkha. They are not the same for 2 consecutive moments. Here A is not equal to A, they are in flux of momentary arising and disappearing. O Brahmana, it is just like a mountain river, flowing far and swift, taking everything with it. There is no moment, no instant, no second when it stops flowing, but it goes on flowing and continuing. So Brahmana is human life, like a mountain river. As the Buddha told Ratthapala, the world is in continuous flux and is impermanent. One thing disappears, conditioning the appearance of the next in a series of cause and effect. There is no unchanging substance in them. There is nothing behind them that can be called a permanent self, Atman, individuality, or anything that can in reality be called I. Everyone will agree that neither matter, nor sensation, nor perception, nor any of those mental activities, nor consciousness can be really called I. But when these 5 physical and mental aggregates which are independent are working together in combination as a physio-psychological machine, we get the idea of I. But this is only a false idea, a mental formation, which is nothing but one of those 52 mental formations of the 4th aggregate which we have just discussed, namely, it is the idea of self, Sakkayaditthi. These 5 aggregates together, which we popularly call a being, are dukkha itself. There is no other being or I standing behind these 5 aggregates who experiences dukkha. As Buddhaghosa says, mere suffering exists, but no sufferer is found. The deed are, but no doer is found. There is no unmoving mover behind the movement. It is only movement. It is not correct to say that life is moving, but life is movement itself. Life and movement are not 2 different things. In other words, there is no thinker behind the thought. Thought itself is the thinker. If you remove the thought, there is no thinker to be found. Here we cannot fail to notice how this Buddhist view is diametrically opposed to the Cartesian cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Now a question may be raised whether life has a beginning. According to the Buddha's teaching, the beginning of the life stream of living beings is unthinkable. The believer in the creation of life by God may be astonished at this reply. But if you were to ask him, what is the beginning of God? He would answer without hesitation, God has no beginning. And he is not astonished at his own reply. The Buddha says, O bhikkhus, this cycle of continuity, samsara, is without a visible end, and the first beginning of beings wandering and running round. Enveloped in ignorance, avidya, and bound down by the fetters of thirst, desire, tanha, is not to be perceived. And further, referring to ignorance, which is the main cause of the continuity of life, the Buddha states, the first beginning of ignorance is not to be perceived in such a way as to postulate that there is no ignorance beyond a certain point. Thus it is not possible to say that there was no life beyond a certain definite point. This in short is the meaning of the noble truth of dukkha. It is extremely important to understand this first noble truth clearly because, as the Buddha says, he who sees dukkha sees also the arising of dukkha, sees also the cessation of dukkha, and sees also the path leading to the cessation of dukkha. This does not at all make the life of a Buddhist melancholy or sorrowful, as some people wrongly imagine. On the contrary, a true Buddhist is the happiest of beings. He has no fears or anxieties. He is always calm and serene, and cannot be upset or dismayed by changes or calamities, because he sees things as they are. The Buddha was never melancholy or gloomy. He was described by his contemporaries as ever smiling. In Buddhist painting and sculpture, the Buddha is always represented with a countenance happy, serene, contented, and compassionate. Never a trace of suffering or agony or pain is to be seen. Buddhist art and architecture, Buddhist temples never give the impression of gloom or sorrow, but produce an atmosphere of calm and serene joy. Although there is suffering in life, a Buddhist should not be gloomy over it, should not be angry or impatient at it. One of the principal evils in life, according to Buddhism, is repugnance or hatred. Repugnance is explained as ill will with regard to living beings, with regard to suffering, and with regard to things pertaining to suffering. Its function is to produce a basis for unhappy states and bad conduct. Thus it is wrong to be impatient at suffering. Being impatient or angry at suffering does not remove it. On the contrary, it adds a little more to one's troubles, and aggravates and exacerbates a situation already disagreeable. What is necessary is not anger or impatience, but the understanding of the question of suffering, how it comes about, and how to get rid of it, and then to work accordingly with patience, intelligence, determination, and energy. There are two ancient Buddhist texts called the Therigatha and Therigatha, which are full of the joyful utterances of the Buddha's disciples, both male and female, who found peace and happiness in life through his teaching. The king of Kosala once told the Buddha that unlike many a disciple of other religious systems who looked haggard, coarse, pale, emaciated, and unprepossessing, his disciples were joyful and elated, jubilant and exultant, enjoying the spiritual life, with faculties pleased, free from anxiety, serene, peaceful, and living with a gazelle's mind, i.e., light-hearted. The king added that he believed that this healthy disposition was due to the fact that these venerable ones had certainly realized the great and full significance of the Blessed One's teaching. Buddhism is quite opposed to the melancholic, sorrowful, penitent, and gloomy attitude of mind which is considered a hindrance to the realization of truth. On the other hand, it is interesting to remember here that joy is one of the 7 bojjhangas or factors of enlightenment, the essential qualities to be cultivated for the realization of nirvana. Chapter 3. The second noble truth samudaya, the arising of dukkha. The second noble truth is that of the arising or origin of dukkha, dukkha samudaya, driyasaka. The most popular and well-known definition of the second truth is found in innumerable places in the original texts as follows. It is this thirst, craving, tanha, which produces re-existence and re-becoming, ponabhavika, and which is bound up with passionate greed, nandiraga sahaga, namely, 1. Thirst for sense pleasures, kama tanha. 2. Thirst for existence and becoming, bhatana. And 3. Thirst for non-existence, self-annihilation, vibhavatana. It is this thirst, desire, greed, craving, manifesting itself in various ways, that gives rise to all forms of suffering and the continuity of beings. But it should not be taken as the first cause, for there is no first cause possible as, according to Buddhism, everything is relative and interdependent. Even this thirst, tanha, which is considered as the cause or origin of dukkha, depends for its arising, samudaya, on something else, which is, and sensation arises depending on contact, phassa, and so on and so forth goes on the circle which is known as condition genesis, paticca samuppada, which we will discuss later. So tanha, thirst, is not the first or the only cause of the arising of dukkha, but it is the most palpable and immediate cause, the principal thing, and the all-pervading thing. Hence, in certain places of the original Pali texts themselves, the definition of samudaya, of the origin of dukkha, includes other defilements and impurities, kilesa, sasava dhamma, in addition to tanha, thirst, which is always given the first place. Within the necessarily limited space of our discussion, it will be sufficient if we remember that this thirst has as its center the false idea of self arising out of ignorance. Thirst. Here the term includes not only desire for, and attachment to, sense, leisure, wealth and power, but also desire for and attachment to ideas and ideals, views, opinions, theories, conceptions and beliefs. Dhammatanha. According to the Buddha's analysis, all the troubles and strife in world, from little personal quarrels in families to great wars between nations and countries, arise out of this selfish thirst. From this point of view, all economic, political and social problems are rooted in this selfish thirst. Great statesmen who try to settle international disputes and talk of war and peace only in economic and political terms touch the superficialities, and never go deep into the real root of the problem. As the Buddha told Ratapala, the world lacks and hankers, and is enslaved to thirst, tanadaso. Everyone will admit that all the evils in the world are produced by selfish desire. This is not difficult to understand. But how this desire, thirst, can produce re-existence and re-becoming, Ponapavika, is a problem not so easy to grasp. It is here that we have to discuss the deeper philosophical side of the second noble truth, corresponding to the philosophical side of the first noble truth. Here we must have some idea about the theory of karma and rebirth. There are four nutriments, ahara, in the sense of cause or condition necessary for the existence and continuity of beings. Ordinary material food. 2. Contact of our sense organs with the external world. 3. Consciousness. And 4. Mental volition or will. Of these four, the last mentioned, mental volition, is the will to live, to exist, to continue, to become more and more. It creates the root of existence and continuity, striving forward by way of good and bad actions. Kusala kama. It is the same as volition, sitana. We have seen earlier that volition is karma, as the Buddha himself has defined it. Referring to mental volition just mentioned above, the Buddha says, when one understands the nutriment of mental volition, one understands the three forms of thirst, tanha. Thus the terms thirst, volition, mental volition and karma all denote the same thing. They devote the desire, the will to be, to exist, to re-exist, to become more and more, to grow more and more, to accumulate more and more. This is the cause of the arising of dukkha, and this is found within the aggregate of mental formations, one of the five aggregates which constitute a being. Here is one of the most important and essential points in the Buddha's teaching. We must therefore clearly and carefully mark and remember that the cause, the germ of the arising of dukkha is within dukkha itself, and not outside, and we must equally well remember that the cause, the germ, of the cessation of dukkha, of the destruction of dukkha, is also within dukkha itself, and not outside. This is what is meant by the well-known formula often found in original Pali texts. Yam kinchi samudayat hamam sabam tam nirdat hamam, whatever is of the nature of arising, all that is of the nature of cessation. A being, a thing, of a system, if it has also within itself the nature of arising, the nature of coming into being, has also within itself the nature, the germ, of its own cessation and destruction. Thus dukkha of five aggregates has within itself the nature of its own arising, and has also within itself the nature of its own cessation. This point will be taken up again in the discussion of the third noble truth, nirodha. Now, the Pali word kama, or the Sanskrit word karma from the root kr to do, literally means action, doing. But in the Buddhist theory of karma it has a specific meaning. It means only volitional action, not all action. Nor does it mean the result of karma as many people wrongly and loosely use it. In Buddhist terminology, karma, it has a specific meaning. It means only volitional action, not all action. Not does it mean the result of karma as many people wrongly and loosely use it. In Buddhist terminology, karma never means its effect. Its effect is known as the fruit or the result of karma, kamaphala or kama vipaka. Volition may relatively be good or bad, just as a desire may relatively be good or bad. So karma may be good or bad relatively. Good karma, kusala, produces good effects, and bad karma, akusala, produces bad effects. Thirst, volition, karma, whether good or bad, has one force as its effect. Force to continue in a good or bad direction. Whether good or bad, it is relative, and is within the cycle of continuity, samsara. An arahant, though he acts, does not accumulate karma, because he is free from the thirst for continuity and becoming, free from all other defilement and impurities. Kalesa sasavadama. For him there is no rebirth. The theory of karma should not be confused with so-called moral justice or reward and punishment. The idea of moral justice or reward and punishment arises out of the conception of a supreme being, a God, who sits in judgment, who is a lawgiver, and who decides what is right and wrong. The term justice is ambiguous and dangerous, and in its name more harm than good is done to humanity. The theory of karma is the theory of cause and effect, of action and reaction. It is a natural law, which has nothing to do with the idea of justice or reward and punishment. Every volitional action produces its effects or results. If a good action produces good effects, and a bad action bad effects, it is not justice or reward, or punishment meted out by anybody or any power sitting in judgment on your action. But this is in virtue of its own nature, its own law. This is not difficult to understand. But what is difficult is that, according to the karma theory, the effects of a volitional action may continue to manifest themselves even in a life after death. Here we have to explain what death is according to Buddhism. We have seen earlier that a being is nothing but a combination of physical and mental forces or energies. What we call death is the total non-functioning of the physical body. Do all these forces and energies stop altogether with the non-functioning of the body? Buddhism says no. Will, volition, desire, thirst to exist, to continue, to become more and more, is a tremendous force that moves whole world lives, whole existences, that even moves the whole world. According to Buddhism, this force does not stop with the non-functioning of the body, which is death, but it continues manifesting itself in another form, producing re-existence, which is called rebirth. Now, another question arises. If there is no permanent, unchanging entity or substance like self or soul, Atman, what is it that can re-exist or be reborn after death? Before we go on life after death, let us consider what this life is and how it continues now. What we call life, as we have so often repeated, is the combination of the 5 aggregates, a combination of physical and mental energies. These are constantly changing. They do not remain the same for 2 consecutive moments. Every moment they are born and they die. When the aggregates arise, decay and die, O bhikkhu, every moment you are born, decay and die. Thus even now during this lifetime, every moment we are born and die, but we continue. If we can understand that in this life we can continue without a permanent, unchanging substance like self or soul, why can't we understand that those forces themselves can continue without a self or soul behind them after the non-functioning of the body? When this physical body is no more capable of functioning, energies do not die with it, but continue to take some other shape or form, which we call another life. In a child, all the physical, mental, and intellectual faculties are tender and weak, but they have within them the potentiality of producing a full-grown man. Physical and mental energies which constitute the so-called being have within themselves the power to take a new form, grow gradually, and gather force to the full. As there is no permanent, uncahanging substance, nothing passes from one moment to the next. So quite obviously nothing permanent or unchanging can pass or transmigrate from one life to the next. It is a series that continues unbroken, but changes every moment. The series is, really speaking, nothing but movement. It is like a flame that burns through the night. It is not the same flame, nor is it another. A child grows up to be a man of 60. Certainly the man of 60 is not the same as the child of 60 years ago, nor is he another person. Similarly, a man dies here and reborn elsewhere is neither the same person nor another. It is the continuity of the same series. The difference between death and birth is only a thought moment. The last thought moment of this life conditions the first thought moment in the so-called next life, which in fact is the continuity of the same series. During the life itself too, one thought moment conditions the next thought moment. So, from the Buddhist point of view, the question of life after death is not a great mystery, and a Buddhist is never worried about this problem. As long as there is this thirst to be and to become, the cycle of continuity, samara, goes on. It can stop only when its driving force, this thirst, is cut off through wisdom which sees reality, truth, nirvana. Chapter 4, the third noble truth, Nirodha, the cessation of dukkha. The third noble truth is that there is emancipation, liberation, freedom from the continuity of dukkha. This is called the noble truth of cessation of dukkha, which is nibbana, more popularly known in its Sanskrit form of nirvana. To eliminate dukkha completely, one has to eliminate the main root of dukkha, which is thirst, as we saw earlier. Therefore, nirvana is known also by the term tanakaya, extinction of thirst. Now you will ask, but what is nirvana? Volumes have been written in reply to this quite natural and simple question. They have, more and more, only confused the issue rather than clarified it. The only reasonable reply to give to the question is that it can never be answered completely and satisfactorily in words, because human language is too poor to express the real nature of the absolute truth or ultimate reality, which is nirvana. Language is created and used by masses of human beings to express things and ideas experienced by their sense organs and their mind. A supermundane experience like that of the absolute truth is not of such a category. Therefore, there cannot be words to express that experience, just as the fish had no words in his vocabulary to express the nature of solid land. The tortoise told to his friend, the fish, that he, tortoise, just returned to the lake after a walk on the land. Of course the fish said, "You mean swimming." The tortoise tried to explain the one couldn't swim on the land, that it was solid, and that one walked on it. But the fish insisted that there could be nothing like it, that it must be liquid like his lake, with waves, and that one must be able to dive and swim there. Words are symbols representing things and ideas known to us. And these symbols do not and cannot convey the true nature of even ordinary things. Language is considered deceptive and misleading in the matter of understanding of the truth. So the Lankavatara Sutra says that ignorant people get stuck in words like an elephant in the mud. Nevertheless, we cannot do without language. But if nirvana is to be expressed and explained in positive terms, we are likely immediately to grasp an idea associated with those terms, which may be quite the contrary. Therefore, it is generally expressed in negative terms, a less dangerous mode, perhaps. So it is often referred to by such negative terms as tanakaya, extinction of thirst, asamkata, uncompound, unconditioned, viraga, absence of desire, nirodha, cessation, nibbana, blowing out of, or extinction. Let us consider a few definitions and descriptions of nirvana as found in the original Pali texts. It is the complete cessation of that very thirst, giving it up, renouncing it, emancipation from it, detachment from it, calming of all conditioned things, giving up of all defilements, extinction of thirst, detachment, cessation, nibbana. O bhikkhus, what is the absolute asamkata, unconditioned? It is, O bhikkhus, the extinction of desire, the extinction of hatred, the extinction of illusion. This, O bhikkhus, is called the absolute. O Radha, the extinction of thirst is nibbana. O bhikkhus, whatever there may be things conditioned or unconditioned, among them detachment is the highest. This is to say, freedom from conceit, destruction of thirst, the uprooting of attachment, the cutting off of continuity, the extinction of thirst, detachment, cessation, nibbana. The reply of Sariputta, the chief disciple of the Buddha, to a direct question, what is nibbana, posed by a Parivajaka, is identical with the definition of asamkata given by the Buddha above: the extinction of desire, the extinction of hatred, the extinction of illusion, the abandoning and destruction of desire and craving for these five aggregates of attachment. that is the cessation of dukkha. The cessation of continuity and becoming is nibbana. And further, referring to nirvana, the Buddha says, "O bhikkhus, there is unborn, ungrown, and unconditioned. Were there not the unborn, ungrown, and unconditioned, there would be no escape for the born, grown, and conditioned. Since there is the unborn, ungrown, and unconditioned, so there is escape for the born, grown, and conditioned. Here the four elements of solidity, fluidity, heat, and motion have no place. The notions of length and breadth, the subtle and the gross, good and evil, name and form are altogether destroyed. Neither this world, nor the other, nor coming, going, or standing, neither death nor birth, nor sense objects are to be found." Because nirvana is thus expressed in negative terms, there are many who have got a wrong notion that it is negative and expresses self-annihilation. Nirvana is definitely no annihilation of self, because there is no self to annihilate. If at all, it is the annihilation of the illusion, of the false idea of self. It is incorrect to say that nirvana is negative or positive. The idea of negative and positive are relative and are within the realm of duality. These terms cannot be applied to nirvana, absolute truth which is beyond duality and relativity. A negative word need not necessarily indicate a negative state. The Pali or Sanskrit word for health is arogya, a negative term which literally means absence of illness. But arogya, health, does not represent a negative state. The word immortal, or its Sanskrit equivalent amrita or palayamata, which also is a synonym for nirvana, is negative, but it does not denote a negative state. The negation of negative values is not negative. One of the well-known synonyms for nirvana is freedom, Pali muti sketi, mukti. Nobody would say that freedom is negative. But even freedom has a negative side. Freedom is always a liberation from something which is obstructive, which is evil, which is negative. But freedom is not negative. So nirvana, muti or vimutti, the absolute freedom, is freedom from all evil, freedom from craving, hatred, and ignorance, freedom from all terms of duality, relativity, time, and space. We may get some idea of nirvana as absolute truth from the Dhatuvibhanga Sutta, nor of the Majjhima Nikaya. This extremely important discourse was delivered by the Buddha to Pukusati, already mentioned, whom the master found to be intelligent and earnest, of the relevant portions of the night in a potter's shed. The essence of the relevant portions of the sutta is as follows. A man is composed of 6 elements: solidity, fluidity, heat, motion, space, and consciousness. He analyzes them and finds that none of them is mine, or me, or myself. He understands how consciousness appears and disappears, how pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral sensations appears and disappears. Through this knowledge his mind becomes detached. Then he finds within him a pure equanimity, upekkha, which he can direct towards the attainment of any high spiritual state. And he knows that thus this pure equanimity will last for a long period. But then he thinks, if I focus this purified and cleansed equanimity on the sphere of infinite space and develop a mind conforming thereto, that is a mental creation, samkhatan. If I focus this purified and cleansed equanimity on the sphere of infinite consciousness, on the sphere of nothingness, or on the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, and develop a mind conforming thereto, that is a mental creation. Then he neither mentally creates nor wills continuity, and becoming bhava or annihilation, vibhava. As he does not construct or does not cling to anything in the world, as he does not cling, he is not anxious. As he is not anxious, he is completely calmed within, fully blown out within pakatam yeva parinibayati. And he knows, finished his birth, lived his pure life, what should be done is done, nothing more is left to be done. Now when he experiences a pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral sensation, he knows that it is impermanent, that it does not bind him, that it is not experienced with passion. Whatever may be the sensation, he experiences it without being bound to it, visamyuto. He knows that all those sensations will be pacified with the dissolution of the body, just as the flame of a lamp goes out when oil and wick give out. Therefore, O bhikkhu, A person so endowed is endowed with the absolute wisdom, for the knowledge of the extinction of all dukkha is the absolute noble wisdom. This is deliverance founded on truth is unshakable. O bhikkhu, that which is unreality, mosadhama, is false. That which is reality, amosadhama, nibbana, is truth, sakha. Therefore, O bhikkhu, that person so endowed is endowed with this absolute truth. For the absolute noble truth, paramam aryasakham, is nibbana, which is reality. Elsewhere the Buddha unequivocally uses the word truth in place of nibbana. I will teach you the truth and the path leading to the truth. Here truth definitely means nirvana. Now what is absolute truth? According to Buddhism, the absolute truth is that there is nothing absolute in the world, that everything is relative, conditioned, and impermanent, and that there is no unchanging, everlasting, absolute substance like self, soul, or Atman within or without. This is the absolute truth. Truth is never negative, though there is a popular expression as negative truth. The realization of this truth, i.e., to see things as they are without illusion or ignorance, is the extinction of craving, thirst, and the cessation, nirodha, of dukkha, which is nirvana. It is interesting and useful to remember here the Mahayana view of nirvana as not being different from samsara. The same thing is samsara or nirvana according to the way you look at it, subjectively or objectively. This Mahayana view was probably developed out of the ideas found in the original Theravada Pali texts, to which we have just referred in our brief discussion. It is incorrect to think that nirvana is the natural result of the extinction of craving. Nirvana is not the result of anything. If it would be a result, then it would be an effect produced by a cause. It would be samkhata, produced, and conditioned. Truth is not a result nor an effect. It is not produced like adi. Truth is, nirvana is, the only thing you can do is to see it, to realize it. There is a path leading to the realization of nirvana, but the nirvana is not the result of this path. You may get to the mountain along a path, but the mountain is not the result, not an effect of the path. You may see a light, but the light is not the result of your eyesight. People often ask, what is there after nirvana? This question cannot arise, because nirvana is the ultimate truth. If it is ultimate, there can be nothing after it. If there is anything after nirvana, then that will be the ultimate truth and not nirvana. A monk named Radha put this question to the Buddha in a different form. For what purpose, or end, is nirvana? This question presupposes something after nirvana, when it postulates some purpose or end for it. So the Buddha answered, O Radha, this question could not catch its limit, i.e., it is beside the point. One lives the holy life with nirvana as its final plunge into the absolute truth, as its goal, as its ultimate end. Some popular inaccurately phrased expressions like, the Buddha entered into nirvana or parinirvana after his death, have given rise to many imaginary speculations about nirvana. The moment you hear the phrase that the Buddha entered into nirvana or parinirvana, you take nirvana to be a state, or a realm, or a position in which there is some sort of existence. And try to imagine it in terms of the senses of the word existence as it is known to you. This popular expression entered into nirvana has no equivalent in the original texts. There is no such thing as entering into nirvana after death. There is a word parinibbuto used to denote the death of the Buddha or an arahant who has realized nirvana, but it does not mean entering into nirvana. Parinibbuto simply means fully passed away, fully blown out, or fully extinct, because the Buddha or arahant has no re-existence after his death. Now another question arises, what happens to Buddha or an arahant after his death, parinirvana? This comes under the category of unanswered questions, avyakata. Even when the Buddha spoke about this, he indicated that no words in our vocabulary could express what happens to an arahant after his death. In reply to a parivrajaka named Vaka, the Buddha said that terms like born or not born do not apply in the case of an arahant, because those things matter, sensation, perception, mental activities, consciousness, with which the terms like born and not born are associated, are completely destroyed and uprooted, never to rise again after his death. An arahant after his death is often compared to a fire gone out when the supply of wood is over, or to the flame of a lamp gone out when the wick and oil are finished. Here it should be clearly and distinctly understood, without any confusion, that what is compared to a flame or a fire gone out is not nirvana, but the being composed of the 5 aggregates who realize nirvana. This point has to be emphasized because many people, even some great scholars, have misunderstood and misinterpreted this simile as referring to nirvana. Nirvana is never compared to a fire or a lamp gone out. There is another popular question: if there is no self, no Atman, who realizes nirvana? Before we go on to nirvana, let us ask the question: who thinks now, if there is no self? We have seen earlier that it is the thought that thinks, that there is no thinker behind the thought. In the same way, it is wisdom, panna, realization, that realizes. There is no other self behind the realization. In the discussion of the origin of dukkha, we saw that whatever it may be, whether being, or thing, or system, if it is of the nature of arising, it has within itself the nature, the germ of its cessation, its destruction. Now dukkha samsara, the cycle of continuity, is of the nature of arising. It must also be of the nature of cessation. Dukkha arises because of thirst, tanha, and it ceases because of wisdom. Thirst and wisdom are both within the 5 aggregates, as we saw earlier. Thus, the germ of their arising as well as that of their cessation are both within the 5 aggregates. This is the real meaning of the Buddha's well-known statement: within this fathom-long sentient body itself, I postulate the world, the arising of the world, the cessation of the world, and the path leading to the cessation of the world. This means that all the 4 noble truths are found within the 5 aggregates, i.e. within ourselves. Here the word world loka is used in place of dukkha. This also means that there is no external power that produces the arising and the cessation of dukkha. When wisdom is developed and cultivated according to the 4th noble truth, the next to be taken up, it sees the secret of life, the reality of things as they are. When the secret is discovered, when the truth is seen, all the forces which feverishly produce the continuity of samsara in illusion become calm and incapable of producing any more karma formations, because there is no more illusion, no more thirst for continuity. It is like a mental disease which is cured when the cause or the secret of the malady is discovered and seen by the patient. In almost all religions, the summum bonum can be attained only after death. But nirvana can be realized in this very life. It is not necessary to wait till you die to attain it. He who has realized the truth, nirvana, is the happiest being in the world. He is free from all complexes and obsessions, the worries and troubles that torment others. His mental health is perfect. He does not repent the past, nor does he brood over the future. He lives fully in the present. Therefore he appreciates and enjoys things in the purest sense without self-projections. He is joyful, exultant, enjoying the pure life, his faculties pleased, free from anxiety, serene and peaceful. As he is free from selfish desire, hatred, ignorance, conceit, pride and all such defilements, he is pure and gentle, full of universal love, compassion, kindness, sympathy, understanding and tolerance. His service to others is of the purest, for he has no thought of self. He gains nothing, accumulates nothing, not even anything spiritual, because he is free from the illusion of self and the thirst for becoming. Nirvana is beyond all terms of duality and relativity. It is therefore beyond our conceptions of good and evil, right and wrong, existence and non-existence. Even the word happiness, sukha, which is used to describe nirvana, has an entirely different sense here. Sariputta once said, "O friend, nirvana is happiness." Nirvana is happiness, then Uday asked. But, friend Sariputta, what happiness can it be if there is no sensation? Sariputta's reply was highly philosophical and beyond ordinary comprehension. That there is no sensation itself is happiness. Nirvana is beyond logic and reasoning. However much we may engage, often as a vain intellectual pastime, in highly speculative discussions regarding nirvana or ultimate truth or reality, we shall never understand it that way. A child in the kindergarten should not quarrel about the theory of relativity. Instead, if he follows his studies patiently and diligently, one day he may understand it. Nirvana is to be realized by the wise within themselves. If we follow the path patiently and with diligence, train and purify ourselves earnestly, and attain the necessary spiritual development, we may one day realize it within ourselves, without taxing ourselves with puzzling and high-sounding words. Let us therefore now turn to the path which leads to the realization of nirvana. Chapter 5. The fourth noble truth, Magga, the path. The fourth noble truth is that of the way leading to the cessation of dukkha. This is known as the middle path, Majjhima Patipada, because it avoids two extremes. One extreme being the search for happiness through the pleasures of the senses, which is low, common, unprofitable, and the way of the ordinary people. The other being the search for happiness through self-mortification in different forms of asceticism, which is painful, unworthy, and unprofitable. Having himself first tried these two extremes, and having found them to be useless, the Buddha discovered through personal experience the middle path, which gives vision and knowledge, which leads to calm, insight, enlightenment, nirvana. This middle path is generally referred to as the Noble Eightfold Path, Aryathangika Magga, because it is composed of 8 categories or divisions. Namely, 1. Right understanding, Samadittha. 2. Right thought, Samasankappa. 3. Right speech, Samavaka. 4. Right action, Samakamanta. 5. Right livelihood, Sama-ajiva. 6. Right effort, Samavayama. 7. Right mindfulness, Samasati. 8. Right concentration, Samasamadhi. Practically the whole teaching of the Buddha, to which he devoted himself during 45 years, deals in some way or other with this path. He explained it in different ways and in different words to different people, according to the stage of their development and their capacity to understand and follow him. But the essence of those many thousand discourse scattered in the Buddhist scriptures is found in the Noble Eightfold Path. It should not be thought that the 8 categories or divisions of the path should be followed and practiced one after the other in the numerical order as given in the usual list above. But they are to be developed more or less simultaneously, as far as possible according to the capacity of each individual. They are all linked together and each helps the cultivation of the others. These 8 factors aim at promoting and perfecting the 3 essentials of Buddhist training and discipline, namely, A. Ethical conduct, Sila, B. Mental discipline, Samadhi, and C. Wisdom, Panna. It will therefore be more helpful for a coherent and better understanding of the 8 divisions of the path, if we group them and explain them according to these 3 heads. Ethical conduct, Sila, is built on the vast conception of universal love and compassion for all living beings, on which the Buddha's teaching is based. It is regrettable that many scholars forget this great ideal of the Buddha's teaching, and indulge in only dry philosophical and metaphysical divagations when they talk and write about Buddhism. The Buddha gave his teaching for the good of the many, for the happiness of Themini, out of compassion for the world. According to Buddhism, for a man to be perfect, there are 2 qualities that he should develop equally: compassion, karuna, on one side, and wisdom, panna, on the other. Here compassion represents love, charity, kindness, tolerance, and such noble qualities on the emotional side, or qualities of the heart, while wisdom would stand for the intellectual side or the qualities of the mind. If one develops only the emotional, neglecting the intellectual, one may become a goof-hearted fool, while to develop only the intellectual side, neglecting the emotional, may turn one into a hard-hearted intellect, without feeling for others. Therefore, to be perfect, one has to develop both equally. That is the aim of the Buddhist way of life. In it, wisdom and compassion are inseparably linked together, as we shall see later. Now, in ethical conduct, Sila, based on love and compassion, are included 3 factors of the Noble Eightfold Path, namely, right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Nos. 3, 4, and 5 in the list. Right speech means abstention, 1 from telling lies, 2 from backbiting and slander and talk that may bring about hatred, enmity, disunity and disharmony among individuals or groups of people, 3 from harsh, rude, impolite, malicious and abusive language, and 4. From idle, useless and foolish babble and gossip. When one abstains from these forms of wrong and harmful speech, one naturally has to speak the truth, has to use words that are friendly and benevolent, pleasant and gentle, meaningful and useful. One should not speak carelessly. Speech should be at the right time and place. If one cannot say something useful, one should keep noble silence. Right action aims at promoting moral, honorable and peaceful conduct. It admonishes us that we should abstain from destroying life, from stealing, from dishonest dealings, from illegitimate sexual intercourse, and that we should also help others to lead a peaceful and honorable life in the right way. Right livelihood means that one should abstain from making one's living through a profession that brings harm to others, such as trading in arms and lethal weapons, intoxicating drinks, poisons, killing animals, cheating, etc., and should live by a profession which is honorable, blameless, and innocent of harm to others. One can clearly see here that Buddhism is strongly opposed to any kind of war, when it lays down that trade in arms and lethal weapons is an evil and unjust means of livelihood. These three factors, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, of the Eightfold Path constitute ethical conduct. It should be realized that the Buddhist ethical and moral conduct aims at promoting a happy and harmonious life, both for the individual and for society. This moral conduct is considered as the indispensable foundation for all higher spiritual attainments. No spiritual development is possible without this moral basis. Next comes mental discipline, in which are included three other factors of the Eightfold Path, namely, right effort, right mindfulness or attentiveness, and right concentration, Nos. 67 and 8 in the list. Right effort is the energetic will, 1. To prevent evil and unwholesome states of mind from arising, and 2. To get rid of such evil and unwholesome states that have already arisen within a man. And also 3. To produce, to cause to arise good and wholesome states of mind not yet arisen. And 4. To develop and bring to perfection the good and wholesome states of mind already present in man. Right mindfulness or attentiveness is to be diligently aware, mindful and attentive with regard to 1. The activities of the body, kaya, 2. Sensations or feelings, vedana, 3. The activities of the mind, citta, and 4. Ideas, thoughts, conception and things, dhamma. The practice of concentration on breathing, anapanasati, is one of the well-known exercise connected with the body for mental development. There are several other ways of developing attentiveness in relation to the body as modes of meditation. With regard to sensations and feelings, one should be clearly aware of all forms of feelings and sensations, pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, of how they appear and disappear within oneself. Concerning the activities of mind, one should be aware whether one's mind is lustful or not, given to hatred or not, deluded or not, distracted or concentrated, etc. In this way, one should be aware of all movements of mind, how they arise and disappear. As regards ideas, thoughts, conceptions and things, one should know their nature, how they appear and disappear, how they are developed, how they are suppressed and destroyed, and so on. These 4 forms of mental culture or meditation are treated in detail in the Satipatthana Sutta, setting up of mindfulness. The third and last factor of mental discipline is right concentration, leading to the 4 stages of dhyana, generally called trance or recueillement. In the first stage of dhyana, passionate desires and certain unwholesome thoughts like sensuous lust, ill will, languor, worry, restlessness, and skeptical doubt are discarded, and feeling of joy and happiness are maintained, along with certain mental activities. In the second stage, all intellectual activities are suppressed, tranquility and one-pointedness of mind developed, and the feelings of joy and happiness are still retained. In the third stage, the feeling of joy, which is an active sensation, also disappears, while the disposition of happiness still remains in addition to mindful equanimity. In the fourth stage of dhyana, all sensations, even of happiness and unhappiness, of joy and sorrow, disappear, only pure equanimity and awareness remaining. Thus the mind is trained and disciplined and developed through right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The remaining two factors, namely right thought and right understanding, go to constitute wisdom. Right thought denotes the thoughts of selfless renunciation or detachment, thoughts of love and thoughts of non-violence, which are extended to all being. It is very interesting and important to note here that thoughts of selfless detachments, love and non-violence are grouped on the side of wisdom. This clearly shows that true wisdom is endowed with these noble qualities, and that all thoughts of selfish desire, ill will, hatred and violence are the result of a lack of wisdom, in all spheres of life, whether individual, social, or political. Right understanding is the understanding of things as they are, and it is the Four Noble Truths that explain things as they really are. Right understanding, therefore, is ultimately reduced to the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. This understanding is the highest wisdom which sees the ultimate reality. According to Buddhism, there are two sorts of understanding. What we generally call understanding is knowledge, an accumulated memory, an intellectual grasping of a subject according to certain given data. This is called knowing accordingly, anubbodha. It is not very deep. Real deep understanding is called penetration, pativda, seeing a thing in its true nature without name and label. This penetration is possible only when the mind is free from all impurities and is fully developed through meditation. From this brief account of the path, one may see that it is a way of life to be followed, practiced, and developed by each individual. It is self-disciple in body, word, and mind, self-development, and self-purification. It has nothing to do with belief, prayer, worship, or ceremony. In that sense, it has nothing which may popularly be called religious. It is a path leading to the realization of ultimate reality, to complete freedom, happiness, and peace through moral, spiritual, and intellectual perfection. In Buddhist countries, there are simple and beautiful customs and ceremonies on religious occasions. They have little to do with the real path, but they have their value in satisfying certain religious emotions and the needs of those who are less advanced, and helping them gradually along the path. With regard to the Four Noble Truths, we have four functions to perform. The first noble truth is dukkha, the nature of life, its suffering, its sorrows and joys, its imperfection and unsatisfactoriness, its impermanence and insubstantiality. With regard to this, our function is to understand it as a fact, clearly and completely, parinaya. The second noble truth is the origin of dukkha, which is desire, thirst, accompanied by all other passions, defilements, and impurities. A mere understanding of this fact is not sufficient. Here our function is to discard it, to eliminate, to destroy, and here our function is to realize it, sakikataba. The fourth noble truth is the path leading to the realization of nirvana. A mere knowledge of the path, however complete, will not do. In this case, our function is to follow it and keep to it, bhabtaba. Chapter 6. The doctrine of no soul, anatta. What in general is suggested by soul, self, ego, or to use the Sanskrit expression atman, is that in man there is a permanent, everlasting, and absolute entity, which is the unchanging substance behind the changing phenomenal world. According to some religions, each individual has such a separate soul which is created by God, and which finally after death, lives eternally either in hell or heaven, its destiny depending on the judgment of its creator. According to others, it goes through many lives till it is completely purified and becomes finally united with God or Brahman, universal soul or Atman, from which it originally emanated. This soul or self in man is the thinker of thoughts, feeler of sensations, and receiver of rewards and punishments for all its actions, good and bad. Such a conception is called the idea of self. Buddhism stands unique in the history of human thought in denying the existence of such a soul, self, or Atman. According to the teaching of the Buddha, the idea of self is an imaginary false belief which has no corresponding reality, and it produces harmful thoughts of me and mine, selfish desire, craving, attachment, hatred, ill will, conceit, pride, egoism, and other defilements, impurities, and problems. It is the source of all the troubles in the world, from personal conflicts to wars between nations. In short, to this view can be traced all the evil in the world. Two ideas are psychologically deep-rooted in man: self-protection, and self-preservation. For self-protection, man has created God, on whom he depends for his own protection, safety, and security, just as a child depends on its parent. For self-preservation, man has conceived the idea of an immortal soul or Atman, which will live eternally. In his ignorance, weakness, fear, and desire, man needs these two things to console himself. Hence he clings to them deeply and fanatically. The Buddha's teaching does not support this ignorance, weakness, fear, and desire, but aims at making man enlightened by removing and destroying them, striking at their very root. According to Buddhism, our ideas of God and soul are false and empty. Though highly developed as theories, they are all the same extremely subtle mental projections, garbed in an intricate metaphysical and philosophical phraseology. These ideas are so deep-rooted in man, and so near and dear to him, that he does not wish to hear, nor does he want to understand, any teaching against them. The Buddha knew this quite well. In fact, he said that his teaching was against the current, against man's selfish desires. Just 4 weeks after his enlightenment, seated under a banyan tree, he thought to himself, "I have realized this truth which is deep, difficult to see, difficult to understand, comprehensible only by the wise. Men who are overpowered by passions and surrounded by a mass of darkness cannot see this truth which is against the current, which is lofty, deep, subtle, and hard to comprehend." With these thoughts in his mind, the Buddha hesitated for a moment, whether it would not be in vain if he tried to explain to the world the truth he had just realized. Then he compared the world to a lotus pond. In a lotus pond, there are some lotuses still underwater. There are others which have risen only up to the water level. There are still others which stand above water and are untouched by it. In the same way, in this world, there are men at different levels of developments. Some would understand the truth, so the Buddha decided to teach it. The doctrine of anatta, or no soul, is the natural result of, or the corollary to, the analysis of the 5 aggregates and the teaching of conditioned genesis, paticcasamuppada. We have seen earlier, in the discussion of the first noble truth, dukkha, that what we call a being or an individual is composed, or the 5 aggregates, and that when these are analyzed and examined, there is nothing behind them which can be taken as I, Atman, or self, or any unchanging abiding substance. That is the analytical method. The same result is arrived at through the doctrine of conditioned genesis, which is the synthetical method, and according to this, nothing in the world is absolute. Everything is conditioned, relative, and interdependent. This is the Buddhist theory of relativity. Before we go into the question of anatta proper, it is useful to have a brief idea of the conditioned genesis. The principle of this doctrine is given in a short formula of 4 lines. When this is, that is, imasmim sati idam hoti, this arising, that arises, imasupada idam upajati. When this is not, that is not, imasmim asati idam nahoti, this ceasing, that ceases, imasa niroda idam nirujati. On this principle of conditionality, relativity, and interdependence, the whole existence and continuity of life and its cessation are explained in a detailed formula which is called paticcasamuppada, conditioned genesis, consisting of 12 factors. 2. Through volitional action is conditioned consciousness, samkarapakaya vinanam. 3. Through consciousness are conditioned mental and physical phenomena, vinanapakaya namarupam. 4. Through mental and physical phenomena are conditioned the 6 faculties, i.e., 5 physical sense organs and mind, namarupapakaya salayatanam. 5. Through the 6 faculties is conditioned, sensorial and mental, contact salayatanapakaya faso. 6. Through sensorial and mental contact is conditioned sensation, pasapakaya vedana. 7. Through sensation is conditioned desire, thirst, vidanapakaya tanha. 8. Through desire, thirst is conditioned clinging, tenhapakaya upadaman. 9. Through clinging is conditioned the process of becoming, upadanapakaya bhavo. 10. Through the process of becoming is conditioned birth, bhavapakaya jati. 11. Through birth are conditioned, 12 decay, death, lamentation, pain, etc., jatapakaya jaramaranam. This is how life arises, exists, and continues. If we take this formula in its reverse order, we come to the cessation of the process. Through the complete cessation of ignorance, volitional activities or karma formations cease. Through the cessation of volitional activities, consciousness ceases. Through the cessation of birth, decay, death, sorrow, etc. cease. It should be clearly remembered that each of these factors is conditioned, paticca-samuppanna, as well as conditioning, paticca-samuppada. Therefore they are all relative, interdependent, and interconnected, and nothing is absolute or independent. Hence no first cause is accepted by Buddhism, as we have seen earlier. Conditioned genesis should be considered as a circle, and not as a chain. The question of free will has occupied an important place in Western thought and philosophy. But according to conditioned genesis, this question does not and cannot arise in Buddhist philosophy. If the whole of existence is relative, conditioned, and interdependent, how can will alone be free? Will, like any other thought, is conditioned. So-called freedom itself is conditioned and relative. Such a conditioned and relative free will is not denied. There can be nothing absolutely free, physical or mental, as everything is interdependent and relative. If free will implies a will independent of conditions, independent of cause and effect, such a thing does not exist. How can a will, or anything for that matter, arise without conditions, away from cause and effect, when the whole of existence is conditioned and relative, and is within the law of cause and effect? Here again, the idea of free will is basically connected with the ideas of God, soul, justice, reward, and punishment. Not only is so-called free will not free, but even the very idea of free will is not free from conditions. According to the doctrine of conditioned genesis, as well as according to the analysis of being into 5 aggregates, the idea of an abiding, immortal substance in man or outside, whether it is called Atman, I, soul, self, or ego, is considered only a false belief, a mental projection. This is Buddhist doctrine of anatta, no soul or no self. In order to avoid a confusion, it should be mentioned here that there are 2 kinds of truths: conventional truth, samuti saka, skt, samvarti satya, and ultimate truth, paramattha saka, skt, paramartha satya. When we use such expressions in our daily life as I, you, being, individual, etc., we do not lie because there is no self or being as such. But we speak a truth conforming to the convention of the world. But the ultimate truth is that there is no I or being in reality, as the Mahayana Sutra Alankara says. A person, Pudgala, should be mentioned as existing only in designation, prajnapit, i.e., conventionally there is a being, but not in reality or substance, dravya. The negation of an imperishable Atman is the common characteristic of all dogmatic systems of the lesser, as well as the great vehicle. And there is, therefore, no reason to assume that Buddhist tradition, which is in complete agreement on this point, has deviated from the Buddha's original teaching. It is therefore curious that recently there should have been a vain attempt by a few scholars to smuggle the idea of self into the teaching of the Buddha, quite contrary to the spirit of Buddhism. These scholars respect, admire, and venerate the Buddha and his teaching. They look up to Buddhism, but they cannot imagine that the Buddha, whom they consider the most clear and profound thinker, could have denied the existence of an Atman or self which they need so much. They unconsciously seek the support of the Buddha for this need for eternal existence. Of course not in a petty individual self with small s, but in the big self with a capital S. It is better to say frankly that one believes in an Atman or self. Or one may even say that the Buddha was totally wrong in denying the existence of an Atman. But certainly it will not do for anyone to try to introduce into Buddhism an idea which the Buddha never accepted, as far as we can see from the extant original texts. Religions which believe in God and soul make no secret of these 2 ideas. On the contrary, they proclaim them constantly and repeatedly in the most eloquent terms. If the Buddha had accepted these 2 ideas, so important in all religions, he certainly would have declared them publicly, as he had spoken about other things, and would not have left them hidden to be discovered only 25 centuries after his death. People become nervous at the idea that through the Buddha's teaching of anatta, the self they imagine they have is going to be destroyed. The Buddha was not unaware of this. A bhikkhu once asked him, "Sir, is there a case where one is tormented when something permanent within oneself is not found?" "Yes, bhikkhu, there is," answered the Buddha. A man has the following view. The universe is that Atman. I shall be that after death, permanent, abiding, ever lasting, unchanging, and I shall exist as for eternity. He hears the Tathagata, or a disciple of his, preaching the doctrine aiming at the complete destruction of all speculative views, aiming at the extinction of thirst, aiming at detachment, cessation, nirvana. Then that man thinks, I will be annihilated, I will be destroyed, I will be no more. So he mourns, worries himself, laments, weeps, beating his breast, and becomes bewildered. Thus, O bhikkhu, there is a case where one is tormented when something permanent within oneself is not found. Elsewhere the Buddha says, O bhikkhus, this idea that I may not be, I may not have, is frightening to the uninstructed worldling. Those who want to find a self in Buddhism argue as follows. It is true that the Buddha analyses being into matter, sensation, perception, mental formations and consciousness, and says that none of these things is self. But he does not say that there is no self at all in man or anywhere else apart from these aggregates. This position is untenable for two reasons. One is that, according to the Buddhist teaching, a being is composed only of these 5 aggregates, and nothing more. Nowhere has he said that there was anything more than these 5 aggregates in a being. The second reason is that the Buddha denied categorically, in unequivocal terms, in more than one place, the existence of Atman, soul, self, or ego, within man or without, or anywhere else in the universe. Let us take some examples. In the Dhammapada there are 3 verses extremely important and essential in the Buddha's teaching. They are Namoest 5 and 7 of chapter 20 or verses 270. 7 to 207, 8 279. The first 2 verses say, all conditioned things are impermanent, sabbe samkara anicca, and all conditioned things are dukkha, sabbe samkara dukkha. The third verse says, all dhammas are without self, sab dhamma anatta. Here it should be carefully observed that in the first 2 verses the word samkara, conditioned things, is used. But in its place in the third verse the word dhamma is used. Why didn't the third verse use the word samkara, conditioned things, as the previous 2 verses, and why did it use the term dhamma instead? Here lies the crux of the whole matter. The term samkara denotes the 5 aggregates, all conditioned, interdependent, relative thing and states, both physical and mental. If the third verse said, all samkara, conditioned things, are without self, then one might think that, although conditioned things are without self, yet there may be a self outside conditioned things, outside the 5 aggregates. It is in order to avoid misunderstanding that the term Dhamma is used in the third verse. The term Dhamma is much wider than samkara. There is no term in Buddhist terminology wider than Dhamma. It includes not only the conditioned things and states, but also the non-conditioned, the absolute nirvana. There is nothing in the universe or outside, good or bad, conditioned or non-conditioned, relative or absolute, which is not included in this term. Therefore, it is quite clear that, according to this statement, all dhammas are without self. There is no self, no Atman, not only in the 5 aggregates, but nowhere else too outside them or apart from them. This means, according to the Theravada teaching, that there is no self either in the individual, Pudgala, or in Dhammas. The Mahayana Buddhist philosophy maintains exactly the same position, without the slightest difference on this point, putting emphasis on Dharma Nairapmya as well as on Pudgala Nairapmya. In the Alagadupama Sutta of the Majjhima Nikaya, addressing his disciples, the Buddha said, O bhikkhus, accept a soul theory, Attavada, in the acceptance of which there would not arise grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, and tribulation. But do you see, O bhikkhus, such a soul theory in the acceptance of which there would not arise grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, and tribulation? Certainly not, sir. Good, O bhikkhus. I too, O bhikkhus, do not see a soul theory, in the acceptance of which there would not arise grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, and tribulation. If there had been any soul theory which the Buddha had accepted, he would certainly have explained it here, because he asked the bhikkhus to accept that soul theory which did not produce suffering. But in the Buddha's view, there is no such soul theory, and any soul theory, whatever it may be, however subtle and sublime, is false and imaginary, creating all kind of problems, producing in its train grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, tribulation, and trouble. Continuing the discourse, the Buddha said in the same sutta, O bhikkhus, when neither self nor anything pertaining to self can truly and really be found, this speculative view, the universe is that Atman soul, I shall be that after death, permanent, abiding, everlasting, unchanging. And I shall exist as such for eternity, is it not wholly and completely foolish? Here the Buddha explicitly states that an Atman, or soul, or self, is nowhere to be found in reality, and it is foolish to believe that there is such a thing. Those who seek a self in the Buddha's teaching quote a few examples which they first translate wrongly, and then misinterpret. One of them is the well-known line Atta Hiyatano Natho from the Dhammapada, or verse 160, which is translated as, self is the lord of self, and then interpreted to mean that the big self is the lord of the small self. First of all, this translation is incorrect. Atta here does not mean self in the sense of soul. In Pali, the word atta is generally used as a reflexive or indefinite pronoun, except in a few cases where it specifically and philosophically refers to the soul theory, as we have seen above. But in general usage, as in the chapter in the Dhammapada there this line occurs, and in many other places, it is used as a reflexive or indefinite pronoun meaning myself, yourself, himself, one, oneself, etc. Next, the word natho does not mean lord, but refuge, support, help, protection. Therefore, atta hiyatano natho really means one is one's own refuge, or one is one's own help, or support. It has nothing to do with any metaphysical soul or self. It simply means that you have to rely on yourself, and not on others. Another example of the attempt to introduce the idea of self into the Buddha's teaching is in the well-known words Attadipa Viharatha, Attasarana Ananasarana, which are taken out of context in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta. This phrase literally means, dwell making yourselves your island, support, making yourselves your refuge, and not anyone else as your refuge. Those who wish to see a self in Buddhism interpret the words Attadipa and Attasarana, taking self as a lamp, taking self as a refuge. We cannot understand the full meaning and significance of the advice of the Buddha to Ananda unless we take into consideration the background and the context in which these words were spoken. The Buddha was at the time staying at a village called Baluva. It was just 3 months before his death, parinirvana. At this time he was 80 years old and was suffering from a very serious illness, almost dying, Maranantika. But he thought it was not proper for him to die without breaking it to his disciples who were near and dear to him. So with courage and determination he bore all his pains, got the better of his illness, and recovered. But his health was still poor. After his recovery he was seated one day in the shade outside his residence. Ananda, the most devoted attendant of the Buddha, went to his beloved master, sat near him, and said, "Sir, I have looked after the health of the Blessed One. I have looked after him in his illness. But at the sight of the illness of the Blessed One the horizon became dim to me, and my faculties were no longer clear. Yet there was one little consolation. I thought that the Blessed One would not pass away until he had left instructions touching the order of the Sangha." Then the Buddha, full of compassion and human feeling, gently spoke to his devoted and beloved attendant, "Ananda, what does the order of the Sangha expect from me? I have taught the Dhamma, truth, without making any distinction as exoteric and esoteric. With regard to the truth, the Tathagata has nothing like the closed fist of a teacher, a Karyamuthi. Surely, Ananda, if there is anyone who thinks that he will lead the Sangha and that the Sangha should depend on him, let him set down his instructions. But the Tathagata has no such idea. Why should he then leave instructions concerning the Sangha? I am now old, Ananda, 80 years old. As a worn-out cart has to be kept going by repairs, so, it seems the body of the Tathagata can only be kept going by repairs. Therefore, Ananda, dwell making yourselves your island, support. Making yourselves, not anyone else, your refuge. Making the Dhamma your island, support. The Dhamma your refuge, nothing else your refuge. What the Buddha wanted to convey to Ananda is quite clear. The latter was sad and depressed. He thought that they would all be lonely, helpless, without a refuge, without a leader after their great teacher's death. So the Buddha gave him consolation, courage, and confidence, saying that they should depend on themselves, and on the Dhamma he taught, and not on anyone else, or on anything else. Here the question of a metaphysical Atman or self is quite beside the point. Further, the Buddha island or refuge. How one could make the Dhamma one's own island, or refuge. Through the cultivation of mindfulness or awareness of the body, sensations, mind and mindobjects, the four satipathanas. There is no talk at all here about an Atman or self. Another reference, oft quoted, is used by those who try to find Atman in the Buddhist teaching. The Buddha was once seated under a tree in a forest on the way to Ravela from Benares. On that day 30 friends, all of them young princes, went out on a picnic with their young wives into the same forest. One of the princes who was unmarried brought a prostitute with him. While the others were amusing themselves, she purloined some objects of value and disappeared. In their search for her in the forest, they saw the Buddha seated under a tree and asked him whether he had seen a woman. He inquired what was the matter. When they explained, the Buddha asked them, "What do you think, young men? Which is better for you, to search after a woman or to search after yourselves?" Here again it is a simple and natural question. And there is no justification for introducing far-fetched ideas of a metaphysical Atman or self into the business. They answered that it was better for them to search after themselves. The Buddha they asked them to sit down and explain the Dhamma to them. In the available account, in the original text of what he preached to them, not a word is mentioned about an Atman. Much has been written on the subject of the Buddha's silence when a certain Parivrajaka wanderer, named Vakagata, asked him whether there was an Atman or not. The story is as follows. Vakagata comes to the Buddha and asks, "Venerable Gautama, is there an Atman?" The Buddha is silent. Vakagata gets up and goes away. After the Parivrajaka had left, Ananda asks the Buddha why he did not answer Vakagata's question. The Buddha explains his position. Ananda, when asked by Vichagata the wanderer, "Is there a self?" If I had answered, "There is a self," then Ananda, that would be siding with those recluses and brahmanas who hold the eternalist theory, Sasatavada. And Ananda, when asked by the wanderer, "Is there no self?" If I had answered, "There is no self," then that would be siding with those recluses and brahmanas who hold the annihilationist theory, Ukadavada. Again Ananda, when asked by Vakagata, "Is there a self?" If I had answered, "There is a self," would that be in accordance with my knowledge that all Dhammas are without self? Surely not, sir. And again Ananda, when asked by the wanderer, "Is there no self?" If I had answered, "There is no self," then that would have been a greater confusion to the already confused Vakagata. For he would have thought, "Formerly indeed I had an Atman, self, but now I haven't got one." It should now be quite clear why the Buddha was silent, but it will be still clearer if we take into consideration the whole background, and the way the Buddha treated questions and questioners, which is altogether ignored by those who discuss this problem. The Buddha was not a computing machine giving answers to whatever questions were put to him by anyone at all, without any consideration. He was a practical teacher, full of compassion and wisdom. He did not answer questions to show his knowledge and intelligence, but to help the questioner on the way to realization. He always spoke to people bearing in mind their standard of development, their tendencies, their mental makeup, their character, their capacity to understand a particular question. According to the Buddha, there are 4 ways of treating questions. 1. Some should be answered directly. 2. Others should be answered by way of analyzing them. 3. Yet others should be answered by counter-questions. And lastly, there are questions which should be put aside. There may be several ways of putting aside a question. One is to say that a particular question is not answered or explained, as the Buddha had told this very same Vakagata on more than one occasion. When those famous questions whether the universe is eternal or not etc. were put to him. In the same way he had replied to Malunkyaputta and others. But he could not say the same thing with regard to the question whether there is an Atman self or not, because he had always discussed and explained it. He could not say there is self, because it is contrary to his knowledge that all Dhammas are without self. Then he did not want to say there is no self, because that would unnecessarily, without any purpose, have confused and disturbed poor Vakagata, who was already confused on a similar question. As he had himself admitted earlier, he was not yet in a position to understand the idea of anatta. Therefore, to put aside this question by silence was the wisest thing in this particular case. We must not forget too that the Buddha had known Vakagata quite well for a long time. This was not the first occasion on which this inquiring wanderer had come to see him. The wise and compassionate teacher gave much thought and showed great consideration for this confused seeker. There are many references in the Pali texts to this same Vakagata the wanderer, his going round quite often to see the Buddha and his disciples and putting the same kind of question again and again, evidently very much worried, almost obsessed by these problems. The Buddha's silence seems to have much more effect on Vakagata than any eloquent answer or discussion. Some people take self to mean what is generally known as mind or consciousness. But the Buddha says that it is better for a man to take his physical body as self rather than mind, thought, or consciousness, because the former seems to be more solid than the later, because mind, thought, or consciousness, sita, mano, vijnana, changes constantly day and night even faster than the body kaya. It is the vague feeling I am that creates the idea of self which has no corresponding reality. And to see this truth is to realize nirvana, which is not very easy. In the Samyutta Nikaya there is an enlightening conversation on this point between a bhikkhu named Khemaka and a group of bhikkhus. These bhikkhus ask Khemaka whether he sees in the five aggregates any self or anything pertaining to a self. Khemaka replies, no. Then the bhikkhus say that, if so, he should be an arahant free from all impurities. But Khemaka confesses that though he does not find in the five aggregates a self, or anything pertaining to a self, I am not an arahant free from all impurities. O friends, with regard to the five aggregates of attachment, I have a feeling I am, but I do not clearly see this is I am. Then Khemaka explains that what he calls I am is neither matter, sensation, perception, mental formations, nor consciousness, nor anything without them. But he has the feeling I am with regard to the five aggregates, though he could not see clearly, this is I am. He says it is like the smell of a flower. It is neither the smell of the petals, nor of the color, nor of the pollen, but the smell of the flower. Khemaka further explains that even a person who has attained the early stages of realization still retains this feeling, I am. But later on, when he progresses further, this feeling of I am altogether disappears, just as the chemical smell of a freshly washed cloth disappears after a time when it is kept in a box. This discussion was so useful and enlightening to them that at the end of it, the text says, all of them, including Khemaka himself, became arahants free from form all impurities, thus finally getting rid of I am. According to the Buddha's teaching, it is as wrong to hold the opinion I have no self, which is the annihilationist theory, as to hold the opinion I have self, which is the eternalist theory. Because both are fetters, both arising out of the false idea I am. The correct position with regard to the question of anatta is not to take hold of any opinions or views, but to try to see things objectively as they are without mental projections. To see that what we call I or being is only a combination of physical and mental aggregates which are working together interdependently in flux of momentary change within the law of cause and effect, and that there is nothing permanent, everlasting, unchanging and eternal in the whole of existence. Here naturally a question arises, if there is no Atman or self, who gets the results of karma, actions? No one can answer this question better than the Buddha himself. When this question was raised by a bhikkhu, the Buddha said, "I have taught you, O bhikkhus, to see conditionality everywhere in all things." The Buddha's teaching on anatta, no soul or no self, should not be considered as negative or nihilistic. Like nirvana, it is truth, reality. And reality cannot be negative. It is the false belief in a non-existing imaginary self that is negative. The teaching on anatta dispels the darkness of false beliefs and produces the light of wisdom. It is not negative, as Asanga very aptly says. There is the fact of no-selfness, Nairatmi Astita. Chapter 7. Meditation of Mental Culture, Bhavana. The Buddha said, "O bhikkhus, there are two kinds of illness." What are those two? Physical illness and mental illness. There seem to be people who enjoy freedom from physical illness even for a year or two, even for 100 years or more. But, O bhikkhus, rare in this world are those who enjoy freedom from mental illness even talks one moment, except those who are free from mental defilements, except arahants. The Buddha's teaching, particularly his way of meditation, aims at producing a state of perfect mental health, equilibrium, and tranquility. It is unfortunate that hardly any other section of the Buddha's teaching is so much misunderstood as meditation, both by Buddhists and non-Buddhists. The moment the word meditation is mentioned, one thinks of an escape from the daily activities of life, assuming a particular posture, like a statue in some cave or cell in a monastery, in some remote place cut off from society, and musing on, or being absorbed in, some kind of mystic or mysterious thought or trance. True Buddhist meditation deteriorated and degenerated into a kind of ritual or ceremony almost technical in its routine. Most people are interested in meditation or yoga in order to gain some spiritual or mystic powers like the third eye, which others do not possess. There was some time ago a Buddhist nun in India who was trying to develop a power to see through her ears, while she was still in the possession of the power of perfect eyesight. This kind of idea is nothing but spiritual perversion. It's always a question of desire, thirst for power. The word meditation is a very poor substitute for the original term bhavana, which means culture or development, i.e., mental culture or mental development. The Buddhist bhavana, properly speaking, is mental culture in the full sense of the term. It aims at cleansing the mind of impurities and disturbances, such as lustful desires, hatred, ill will, indolence, worries and restlessness, skeptical doubts, and cultivating such qualities as concentration, awareness, intelligence, will, energy, the analytical faculty, continence, joy, tranquility, leading finally to the attainment of highest wisdom which sees the nature of things as they are, and realizes the ultimate truth, nirvana. There are two forms of meditation. One is the development of mental concentration, samatha or samadhi, of one-pointedness of mind, Sitakagata, SKT. Sitaikagrata, by various methods prescribed in the texts, leading up to the highest mystic states such as the sphere of nothingness, or the sphere of neither perception nox non. All these mystic states, according to the Buddha, are mind-created, mind-produced, conditioned, samkhata. They have nothing to do with reality, truth, nirvana. This form of meditation existed before the Buddha. Hence it is not purely Buddhist, but it is not excluded from the field of Buddhist meditation. However, it is not essential for the realization of nirvana. The Buddha himself, before his enlightenment, studied these yogic practices under different teachers and attained to the highest mystic states, but he was not satisfied with them. Because they did not give complete liberation, they did not give insight into the ultimate reality. He considered these mystic states only as happy living in this existence, dittathamasukhavihara, or peaceful living, samtavihara, and nothing more. He therefore discovered the other form of meditation known as vipassana skati. Vipassana or vidarsana, insight into the nature of things, leading to the complete liberation of mind, to the realization of the ultimate truth, nirvana. This is essentially Buddhist meditation, Buddhist mental culture. It is an analytical method based on mindfulness, awareness, vigilance, observation. It is impossible to do justice to such a vast subject in a few pages. However, an attempt is made here to give a very brief and rough idea of the true Buddhist meditation, mental culture, or mental development, in a practical way. The most important discourse ever given by the Buddha on mental development, meditation, is called the Satipatthana Suttas, the setting up of mindfulness. No. 22 of the Digha Nikaya, or number 10 of the Majjhima Nikaya. This discourse is so highly venerated in tradition that it is regularly recited not only in Buddhist monasteries, but also in Buddhist homes with members of the family sitting round and listening with deep devotion. Very often bhikkhus recite this sutta by the bedside of a dying man to purify his last thoughts. The ways of meditation given in this discourse are not cut off from life, nor do they avoid life. On the contrary, they are all connected with our life, our daily activities, our sorrows and joys, our words and thoughts, our moral and intellectual occupations. The discourse is divided into 4 main sections. The first section deals with our body, kaya. The second with our feelings and sensations, vedana. The third with the mind, citta. And the fourth with various moral and intellectual subjects, dhamma. It should be clearly borne in mind that whatever the form of meditation may be, the essential thing is mindfulness or awareness, sati, attention or observation, anupassana. One of the most well-known, popular and practical examples of meditation connected with the body is called the mindfulness or awareness of in and out breathing, anapanasati. It is for this meditation only that a particular and definite posture is prescribed in the text. For other forms of meditation given in this sutta, you may sit, stand, walk or lie down, as you like. But for cultivating mindfulness of in and out breathing, one should sit, according to the text, cross-legged, keeping the body erect and the mindfulness alert. But sitting cross-legged is not practical and easy for people of all countries, particularly for Westerners. Therefore, those who find it difficult to sit cross-legged may sit on a chair, keeping the body erect and mindfulness alert. It is very necessary for this exercise that the meditator should sit erect, but not stiff, his hands placed comfortably on his lap. Thus seated, you may close your eyes or you may gaze at the tip of your nose as it may be convenient to you. You breathe in and out all day and night, but you are never mindful of it. You never for a second concentrate your mind on it. Now you are going to do just this. Breathe in and out as usual, without any effort or strain. Now, bring your mind to concentrate on your breathing in and out. Let your mind watch and observe your breathing in and out. Let your mind be aware and vigilant of your breathing in and out. When you breathe, you sometimes take deep breaths, sometimes not. This does not matter at all. Breathe normally and naturally. The only thing is that when you take deep breaths, you should be aware that they are deep breaths and so on. In other words, your mind should be so fully concentrated on your breathing that you are aware of its movements and changes. Forget all other things, your surroundings, your environment. Do not raise your eyes and look at anything. Try to do this for 5 or 10 minutes. At the beginning, you will find it extremely difficult to bring your mind to concentrate on your breathing. You will be astonished how your mind runs away. It does not stay. You begin to think of various things. You hear sounds outside. Your mind is disturbed and distracted. You may be dismayed and disappointed. But if you continue to practice this exercise twice daily, morning and evening, for about 5 or 10 minutes at a time, you will gradually, by and by, begin to concentrate your mind on your breathing. After a certain period, you will experience just that split second, when your mind is fully concentrated on your breathing, when you will not hear even sounds nearby, when no external world exists for you. This slight moment is such a tremendous experience for you, full of joy, happiness, and tranquility, that you would like to continue it. But still you cannot. Yet, if you go on practicing this regularly, you may repeat the experience again and again for longer and longer periods. That is the moment when you lose yourself completely in your mindfulness of breathing. As long as you are conscious of yourself, you can never concentrate on anything. This exercise of mindfulness of breathing, which is one of the simplest and easiest practices, is meant to develop concentration leading up to very high mystic attainments, dhyana. Besides, the power of concentration is essential for any kind of deep understanding, penetration, insight into the nature of things, including the realization of nirvana. Apart from all this, this exercise on breathing gives you immediate results. It is good for your physical health, for relaxation, sound sleep, and for efficiency in your daily work. It makes you calm and tranquil. Even at moments when you are nervous or excited, if you practice this for a couple of minutes, you will see for yourself that you become immediately quiet and at peace. You feel as if you have awakened after a good rest. Another very important, practical and useful form of meditation mental development is to be aware and mindful of whatever you do, physically or verbally, during the daily routine of work in your life, private, public, or professional. Whether you walk, stand, sit, lie down, or sleep, whether you stretch or bend your limbs, whether you look around, whether you put on your clothes, whether you talk or keep silence, whether you eat or drink, even whether you answer the calls of nature. In these and other activities, you answer the calls of nature. In these and other activities, you should be fully aware and mindful of the act you perform at the moment. That is to say, that you should live in the present moment, in the present action. This does not mean that you should not think of the past or the future at all. On the contrary, you think of them in relation to the present moment, the present action, when and where it is relevant. People do not generally live in their actions in the present moment. They live in the past or in the future, though they seem to be doing something now. Here, they live somewhere else in their thoughts, in their imaginary problems and worries. Usually in the memories of the past or in desires and speculations about the future. Therefore, they do not live in, nor do they enjoy, what they do at the moment. So they are unhappy and discontented with the present moment, with the work at hand, and naturally they cannot give themselves fully to what they appear to be doing. Sometimes you see a man in a restaurant reading while eating, a very common sight. He gives you the impression of being a very busy man, with no time even for eating. You wonder whether he eats or reads. One may say that he does both. In fact, he does neither, he enjoys neither. He is strained and disturbed in mind, and he does not enjoy what he does at the moment, does not live his life in the present moment, but unconsciously and foolishly tries to escape from life. This does not mean, however, that one should not talk with a friend while having lunch or dinner. You cannot escape life however you may try. As long as you live, whether in a town or in a cave, you have to face it and live it. Real life is the present moment, not the memories of the past which is dead and gone, nor the dreams of the future which is not yet born. One who lives in the present moment lives the real life, and he is happiest. When asked why his disciples, who lived a simple and quiet life with only one meal a day, were so radiant, the Buddha replied, "They do not repent the past, nor do they brood over the future. They live in the present. Therefore they are radiant. By brooding over the future and repenting the past, fools dry up like green reeds cut down in the sun." Mindfulness, or awareness, does not mean that you should think and be conscious, "I am doing this," or "I am doing that." No, just the contrary. The moment you think, "I am doing this," you become self-conscious, and then you do not live in the action, but you live in the idea, "I am," and consequently your work too is spoiled. You should forget yourself completely and lose yourself in what you do. The moment a speaker becomes self-conscious and thinks, "I am addressing an audience," his speech is disturbed and his trend of thought broken. But when he forgets himself in his speech, in his subject, then he is at his best. He speaks well and explains things clearly. All great work, artistic, poetic, intellectual, or spiritual, is produced at those moments when its creators are lost completely in their actions, when they forget themselves altogether, and are free from self-consciousness. This mindfulness or awareness with regard to our activities, taught by the Buddha, is to live in the present moment, to live in the present action. This is also the Zen way, which is based primarily on this teaching. Here in this form of meditation, you haven't got to perform any particular action in order to develop mindfulness, but you have only to be mindful and aware of whatever you may do. You haven't got to spend 1 second of your precious time on this particular meditation. you have only to cultivate mindfulness and awareness always, day and night, with regard to all activities in your usual daily life. These two forms of meditation discussed above are connected with our body. Then there is a way of practicing mental development, meditation, with regard to all our sensations or feelings, whether happy, unhappy, or neutral. Let us take only one example. You experience an unhappy, sorrowful sensation. In this state, your mind is cloudy, hazy, not clear, it is depressed. In some cases, you do not even see clearly why you have that unhappy feeling. First of all, you should learn not to be unhappy about your unhappy feeling, not to be worried about your worries. But try to see clearly why there is a sensation or a feeling of unhappiness or worry or sorrow. Try to examine how it arises, its cause, how it disappears, its cessation. Try to examine it as if you are observing it from outside, without any subjective reaction, as a scientist observes some object. Here too, you should not look at it as my feeling or my sensation subjectively, but only look at it as a feeling or a sensation objectively. You should forget again the false idea of I. When you see its nature, how it arises and disappears, your mind grows dispassionate towards that sensation and becomes detached and free. It is the same with regard to all sensations or feelings. Now let us discuss the form of meditation with regard to our minds. You should be fully aware of the fact whenever your mind is passionate or detached, whenever it is overpowered by hatred, ill will, jealousy, or is full of love, compassion, whenever it is deluded or has a clear and right understanding, and so on and so forth. We must admit that very often we are afraid or ashamed to look at our own minds, so we prefer to avoid it. One should be bold and sincere and look at one's own mind as one looks at one's face in a mirror. Here is no attitude of criticizing or judging or discriminating between right and wrong or good and bad. It is simply observing, watching, examining. You are not a judge, but a scientist. When you observe your mind and see its true nature clearly, you become dispassionate with regard to its emotions, sentiments, and states. Thus you become detached and free, so that you may see things as they are. Let us take one example. Say you are really angry, overpowered by anger, ill will, hatred. It is curious and paradoxical that the man who is in anger is not really aware, not mindful that he is angry. The moment he becomes aware and mindful of that state of his mind, the moment he sees his anger, it becomes as if it were shy and ashamed, and begins to subside. You should examine its nature, how it arises, how it disappears. Here again it should be remembered that you should not think I am angry or of my anger. You should only be aware and mindful of the state of an angry mind. You are only observing and examining an angry mind objectively. This should be the attitude with regard to all sentiments, emotions, and states of mind. Then there is a form of meditation on ethical, spiritual, and intellectual subjects. All our studies, reading, discussions, conversation, and deliberations on such subjects are included in this meditation. To read this book and to think deeply about the subjects discussed in it is a form of meditation. We have seen earlier that the conversation between Kamaka and the group of monks was a form of meditation which led to the realization of nirvana. So, according to this form of meditation, you may study, think, and deliberate on the 5 hindrances, nirvana, namely, 1. Lustful desires, kamachanda. 2. Ill will, hatred or anger, vyapada. 3. Torpor and languor, thinamida. 4. Restlessness and worry, udaka kukuka. 5. Skeptical doubts, visakicha. These 5 are considered as hindrances to any kind of clear understanding, as a matter of fact, to any kind of progress. When one is overpowered by them, and when one does not know how to get rid of them, then one cannot understand right and wrong, or good and bad. One may also meditate on the 7 factors of enlightenment, bojjhanga. They are 1. Mindfulness, sati, i.e., to be aware and mindful in all activities and movements, both physical and mental, as we discussed above. 2. Investigation and research into the various problem of doctrine, Dhammavicaya. Included here are all our religious, ethical, and philosophical studies, reading, researches, discussions, conversation, even attending lectures relating to such doctrinal subjects. 3. Energy, virya, to work with determination till the end. 4. Joy, piti, the quality quite contrary to the pessimistic, gloomy, or melancholic attitude of mind. 5. Relaxation, passaddhi, of both body and mind. One should not be stiff physically or mentally. 6. Concentration, samadhi, as discussed above. 7. Equanimity, upekkha, i.e., to be able to face life in all its vicissitudes with calm of mind, tranquility, without disturbance. To cultivate these qualities, the most essential thing is a genuine wish, will, or inclination. Many other material and spiritual conditions conducive to the development of each quality are described in the texts. One may also meditate on such subjects as the 5 aggregates investigating the question, what is a being, or what is it that is called I? Or on the 4 noble truths as we discussed above. Study and investigation of those subjects constitute this 4th form of meditation, which leads to the realization of ultimate truth. Apart from those we have discussed here, there are many other subjects of meditation, traditionally 40 in number, among which mention should be made particularly of the 4 sublime states, Brahma Vihara, extending unlimited, universal love and goodwill metta to all living beings without any kind of discrimination. Just as a mother loves her only child. 2. Compassion, karuna, for all living beings who are suffering, in trouble and affliction. 3. Sympathetic joy, mudita, in others' success, welfare and happiness. And 4. Equanimity, upekkha, in all vicissitudes of life. Instruction for life. 1. Take into account that great love and great achievements involve great risk. 2. When you lose, don't lose the lesson. 3. Follow the 3 R's, respect for self, respect for others, and responsibility for all your actions. 4. Remember that not getting what you want is sometimes a wonderful stroke of luck. 5. Learn the rules so you know how to break them properly. 6. Don't let a little dispute injure a great friendship. 7. When you realize you've made a mistake, take immediate steps to correct it. 8. Spend some time alone every day. 9. Open your arms to change, but don't let go of your values. 10. Remember that silence is sometimes the best answer. 11. Live a good, honorable life. Then when you get older and think back, you'll be able to enjoy it a second time. 12. A loving atmosphere in your home is the foundation for your life. 13. In disagreements with loved ones, deal only with the current situation. Don't bring up the past. 14. Share your knowledge. It's a way to achieve immortality. 15. Be gentle with the earth. 16. Once a year, go someplace you've never been before. 17. Remember that the best relationship is one in which your love for each other exceeds your need for each other. 18. Judge your success by what you had to give up in order to get it. 19. Approach love and cooking with reckless abandon. There are some who believe that Buddhism is so lofty and sublime a system that it cannot be practiced by ordinary men and women in this workaday world of ours, and that one has to retire from it to a monastery or to some quiet place if one desires to be a true Buddhist. This is a sad misconception, due evidently to a lack of understanding of the teaching of the Buddha. People run to such hasty and wrong conclusions as a result of their hearing, or reading casually, something about Buddhism written by someone who, as he has not understood the subject in all its aspects, gives only a partial and lopsided view of it. The Buddha's teaching is meant not only for monks in monasteries, but also for ordinary men and women living at home with their families. The Noble Eightfold Path, which is the Buddhist way of life, is meant for all, without distinction of any kind. The vast majority of people in the world cannot turn monk or retire into caves or forests. However noble and pure Buddhism may be, it would be useless to the masses of mankind if they could not follow it in their daily life in the world of today. But if you understand the spirit of Buddhism correctly, and not only its letter, you can surely follow and practice it while living the life of an ordinary man. There may be some who find it easier and more convenient to accept Buddhism, if they do live in a remote place, cut off from the society of others. Others may find that that kind of retirement dulls and depresses their whole being both physically and mentally, and that it may not therefore be conducive to the development of their spiritual and intellectual life. True renunciation does not mean running away physically from the world. Sariputta, the chief disciple of the Buddha, said that one man might live in a forest devoting himself to ascetic practices but might be full of impure thoughts and defilements. Another might live in a village or a town, practicing no ascetic discipline, but his mind might be pure and free from defilements. Of these two, said Sariputta, the one who lives a pure life in the village or town is definitely far superior to, and greater than, the one who lives in the forest. The common belief that to follow the Buddha's teaching one has to retire from life is a misconception. It is really an unconscious defense against practicing it. There are numerous references in Buddhist literature to men and women living ordinary, normal family lives who successfully practiced what the Buddha taught and realized nirvana. Vakagata the Wanderer, whom we met earlier in the chapter on anatta, once asked the Buddha straightforwardly whether there were laymen and women leading the family life, who followed his teaching successfully and attained to high spiritual states. The Buddha categorically stated that there were not one or two, not 100 or 200 or 500, but many more laymen and women leading the family life who followed his teaching successfully and attained to high spiritual states. It may be agreeable for certain people to live a retired life in a quiet place away from noise and disturbance, but it is certainly more praiseworthy and courageous to practice Buddhism living among your fellow beings, helping them and being of service to them. It may perhaps be useful in some cases for a man to live in retirement for a time in order to improve his mind and character, as preliminary moral, spiritual, and intellectual training, to be strong enough to come out later and help others. But if a man lives all his life in solitude, thinking only of his own happiness and salvation, without caring for his fellows, this surely is not in keeping with the Buddha's teaching, which is based on love, compassion, and service to others. One might now ask, if a man can follow Buddhism while living the life of an ordinary layman, why was the Sangha, the order of monks, established by the Buddha? The order provides opportunity for those who are willing to devote their lives not only to their own spiritual and intellectual development, but also to the service of others. An ordinary layman with a family cannot be expected to devote his whole life to the service of others, whereas a monk, who has no family responsibilities or any other worldly ties, is in a position to devote his whole life for the good of the many, for the happiness of the many, according to the Buddha's advice. That is how in the course of history the Buddhist monastery became not only a spiritual center, but also a center of learning and culture. The Sigala Sutta, No. 31 of the Digha Nikaya, shows with what great respect the layman's life, his family and social relations are regarded by the Buddha. A young man named Sigala used to worship the 6 cardinal points of the heavens: east, south, west, north, nadir, and zenith, in obeying and observing the last advice given him by his dying father. The Buddha told the young man that in the noble discipline, Ariyasa Vinaya, of his teaching, the 6 directions were different. According to his noble discipline, the 6 directions were east, parents; south, teachers; west, wife and children; north, friends, relatives and neighbors; nadir, servants, workers and employees; zenith, religious men. One should worship these 6 directions, said the Buddha. Here the word worship, namasaya, is very significant, for one worships something sacred, something worthy of honor and respect. These 6 family and social groups mentioned above are treated in Buddhism as sacred, worthy of respect and worship. But how is one to worship them? The Buddha says that one could worship them only by performing one's duties towards them. These duties are explained in his discourse to Sigala. First, parents are sacred to their children. The Buddha says, parents are called Brahma, Brahmati Matapitaro. The term Brahma denotes the highest and most sacred conception in Indian thought, and in it the Buddha includes parents. So in good Buddhist families at the present time, children literally worship their parents every day, morning and evening. They have to perform certain duties towards their parents according to the noble discipline. They should look after their parents in their old age, should do whatever they have to do on their behalf, should maintain the honor of the family and continue the family tradition, should protect the wealth earned by their parents, and perform their funeral rites after their death. Parents, in their turn, have certain responsibilities towards their children. They should keep their children away from evil courses, should engage them in good and profitable activities, should give them a good education, should marry them into good families, and should hand over the property to them in due course. Second, the relation between teacher and pupil. A pupil should respect and be obedient to his teacher, should attend to his needs if any, should study earnestly. And the teacher, in his turn, should train and shape his pupil properly, should teach him well, should introduce him to his friends, and should try to procure him security or employment when his education is over. Third, the relation between husband and wife. Love between husband and wife is considered almost religious or sacred. It is called Sadhara Brahmacharya, sacred family life. Here too, the significance of the term Brahma should be noted. The highest respect is given to this relationship. Wives and husbands should be faithful, respectful, and devoted to each other. And they have certain duties towards each other. The husband should always honor his wife and never be wanting in respect to her. He should love her and be faithful to her, should secure her position and comfort, and should please her by presenting her with clothing and jewelry. The fact that the Buddha did not forget to mention even such a thing as the gifts a husband should make to his wife shows how understanding and sympathetic were his humane feelings towards ordinary human emotions. The wife, in her turn, should supervise and look after household affairs, should entertain guests, visitors, friends, relatives and employees, should love and be faithful to her husband, should protect his earnings, should be clever and energetic in all activities. Fourth, the relation between friends, relatives, and neighbors. They should be hospitable and charitable to one another, should speak pleasantly and agreeably, should work for each other's welfare, should be on equal terms with one another, should not quarrel among themselves, should help each other in need, and should not forsake each other in need, and should not forsake each other in difficulty. Fifth, the relation between master and servant. The master or the employer has several obligations towards his servant or his employee. Work should be assigned according to ability and capacity. Adequate wages should be paid. Medical needs should be provided. Occasional donations or bonuses should be granted. The servant or employee, in his turn, should be diligent and not lazy, honest and obedient, and not cheat his master. He should be earnest in his work. Sixth, the relation between the religious, lit. recluses and brahmanas, and the laity. Lay people should look after the material needs of the religious with love and respect. The religious with a loving heart should impart knowledge and learning to the laity, and lead them along the good path away from evil. We see then that the lay life, with its family and social relations, is included in the noble discipline, and is within the framework of the Buddhist way of life, as the Buddha envisaged it. So in the Samyutta Nikaya, one of the oldest Pali texts, Sakka, the king of the gods, Devas, declares that he worships not only the monks who live a virtuous holy life, but also lay disciples, Upasaka, who perform meritorious deeds, who are virtuous, and maintain their families righteously. If one desires to become a Buddhist, there is no initiation ceremony or baptism which one has to undergo. But to become a bhikkhu, a member of the order of the Sangha, one has to undergo a long process of disciplinary training and education. If one understands the Buddha's teaching, and if one is convinced that his teaching is the right path, and if one tries to follow it, then one is a Buddhist. But according to the unbroken age-old tradition in Buddhist countries, one is considered a Buddhist if one takes the Buddha, the Dhamma, the teaching, and the Sangha, the order of monks, generally called the Triple Gem, as one's refuges, and undertakes to observe the 5 precepts, Pankasila, the minimum moral obligations of a lay Buddhist. 1. Not to destroy life. 2. Not to steal. 3. Not to commit adultery. 4. Not to tell lies. 5. Not to take intoxicating drinks. reciting the formulas given in the ancient texts. On religious occasions, Buddhists in congregation usually recite these formulas, following the lead of a Buddhist monk. There are no external rites or ceremonies which a Buddhist has to perform. Buddhism is a way of life, and what is essential is following the Noble Eightfold Path. Of course, there are in all Buddhist countries simple and beautiful ceremonies on religious occasions. There are shrines with statues of the Buddha, stupas or dagabas and bo trees in monasteries where Buddhists worship, offer flowers, light lamps and burn incense. This should not be likened to prayer in theistic religions. It is only a way of paying homage to the memory of the Master who showed the way. These traditional observances, though inessential, have their value in satisfying the religious emotions and needs of those who are less advanced intellectually and spiritually, and helping them gradually along the path. Those who think that Buddhism is interested only on lofty ideals, high moral and philosophical thought, and that it ignores the social and economic welfare of people, are wrong. The Buddha was interested in the happiness of men. To him, happiness was not possible without leading a pure life based on moral and spiritual principles. But he knew that leading such a life was hard in unfavorable material and social conditions. Buddhism does not consider material welfare as an end in itself. It is only a means to an end, a higher and nobler end. But it is a means which is indispensable in achieving a higher purpose for man's happiness. So Buddhism recognizes the need of certain minimum material condition favorable to spiritual success, even that of a monk engaged in meditation in some solitary place. The Buddha did not take life out of the context of its social and economic background. He looked at it as a whole, in all its social, economic, and political aspects. His teachings on ethical, spiritual, and philosophical problems are fairly well known. But little is known, particularly in the West, about his teaching on social, economic, and political matters. Yet there are numerous discourses dealing with these scattered throughout the ancient Buddhist texts. Let us take only a few examples. The Kakavatisihānāda Suttas of the Digha Nikaya clearly states that poverty, dalidya, is the cause of immorality and crimes such as theft, falsehood, violence, hatred, cruelty, etc. Kings in ancient times, like government today, tried to suppress the cause of immorality and crime through punishment. The Kuttadanta Sutta of the same Nikaya explains how futile this is. It says that this method can never be successful. Instead, the Buddha suggests that, in order to eradicate crime, the economic condition of the people should be improved. Grain and other facilities for agriculture should be provided for farmers and cultivators. Capital should be provided for traders and those engaged in business. Adequate wages should be paid to those who are employed. When people are thus provided for with opportunities for earning a sufficient income, they will be contented, will have no fear or anxiety, and consequently the country will be peaceful and free from crime. Because of this, the Buddha told lay people how important it is to improve their economic condition. This does not mean that he approved of hoarding wealth with desire and attachment, which is against his fundamental teaching, nor did he approve of each and every way of earning one's livelihood. There are certain trades like the production and sale of armaments, which he condemns as evil means of livelihood, as we saw earlier. A man named Digha once visited the Buddha and said, "Venerable Sir, we are ordinary laymen, leading the family life with wife and children. Would the Blessed One teach us some doctrines which will be conducive to our happiness in this world and hereafter?" The Buddha tells him that there are 4 things which are conducive to a man's happiness in this world. First, he should be skilled, efficient, earnest, and energetic in whatever profession he is engaged, and he should know it well, uttanasampada. Second, he should protect his income, which he has thus earned righteously, with the sweat of his brow, arakasampada. This refers to protecting wealth from thieves, etc. All these ideas should be considered against the background of the period. Third, he should have good friends, kalyana mitta, who are faithful, learned, virtuous, liberal, and intelligent, who will help him along the right path away from evil. Fourth, he should spend reasonably, in proportion to his income, neither too much nor too little, i.e., should not hoard wealth avariciously. Nor should he be extravagant. In other words, he should live within his means, samajivikata. Then the Buddha expounds the 4 virtues conducive to a layman's happiness hereafter. 1. Saddha. He should have faith and confidence in moral, spiritual and intellectual values. 2. Sila. He should abstain from destroying and harming life, from stealing and cheating, from adultery, from falsehood, and from intoxicating drinks. 3. Kaga. He should practice charity, generosity, without attachment and craving for his wealth. 4. Panna. He should develop wisdom which leads to the complete destruction of suffering, to the realization of nirvana. Sometimes the Buddha even went into details about saving money and spending it, as for instance, when he told the young man Sigala that he should spend 1/4 of his income on his daily expenses, invest half in his business, and put aside 1/4 for any Once the Buddha told Anathapindika, the great banker, one of his most devoted lay disciples who founded for him the celebrated Jetavana monastery at Savatthi, that a layman who leads an ordinary family life has 4 kinds of happiness. The first happiness is to enjoy economic security or sufficient wealth acquired by just and righteous means, atti sukha. The second is spending that wealth liberally on himself, his family, his friends and relatives, and on meritorious deeds, bhogasukha. The third to be free from debts, ananasukha. The fourth happiness is to live a faultless and a pure life without committing evil in thought, word or deed, anavajasukha. It must be noted here that 3 of these kinds are economic, and that the Buddha finally reminded the banker that economic and material happiness is not worth 1/16th part of the spiritual happiness arising out of a faultless and good life. From the few examples given above, one could see that the Buddha considered economic welfare as requisite for human happiness, but that he did not recognize progress as real and true if it was only material, devoid of a spiritual and moral foundation. While encouraging material progress, Buddhism always lays great stress on the development of the moral and spiritual character for a happy, peaceful, and contented society. The Buddha was just as clear on politics, on war and peace. It is too well known to be repeated here that Buddhism advocates and preaches non-violence and peace as its universal message, and does not approve of any kind of violence or destruction of life. According to Buddhism, there is nothing that can be called a just war, which is only a false term coined and put into circulation to justify and excuse hatred, cruelty, violence, and massacre. Who decides what is just or unjust? The mighty and the victorious are just, and the weak and the defeated are unjust. Our war is always just, and your war is always unjust. Buddhism does not accept this position. The Buddha not only taught non-violence and peace, but he even went to the field of battle itself and intervened personally and prevented war. As in the case of the dispute between the Sakyas and the Koliyas, who were prepared to fight over the question of the waters of the Rohini. And his words once prevented King Ajatasattu from attacking the kingdom of the Vajis. In the days of the Buddha as today, there were rulers who governed their countries unjustly. People were oppressed and exploited, tortured and persecuted, excessive taxes were imposed, and cruel punishments were inflicted. The Buddha was deeply moved by these inhumanities. The Dhammapadatta records that he therefore directed his attention to the problem of good government. His views should be appreciated against the social, economic, and political background of his time. He had shown how a whole country could become corrupt, degenerate, and unhappy when the heads of its government, that is the king, the ministers and administrative officers become corrupt and unjust. For a country to be happy, it must have a just government. How this form of just government could be realized is explained by the Buddha in his teaching of the 10 duties of the king, Dasa Rajakama, as given in the Jataka text. Of course, the term king, Raja, of old should be replaced today by the term government. The 10 duties of the king therefore apply today to all those who constitute the government, such as the head of the state, ministers, political leaders, legislative and administrative officers, etc. The first of the 10 duties of the king is liberality, generosity, charity, dana. The ruler should not have craving and attachment to wealth and property, but should give it away for the welfare of the people. Second, a high moral character, sila. He should never destroy life, cheat, steal, and exploit others, commit adultery, utter falsehood, and take intoxicating drinks. That is, he must at least observe the 5 precepts of the layman. Third, sacrificing everything for the good of the people, parikaga. He must be prepared to give up all personal comfort, main and fame, and even his life in the interest of the people. Fourth, honesty and integrity, ajava. He must be free from fear or favor in the discharge of his duties, must be sincere in his intentions, and must not deceive the public. Fifth, kindness and gentleness, madhava. He must possess a genial temperament. Sixth, austerity in habits, tapa. He must lead a simple life and should not indulge in a life of luxury. He must have self-control. Seventh, freedom from hatred, ill will, enmity, akoda. He should bear no grudge against anybody. Eighth, non-violence, avihimsa, which means not only that he should harm nobody, but also that he should try to promote peace by avoiding and preventing war, and everything which involves violence and destruction of life. Ninth, patience, forbearance, tolerance, understanding, khanti. He must be able to bear hardships, difficulties, and insults without losing his temper. 10th, non-opposition, non-obstruction, aviroda. That is to say that he should not oppose the will of the people, should not obstruct any measures that are conducive to the welfare of the people. In other words, he should rule in harmony with his people. If a country is ruled by men endowed with such qualities, it is needless to say that that country must be happy. But this was not a utopia, for there were kings in the past like Asoka of India who had established kingdoms based on these ideas. The world today lives in constant fear, suspicion, and tension. Science has produced weapons which are capable of unimaginable destruction. Brandishing. These new instruments of death, great powers threaten and challenge one another, boasting shamelessly that one could cause more destruction and misery in the world than the other. They have gone along this path of madness to such a point that, now, if they take one more step forward in that direction, the result will be nothing but mutual annihilation along with the total destruction of humanity. Human beings, in fear of the situation they have themselves created, want to find a way out and seek some kind of solution. But there is none except that held out by the Buddha, his message of non-violence and peace, of love and compassion, of tolerance and understanding, of truth and wisdom, of respect and regard for all life, of freedom from selfishness, hatred, and violence. He, Buddha, says, "Never by hatred is hatred appeased, but it is appeased by kindness." This is an eternal truth. One should win anger through kindness, wickedness through goodness, selfishness through charity, and falsehood through truthfulness. There can be no peace or happiness for man as long as he desires and thirsts after conquering and subjugating his neighbor. As the Buddha says, "The victor breeds hatred, and the defeated lies down in misery." He who renounces both victory and defeat is happy and peaceful. The only conquest that brings peace and happiness is self-conquest. One may conquer millions in battle, but he who conquers himself only one is the greatest of conquerors. You will say this is all very beautiful, noble, and sublime, but impractical. Is it practical to hate one another, to kill one another, to live in eternal fear and suspicion like wild animals in a jungle? Is this more practical and comfortable? Was hatred ever appeased by hatred? Was evil ever won over by evil? But there are examples, at least in individual cases, where hatred is appeased by love and kindness, and evil won over by goodness. You will say that this may be true, practicable in individual cases, but that it never works in national and international affairs. People are hypnotized, psychologically puzzled, blinded, and deceived by the political and propaganda usage of such terms as national, international, or state. What is a nation but a vast conglomeration of individuals? A nation or a state does not act, it is the individual who acts. What the individual thinks and does is what the nation of the state thinks and does. What is applicable to the individual inapplicable to the nation or the state. If hatred can be appeased by love and kindness on the individual scale, surely it can be realized on the national and international scale too. Even in the case of a single person, To meet hatred with kindness, one must have tremendous courage, boldness, faith and confidence in moral force. May it not be even more so with regard to international affairs? If by the expression not practical you mean not easy, you are right. Definitely it is not easy, yet it should be tried. You may say it is risky trying it. Surely it cannot be more risky than trying a nuclear war. It is consolation and inspiration to think today that at least there was one great ruler well known in history who had the courage, the confidence and the vision to apply his teaching of nonviolence, peace and love to the administration of a vast empire, in both internal and external affairs. Asoka, the great Buddhist emperor of India, 3rd century BC, the beloved of the gods as he was called. At first he followed the example of his father, Bindusara, and grandfather, Chandragupta, and wished to complete the conquest of the Indian peninsula. He invaded and conquered Kalinga and annexed it. Many hundreds of thousands were killed, wounded, tortured, and taken prisoner in this war. But later, when he became a Buddhist, he was completely changed and transformed by the Buddha's teaching. In one of his famous edicts, inscribed on rock edict as it is now called, the original of which one may read even today, referring to the conquest of Kalinga, the emperor publicly expressed his repentance, and said how extremely painful it was for him to think of that carnage. He publicly declared that he would never draw his sword again for any conquest, but that he wishes all living beings nonviolence, self-considered the chief conquest by the beloved of the gods, i.e., Asoka, namely the conquest by piety, Dhammavijaya. Not only did he renounce war himself, he expressed his desire that my sons and grandsons will not think of a new conquest as worth achieving. Let them think of that conquest only which is the conquest by piety. That is good for this world and the world beyond. This is the only example in the history of mankind of a victorious conqueror at the zenith of his power, still possessing the strength to continue his territorial conquests, yet renouncing war and violence and turning to peace and non-violence. Here is a lesson for the world today. The ruler of an empire publicly turned his back on war and violence, and embraced the message of peace and non-violence. There is no historical evidence to show that any neighboring king took advantage of Asoka's piety to attack him militarily, or that there was any revolt or rebellion within his empire during his lifetime. On the contrary, there was peace throughout the land, and even countries outside his empire seem to have accepted his benign leadership. To talk of maintaining peace through the balance of power, or through the threat of nuclear deterrence, is foolish. The might of armaments can only produce fear, and not peace. It is impossible that there can be genuine and lasting peace through fear. Through fear can come only hatred, ill will and hostility, suppressed perhaps for the time being only, but ready to erupt and become violent at any moment. True and genuine peace can prevail only in an atmosphere of metta, amity, free from fear, suspicion and danger. Buddhism aims at creating a society where the ruinous struggle for power is renounced, where calm and peace prevail away from conquest and defeat, where the persecution of the innocent is vehemently denounced, where one who conquers oneself is more respected than those who conquer millions by military and economic warfare, where hatred is conquered by kindness, and evil by goodness, where enmity, jealousy, ill will and greed do not infect men's minds, where compassion is the driving force of action, where all, including the least of living things, are treated with fairness, consideration and love, where life in peace and harmony, in a world of material contentment, is directed towards the highest and noblest aim, the realization of the ultimate truth, nirvana. Thank you for listening.